Our sessions are going to be divided like into half and half. Some part of it is going to be where we'll have conversations with the panel, but we want you to join in, ask questions, give answers, give your opinion. I know it's a little early, and this is one of the longer sessions that we're doing post the pandemic, but some of you who've been here earlier know that we used to do full day things starting from 9:30 in the morning to about 6 o'clock in the evening when people had that patience. Not anymore by the looks of it, but let's see, hope some sessions, some topics sort of deserve a longer conversation. And I think regulation of marketplaces is one. Valerie,
Recording
are
in
we good
progress.
to go? All right, thanks. So for those of you who are new to Safe Harbor, I mean, the first time I heard of Safe Harbor issues was when in 2006, Avnish Bajaj was arrested. Avnish, who's the founder of Matrix Partners, now a venture capitalist, had arrived in Delhi from Bombay. He founded a company called Bazi.com, which was then acquired by eBay, became eBay.in. And there was a porn clip that was circulating around 2006, and someone in 2004. Okay. And then what had happened was that someone put up a sale item on eBay.in saying that if they pay, then that the person will email them a copy of the clip. Avnish came to Delhi to help Delhi police, and they arrested him at the airport. Post that is when all the activity regarding regulating or giving safe harbor to online marketplaces took place, and there was hectic activity, which is where the 2008 amendments to the IT Act came about. And, that was one seminal moment for safe harbor. The other, I think, was around the Shreya Singhal case, where there were challenges because there were takedown requests en masse. People were emailing intermediaries or platforms to take down content, even though there was really nothing illegal about that content. And what platforms do when they get mails, which are not even legal notices, they don't necessarily want to take on the liability. Can't really expect platforms to really fight hard for free speech of users, right? And so in the Shreya Singhal case, the battle was around how should you ring fence these takedown requests, because people's content was being taken down, and nobody even realized in some cases that it had been taken down. There was no notice. So Shreya Singhal basically reworded the phrase actual knowledge, in which a platform knows that there is infringing content, and said this is either going to be a government order or it's going to be a court order that allows a content to be taken down. So that's on the fight for sort of freedoms in speech online, and to some extent fight for safe harbor. But we've also seen that over the last many years, there has been a centralization, especially since the iPhone came out, of platforms. The app economy has led to, for example, centralization in app stores, in centralization on social networks. And there are, unlike like there used to be thousands of forums, they're still there, but most usage is revolving around a few social networks and a few platforms, right? So platforms have also used this centralization at times to exert their own power. And I think Trump's account takedown, whatever anyone might think about it, was a seminal moment where a platform acted against a person who was at that time a head of state that was on his way out. And then governments looking at it start thinking, saying, hey, this could happen to me, and this could happen to my politicians. And so the battle, between platforms and government has sort of begun since then. And we saw with Cambridge Analytica as well, fake news being used as a ruse to try and regulate content on WhatsApp, try and identify sources of fake news. We also know that platforms at times ignore speech-related issues until they become huge. So, for example, YouTube didn't demonetize neo-Nazi content on the platform until advertisers decided that they will pull money unless YouTube does it, right? Because it's highly engaging content, makes money. Um, so Twitter didn't take down ISIS-related accounts for the longest time back in 2012, 13, 14, if anyone remembers. So there have also been instances or issues or challenges regarding speech takedowns where what if content is legal in one country and not legal in another? So one part of what we want to discuss today is that platforms are essentially marketplaces for speech. And so how does platform regulation for speech take shape? We also want to look at marketplaces for commerce. So back before Flipkart became popular, you had e-commerce platforms that use safe harbor to scale, but quality of service wasn't really there. They didn't exert control over what listing sellers put into place. Bazi was also like that. eBay was also like that. And platforms started exerting control over the sellers that they have, the products that are sold, which led to a better consumer experience. So at some level, control is good. At another level, we've also seen abuse of that dominance with self-preferencing, with not necessarily being ad hoc about resolving consumer complaints. That freedom that Safe Harbor gives them to act as they want to act, with very little control over consumer experiences, also creates problems. So there will be responsible platforms, there will be irresponsible platforms, and that variance in consumer experiences also leads to issues. And at times, and there's a video, there's an interview that Sarah Lacey had done with Brian Chesky of Airbnb, in which he talked about how platforms basically first open up, let everybody in, find out what issues are there, and then they start iterating their terms and conditions and regulations for those issues. Yes, it's impossible to anticipate all issues, but even we've seen platforms that have ignored what regulations might otherwise apply to traditional suppliers over a period of time, like taxis, and if you remember the Uber case in Delhi, the rape case, right? So they avoid regulatory costs, they get scale, and of course there's then dark pattern advertising that we see on these platforms as well. So marketplaces are also going to get regulated for commerce, and what shape and form that regulation is going to take place is again something that we want to discuss. So that's essentially why MarketsNama. We want this to be an annual conversation on the shape that marketplaces are taking place. We've got 4 sessions. We'll start off with the tricky one that I'll be moderating, which is on what version 2 of Safe Harbor should look like or can look like, and how that's going to pan out, especially since Rajiv Chandrasekhar has asked that memorable question saying who needs Safe Harbor anyway. We'll also be talking about, second session is going to be on regulating marketplaces for commerce. The third we're going to look at regulating marketplaces for speech. And then as a fourth session, we've thought that one of the more interesting engagements for that platforms face are with law enforcement agencies, whether it's cybersecurity, whether it is takedown of speech, whether it is, sub-inspectors in police stations sending notices for data or censorship of content. So if the Digital India Act is going to come about, how is that going to change that interface with law enforcement agencies, and what should be done? We know that there are no easy choices, but we know that Safe Harbor is important. The impact on innovation that Safe Harbor has, where it allows entities to shape-shift and take on different models and try and find a product market space, is something that pretty much every founder will tell you, that when they start that they don't really know what their business is going to be 2 years from then, or even half a year from then. And so that evolution that Safe Harbor enables is also important to protect. So we don't expect to have all the answers here, but we hope that we'll have a conversation that will help you think about these things and participate in whatever consultations that happen around the Digital India Act, around platform regulation, even around how regulations are shaping up in terms of, whether there'll be regulation by law or regulation by rules. Will rules precede the law that validates them, or will laws precede the rules that they should comply with? And we'll also look at competition issues during this discussion. To start off with, I'd like to invite my panelists for the first session. Uttara Ganesh from Snap, Rohit Kumar from the Quantum Hub, Vasudev Devadasan from the Center for Communication Governance at National Law University, Delhi, and Vivek Abraham from Salesforce. A round of applause when we're starting, guys. Wake up. Thank you. So please remember that this is going to be mostly an interactive session. So please keep questions in mind. Please note them down. Please engage. Please ask questions. There are no stupid questions. If you have an answer, we'd like to hear your point of view as well. Vivek, I'll join you here. I'll start with you, Uttara. Can you sort of explain to us or illustrate to us, Rajiv Chandrasekhar has talked about whether we need safe harbor or not. Do we need safe harbor for Snap? Would it survive without safe harbor? What would life be without safe harbor for the company?
Okay. First of all, thank you for having me, Nikhil, at this time. I'm very happy to be here.
Can you hear her, everyone?
Are you able to hear me?
Is the mic on?
It is.
It's a bit soft.
Yeah, the mic's... Hello? Hi? No?
Just take that one. Yeah.
Hi. Oh, that's
Better.
okay, great. No, firstly, Nikhil, thanks for having me. Team at MediaNama, thanks for having me. I will start by saying that it's important to situate the context of this debate a little bit, right? Now, we can all agree that this discussion on safe harbor, both in India and globally, is happening in a super political and super partisan context. So I know that no matter what I say today, it's going to be a damned if you do and a damned if you don't, right? So that's opening sort of context on just the context of the debate, right? And I do want to say, right, when the minister asked the question, do we even need safe harbor? Number one, yes, it's absolutely unequivocal that safe harbor is the bedrock upon which we see all this innovation on the internet today, right? So Nikhil, you talked about it already, but really it is this permissionless environment that has caused so much innovation, and we have so many different types of platforms that have been able to exist and survive. That being said, when the minister asked this question, the first thought that struck me was that actually maybe a better question to ask is whether in a post-algorithmic world, right, we should maybe revisit whether every single platform equally deserves safe harbor, right? And I think a good way to look upon this question is this, through three lenses, right? So number one, there's this particular platform, and you could just think about it from this panel as well. There's Salesforce, there's Snap, AWS is in the room, YouTube is in the room, right? So do all of these platforms look similar? They don't, right? They serve very different purposes. Number one, do each of these platforms have actual knowledge of unlawful content on their platforms? That's one question to answer. Number two is do each of these platforms have control over the underlying meaning of the unlawful content on their platforms? And that, as you can imagine, especially in a world with generative AI, there's some complexity there, right? It's not really as obvious for Salesforce as it is for Snap. It's just a plain to see thing. The third thing to my mind, a third lens to look upon this question is this idea of profit. Are platforms today in any way profiting from the presence and spread of unlawful information on their platforms, right? So to me, these three tests are important to ask in a world where we're seeing all sorts of new technologies, right? And that, to me, is an important thing. And the one thing I'll say to Nikhil's question again, right? I think that overall, this to me is a good moment to reflect on our learnings as a society over the last 2 decades, right? I think we've all unequivocally, we can't deny the fact that there have been some impacts of giving safe harbor to platforms and it having impacts, for instance, on things like misinformation or democracy or free speech, right? Those sort of connections have been discussed in platforms like this in the past. And I do think that overall, number one, the regulation should be asking questions about good design, right? And safe harbor absolutely should exist, but it should not be an absolute free pass given to platforms to do whatever the hell they want to, and sort of acting that, you can solve for the problem post facto. The last thing I'll say is a slightly controversial thing. I do think sometimes that, if you are a large platform and you're making a free speech argument after having profited from a lot of speech on your platforms, it strikes me personally as a little bit disingenuous, right? So, and I do think that from that perspective, it's not a coincidence that India, the US, and many countries are sort of grappling with this question of safe harbor. So I'll pause there.
Neither free speech nor profit are bad. In the sense, I don't see why profit should be a criteria. Remember a platform that I launched called Secret, where you could anonymously post crap about anyone, and people in your vicinity, friend circle, neighborhood could anonymously read what someone's... I actually was a meme on that for a while. So
Secret,
that's why
I have not heard of this.
It's been a while, I'm
old
sorry.
Or too young, I don't
These
know.
random things I remember. But platforms have also used the safe harbor protections to bypass accountability, right? So Rajiv Chandrasekhar talks about trust and accountability quite a bit. What do platforms need to do to improve trust and accountability, and is it ever going to be enough? Because the government can always pass another set of rules every 3 months and say, now we want to put a band-aid on this gap and then another gap. They can keep identifying gaps and keep passing newer versions of IT rules as they go along.
Is that the question for me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. No, good question. I think very, very timely. Number one, it is my firm belief that safe harbor cannot be a free pass, right, to platforms. That is an important thing for us to note. Second, I do think that, regulation to that extent, instead of being prescriptive and focusing on how something should be achieved, should really sort of ask for platforms to have robust systems and processes, right, that ensure that they are protecting their communities. So again, I do think that there is a responsibility that every platform should have to protect their communities, right, and to protect the people that use their platforms. And that is something that should be done through having good systems and processes, and regulation should ask for that without prescribing how to do it. It should sort of say what needs to be achieved instead of saying how the specific platforms need to go ahead and execute on that, right? That to me is one way to do it. And look, obviously this is all meaningless unless there is robust enforcement of and transparency around these requirements, right? So let's say the regulation says you need to have transparency, or you need to have systems and processes that are robust. That's a good thing, a good start point. But also, and I guess I don't know the entire granular answer of what the law might say to affect this, but I do think in spirit and in effect, what the law should strive to do is ensure that there is a strong culture of enforcements against this, right? So does that mean there are strong transparency provisions, strong disclosures, etc.? Maybe that's one way to think about it, but I do think that these two things would have a powerful effect on ensuring that the trust question is at least breached a little bit.
Rohit, you've done some research on, you've got a report, I think we've got the report here in case anyone wants to pick up, although I think they've all been picked up now, on how intermediary classification should be. Should all platforms be treated equally? Because one of the things that we know with safe harbor protections is that they've allowed entities to change the way they function, keep shape-shifting, combine multiple functions together. An example that I bore my team with quite often is this one about IBIBO. When I first started reporting on this industry, they were a blogging platform that was giving checks to people for writing blogs. Then Facebook became popular. They became a social network. Then they became a music aggregation service. And Rahul, you'll remember T-Series versus IBIBO. You were in that case, I think. So then you had, they became a gaming aggregator. Then they became an e-commerce aggregator. Finally, they became a travel aggregator called GoIBIBO, which everyone here now knows about. But it took almost 13 years for them to find a product market fit. Naspers burned a lot of money on that company, but the fact is the regulations allowed them to change what they were. So do you think when there needs to be, as Uttara talked about, no free run for intermediaries, and they need to have certain responsibilities. How do you think we should classify some of those intermediaries? How do you think those responsibilities should be, and what impact will that have on the ability to, change? To change.
Yeah. No, that's a good question. So I think, firstly, just to reiterate what Uttara also said, I think safe harbor needs to stay. Safe harbor is very important in terms of protecting people from platforms from actions that others take using their platform, but it needs to come with obligations, and obligations that that set up systems to make sure accountability improves. And for instance, there's transparency, there is a grievance process where all complaints are equally dealt with, there is a time-bound response that you give. So I think safe harbor with certain obligations that force companies to change the way they interact with the consumer community, that I think is essential. That in itself doesn't necessarily, I think, stop innovation or shape-shifting, in the sense that people can always do different kinds of products. There is where your second question comes in, that if I strongly classify certain kinds of intermediaries into certain buckets and say that this is going to be your obligation if you are this kind of intermediary, then obviously that shifting becomes a little difficult.
Because the phrase that Uttara used was permissionless innovation. Yeah. The moment you put this set of obligations, is never going to be permissionless.
Not necessarily. It depends on how you design it. So one of the things that we've been trying to recommend is that first, there has to be a recognition that all intermediaries do not have the same kinds of risks. I think it'll be wrong to sort of categorize all intermediaries into one bucket. So even when we are qualifying safe harbor with certain kinds of obligations, the set of obligations that apply on any platform will have to differ based on the kind of functions they impose. Having said that, as a regulator or as a policymaker, I do not want to stifle innovation. I do not want that platforms, because of these classification, hesitate to move between types. So one of the things that we've been trying to recommend is that you keep categories only a few broad categories. Don't go into too many specific details about the kinds of categories that you classify. In fact, the presentation that Rajiv Chandrasekhar had shared had actually listed too many kinds of categories. And I think such kind of siloing is not required.
But the siloing is already there, right? So I'll give you an example. 2011, insurance aggregators were recognized by the IRD and regulated almost to extinction.
Right.
Policy Bazaar was one of the few that survived that. I wrote a piece there calling it the worst, IRD, the worst regulator in the country. I think it still is close. In the IT rules, you've got a classification for significant social media intermediaries. Yeah. You've also got news aggregators. There's been talk about online pharmacy aggregators that has been happening. The DPIIT, the Consumer Protection Ministry, is looking at e-commerce marketplaces as aggregators for regulation. RBI already licenses payment gateways. A few months ago, the gaming intermediaries were recognized, the publishers, but they were recognized as intermediaries. So you already have granular classification coming into play.
Right. So that point is fair, but the deal is that I'm talking about the classification in the DIA itself, which is not sectoral specific. Beyond a point, sector regulator will come in with additional classification. So I think, for instance, it will be wrong to say that the RBI cannot prescribe additional obligations on payment service providers, because the risk posed there is higher. But there is a certain kind of classification that is going to come at the DIA level, which is the Digital India Act level, and then subsequently there'll be additional classifications that come in based on the regulatory risk that the regulator perceives for that sector.
Which regulator?
For instance, for the payment regulator, as you said, it is going to be the RBI. For e-commerce, it could be somebody else. So there will be some of those additional obligations come in, but at the level of DIA also, there will be certain kinds of classification, like it is in the IT rules, where you have social media intermediaries, you have conduit and catching services, and you have maybe significant social media intermediaries. One of the things we've been trying to recommend is that instead of being very rigid about the kinds of categories that people fall into, you used a risk-based approach, wherein you prescribe a certain kinds of criteria, and you say that anybody who is offering any service should first take a risk assessment to figure out which of these 4 categories they fall into, and based on that risk assessment, they decide what to comply with. I am not waiting for the government to give me a license. I just sort of do the assessment, I put out the report in public, and I start complying with whatever I think I should be complying with. If there is a disagreement, I can be asked to reevaluate that. What this does do, it allows the companies sufficient room to maneuver while also recognizing the need to differentiate between different kinds of intermediaries. Because, for instance, it'll be very wrong for me to say place a conduit and caching service in the same category as a platform that uses algorithmic amplification, right? Because the risks posed are very different.
How would you classify live commerce? I know, Sarvesh, I'm stealing a question from your session, but how would you classify live commerce? There's video, there is, it's social, there is commerce taking place.
Right. So that's why. So I don't want to sort of put them in a clear bucket. So my way would be that through the law, I would prescribe that these are 6, 7. So for instance, in Australia, one of the activities they've been trying to do is that they are laying out certain criteria on the basis of which you figure out what is the risk that you pose. This could be the number of users you have, the potential for content going viral, the access that children have. So in the law, you prescribe certain criteria, and that criteria can also be modified, subsequently. And then based on that criteria, you are supposed to take a risk assessment. So if you are a live commerce that say combines functions of advertising with a sort of social media element to it, then the risk assessment will sort of throw up which category you should fall into.
So we'll talk about the structure of regulation later, but Vivek, should SaaS companies, cloud service providers, should there be a specific classification for them? Should they be treated differently from everybody else? Shouldn't be regulated at all.
No,
Nobody wants regulation, but
yeah. No, but I kid. I kind of agree with what Uttara and Rohit said about having a safe harbor concept or a regulatory concept which applies to the context rather than the entity or a company per se. Even within the same service, I feel there may be instances where you may have differences on how much control you have on the content, how much visibility you have on the content, and there may be situations where you have absolutely no visibility on the content. And I think we must recognize that today a lot of digital regulation that's happening, it has been quote unquote outsourced to intermediaries. Intermediaries are having to make value judgment calls or legal judgment calls on whether a content is legal or not. And I can tell you that's the most harrowing situation in a company when you don't know how to decide. Because there is some content which is clear cut bad. It's easy, it's a horrifying example, but it's easy to sort of ban that or remove that content. Or
hold on, it's only problematic or it's only horrifying when there is a regulatory requirement to do that. I mean, all companies under Safe Harbor they have immunity, but they also regulate all the participants on their platforms.
Yes.
Right? So you're saying as long as there is a regulatory requirement to regulate participants, there's a challenge because you don't want to make a mistake. Because we've seen companies play fast and loose with those when there is no regulatory requirement on them, right? So the pressure is only because there's a law or rule that forces you to regulate.
I see your point, but I don't think any company wants to be seen as a facilitator of something illegal per se. I mean, at least some of the intermediaries that we are trying to regulate. I mean, there are always bad actors in the ecosystem. You always need to regulate them, obviously. But you're talking about mainstream players. They don't want to be seen or branded in a certain way. So obviously, one has to assume good intent there, unless they don't know what's happening. My point is, there are many situations as of today that it's very difficult to take a judgment call on if it's right or wrong, and there is this larger risk being seen as being political. I'll give you an example that came up yesterday. I think. I'll give you one example that came up yesterday in a conversation, was in the Russia versus Ukraine conflict. I think most of the tech companies in the world sided with Ukraine, and maybe all. What if they decided that Russia was the right entity? Okay, and I think there's this fear perception in government that tech companies now hold a lot of power and They want to use that influence for what they feel is good. But let me tell you that judgment call is not easy, because even within companies you have that dialogue. Companies do want to be seen as doing correct. So it's more likely that they may not do anything for fear of doing something wrong.
It's not just companies, there's also government. So, for example, it's this entire challenge, and I know we're deviating from the safe harbor discussion, but you look at what Trump's stopping security updates to Android in China because of the Huawei issue, right? So countries do feel that they have the right to protect their sovereignty and ensure that their digital markets, and let's face it, digital is a critical market for India, remains unscathed, which is why UPI is an alternative to MasterCard and Visa. So I don't see, I mean, I can understand where governments are coming from, but it's also about control. What kind of control should platforms be allowed to exert on a digital ecosystem that they now basically manage and create in that sense? Because their terms and conditions are going to control that ecosystem.
I think there is a basic fallacy in that question, Nikhil.
So it comes from having platforms having freedom from liability, but also what are their basic level of duties that a platform has to have to the people that are signing up for its service, in order to ensure, let's say, certain national security concerns, certain critical infrastructure concerns, because it's all critical infrastructure right now, even if it's not designated.
No, even if it isn't, even if there is some plain old daylight cybercrime that's happening, that's still a problem. So my point being, at what point do you decide that sharing information on somebody who's suspected of doing something wrong with sharing the data with the government is right? Who makes a judgment call? Is it the company that decides that, I feel that this crime is bad enough for me to share this data? Or the government imposes upon the company, and therefore everything that the government says to the company should be done? So I think, it's a much more nuanced question. See, in a situation where the event or the incident or the act is very clear cut, I think everybody's aligned on it. Nobody's happy about it. Everybody's aligned on it, and the action happens immediately. The problem is when you have cases of disinformation or political speech or things that are opinion, defamatory or whatever, I'm saying quote unquote defamatory, who decides that they get to be given airtime or not? So I think that's where it's becoming more and more challenging. I'll give you even speech against underrepresented minorities in the West, for example. A lot of platforms feel that that's not content that they should be hosting or moderating. But is it illegal speech? Right? I don't know. I mean, does it meet the test of hate speech? Maybe not.
No, but one aspect that I think both Uttara and Rohit mentioned was about control. And they said that it should that the regulation of the platform should be based on the risk that is assessed.
Absolutely.
And the amount of control that a platform exerts.
Yeah.
How do we determine how much control a platform has over the actions of their users?
I think it's ultimately up to the platform how much freedom they want to give their participants.
How does a third-party regulator, a ministry, a government official, determine what kind of control you have over the behavior of participants? So, for example, as a hosting service provider, someone's, let's say, on my cloud service, signs up, says this, discloses I'm going to use it for purpose X, but then sets it up to run, let's say, a WhatsApp scam, uses that to launch a VPN service, use a VPN service to set up a WhatsApp account, uses the WhatsApp account, and I'm basically telling you a case that actually happened, right?
Yeah.
What control do you have, and what expectation of control does the state have?
So these, I think let's just separate the two situations. One is your 99.99% of the participants in your platform aren't as sophisticated to think like that. I think it's that you're trying to control that 0.1%, which will happen regardless of how much control you put in the system. It's a bit like, my favorite example is airport security. I think, it's a very open secret that it's not designed to really stop 100% of everything that's supposed to not happen. It's just, there's a lot of psychological thing in it. And
Programming.
There's a lot of psychological programming. And I think it's a cost that public have agreed to pay in exchange of the semblance of security that they get, right? And I think that's what the government is also probably aiming for, and also demonstration of good intent from the side of the platform, that they have done all that they can do meaningfully to stop such actors. So, for example, not giving out free accounts, ad hoc, or allowing a massive scale up in compute, or emails or something like that in the first few hours of opening up an account or something like that. You can have control measures like that, but even despite that, bad actors will find out a way. And at the end of the day, laws are jurisdiction confined. Nothing stops me from going to a country which doesn't have these laws and do the same thing over there and attack the place that I want to attack. So my point is, there is a fallacy, I think, in this whole issue of control. There isn't, platforms, if they are really truly open, there isn't much control that you can exert on the participants if they want to behave badly. There isn't that much visibility. You can do so much programming and algorithmic control at the beginning. You can check for, let's say, CSAM and other illegal materials floating around your platform. But beyond that, you really can't algorithmically or manually detect what's happening on your platform.
We'll come to safe harbor and algorithms in a bit, but so there's a gap between the responsibility and accountability of platforms, right? That we've been discussing about the fact that they are expected to be responsible for certain behavior. And let's say someone like Vivek, who can meet a government official, he's been here a while, they know him, will have a greater perception of being a responsible player, and I'm not saying that you aren't, but as opposed to say an app like Threema, which is a security privacy protecting app that nobody from the government has ever even heard of, but cybersecurity folks use. So there is a difference in the perception of players. What are we seeing, that laws applied differently to different types of stakeholders depending on, and what do we do to ensure that there's a protection for platforms when it comes to reworking safe harbor, and there's also trust and accountability from the government standpoint? I know it's a very, very broad question.
Yeah, no, I think that's the exact question that we really need to figure out. I think in India and in this discussion also, we have walked into the wormhole of trying to regulate everything through safe harbor, right? The intermediary guidelines effectively are a precondition to safe harbor, right? And I want to just pick up on a couple of things that the panelists have said today and think about them in slightly different silos. So one is, we have a question of liability, right? When is a platform liable for information or content on its network? And that is a post facto determination in a court, right? And safe harbor is there to regulate that, right? What are the conditions to prevent you from being held liable in court ex post, right?
Sorry, what is ex post?
After the fact.
Okay.
Right? So your content goes out there, your information goes out there, you're sued, and then safe harbor applies when you defend that lawsuit. Right? There are several questions there that are hard questions, but those are the questions we need to think about when we talk about safe harbor. Some of them have already been touched upon. Who is entitled to safe harbor? What the knowledge standard is? What the takedown procedure should be? Who should determine takedowns? What amounts to control over content? These are hard safe harbor questions. And I think we have gotten somewhere with Shreya Singhal, but 79.2 is still a bit of a mess. But we can talk about those questions. Those are hard questions. And that's the remit of safe harbor, in my opinion. The second question, and I want to draw on what Uttara said, is systems design, processes, and enforcement, right? I don't think safe harbor and liability, suing platforms for content, right? And setting the conditions on which they are entitled to safe harbor is a great way of ensuring any of those things, right? One, enforcement works only when people sue, right? It's not systematic. And it only works against the platform that's sued, right? So it's not uniform across the market, and it's ad hoc fundamentally based on the nature of the enforcement mechanism, which is lawsuits, right? The second is systems, process, and design, right? Several of the obligations in the intermediary guidelines, you want to talk about distinguishing promoted content, having a local officer present, publishing transparency reports, right? These are things that we think about when we talk about design and process, right? But these applications apply on a continuing basis, right, and are not really tied to specific pieces of content, right? So if we want to incentivize platforms to take up these obligations, then why only link them to safe harbor, right? And you'll see, I mean, I'm still waiting for a judge to wake up and say that, you know, in Rule 3.6, an intermediary is required to distinguish promoted content, and in relation to this lawsuit, over their entire platform, they don't distinguish promoted content, so let's hold them liable. No, that's not the way courts work, right? So why are we trying to impose these kind of obligations and sort of shoehorn them into preconditions of safe harbor, right? So remove all of these obligations and have them as distinct positive duties on the platforms, right? And then I think we get to the third concern with doing that, right? Because there is a concern with doing that, right? Which is, what obligations are we imposing as positive duties on platforms? What design obligations, what process obligations are we imposing on these platforms? How do we define them? And this is where Rohit's report is particularly useful. That's the conversation we need to start having, right? What is a social media platform? What is, because if you are imposing positive obligations, at some level you need to start defining who these obligations pertain to. Right?
But if you're imposing positive obligations, they won't necessarily be followed unless there's a negative outcome if you don't follow them, right? And so there will be penalties.
Yeah, there will be
and
penalties.
Effectively, you're just not using the phrase safe harbor, but the effect is the same.
So I think that's a misconception, right? Safe harbor doesn't mean that a platform will never have to pay a fine for doing something wrong, right? Safe harbor means that you have a statutory defense for unlawful third-party content on your platform, right? But if I have an obligation to publish a transparency report,
which almost depends entirely on the definition of actual knowledge, which now we have as court orders and government orders,
yeah,
because of the Shreya Singhal judgment.
Yeah.
Right. But these are still obligations that, failing which you will, you may not lose immunity, but you will still have penalties. So for a market participant, it's for a marketplace, the impact is pretty much the same.
No. See, I think, for example, let's take the example of a transparency report, right? If you don't publish a transparency report, you have a fine, right? That's a one-off fine, and we can determine it's a civil penalty, right? You know what that fine is upfront, right? Say it's 50,000 rupees. You know what it is upfront. As opposed to the risk of safe harbor, which is the potential that we talked about neo-Nazi content, you could be sued for millions of dollars. There's a lot of regulatory uncertainty there. You have millions of pieces of content on your platform, right? That's very different from a statutory obligation, which says if you don't publish a transparency report, you have a fine of $50,000 for every time you fail to publish a transparency report, right? So that way, it allows for your processes and designs, which we want transparency from platforms, right? But it allows for regulatory certainty, right? And it doesn't take away your safe harbor. Right? It doesn't diminish your safe harbor. If you're sued for neo-Nazi content on your platform, you still have your safe harbor, and you can strengthen that. Right?
So you're saying for separate third-party content from everything else,
yeah,
and have obligations for everything else.
Yeah. And on the last point, which is, there's a legitimate concern that, like you said, platforms are shape-shifting. So we need to think about that. And these are hard conversations. Nobody's saying, I don't claim to know that how to define a social media or an e-commerce platform. These are conversations that we'll have to have. Some things that we have seen that have worked around, or not have worked, but countries are adopting is, one, have a cutoff for micro businesses, right? Below a certain revenue, for example, or below a certain, whether you want to do it as valuation, you you don't come under these, you're not a significant social media intermediary.
So you regulate by size.
Yeah, you regulate by size, right? And then if you're a small, like you said, you gave the example of a founder who doesn't know what their business is going to be 2 years from now, right? And that's fair. And if you're at that stage in your growth, then yeah, you shouldn't be subject to these complicated obligations. But if you're a large platform that's already having an impact on its ecosystem, right, then you probably should have some safeguards for design, process, and systems. That would be my take.
How would you treat, for example, Rahul, we'll just finish a round of questions here first. How would you treat something like an OpenAI, relatively new platform?
Yeah. So generative AI,
fairly small to begin with, and suddenly zoomed up.
Yeah.
When would that threshold kick in? How will that threshold kick in?
Yeah, I mean,
these are, look, there will be these the ecosystems are built to defy regulations.
No, I understand.
Right?
These are like legitimately hard questions. I'm not claiming to have the answer as to, in a situation like that, at what stage do you exactly impose those obligations. I'm just saying that look at where we are now, where we're trying to regulate everything through liability, right? And I'm saying let's have those conversations, right, about when positive obligations for what the cutoff is for a micro player, how you assess that, right? Those are more meaningful conversations than trying to shoehorn everything and say that how do we ensure that platforms are responsible through the guise of safe harbor, right? That's the point I'm making. And I understand these like we will have to figure out whether it's valuation, whether it's user base, whether it's some kind of risk assessment that Rohit talked about. There are different metrics that we can discuss as to when you want to start imposing those obligations. But exemption for smaller players logically makes sense in my head.
Uttara and then Rohit.
Yeah,
okay.
And then I have one comment to build on. Yes, you can use the mic.
So I think this question of generative AI and safe harbor is an important one as well, right? And to my mind, just given the current iteration of the technology that we're seeing, it seems to me as if actually we can still apply safe harbor to generative AI, right? And let's just think about that for a second from, again, just those three criteria.
You're opening a can of worms here.
I know, I'm aware, and I'm just going to do it anyway because this is an important conversation. So I think it's worth noting that at the moment, how does generative AI work, right? There is a user or a third party that puts in an input onto the generative AI platform, and then there is a response generated, right? I have read arguments that essentially state that generative AI in the current iteration of the technology, right? And of course, it could change very quickly as it has been, is quite analogous to a search engine search result, right? Why? Because as I said, a user puts in an input and receives an output, okay? And the output generated by the AI is a summary, actually, of third-party sources, right? And I was doing some reading yesterday in preparation of this terrifying panel discussion, and what I read was that there has been case law in the US, right? Where, for instance, the search results of Google, they have something called snippets, okay? The snippets basically are a summary that Google creates, and sorry to the Google reps in the room, I don't mean to speak on your behalf, but essentially the summary of the snippets is created by Google, right? And there was a question of whether these snippets deserve safe harbor because Google creates it, arguably. And the courts held unequivocally, by the way, that actually, because snippets aren't creating new information, they're simply summarizing the search result without changing the underlying meaning of whatever's on the page, that they should in fact continue to get safe harbor, right? So I think that the criterion, as in when should we talk about safe harbor changing? I'll just finish this.
So generative AI is different.
I know.
You can actually use it to create new information.
I just want to finish that point as well, right? So to my mind, the real test over here again, Nikhil, is that is the algorithm taking an independent, unprompted decision, right? And then creating a technology. To my best knowledge, and I am not the nerdiest technologist in the room, current generative AI technologies don't actually offer that at this point in time, right? So I know it's a tenuous legal argument, and I do think, there's another really important point here about, hey, when we're talking about generative AI and its applications, I think we need to get the perspectives. What I just said to you was potentially a somewhat legal reading of the law and as it is applied to generative AI. But there is a need for technologists to be in the room as well, right? There is an ongoing case in the US right now where actually the court took a step back and said, hey, do we even know what we're talking about and should we be deciding on this? Or do we need people to determine this technical
I think
question?
there is a lot more that's happened that perhaps changes that context, right? Because, for example, one of the initial experiments with GPT-4, where it was asked to solve a CAPTCHA, right? It couldn't, but it had unlimited resources. So it including money, it contacted a human being to solve the CAPTCHA and then lied that it had done it on its own.
But that's different than generative AI.
But I'm saying you extrapolate that action to other things, to other activity. Let's say, orders the killing of a person.
I think it's still unclear to me in that instance, Nikhil, if whether the AI made the decision or was prompted.
AI is, I think the discussion on AI is a separate event on its own, a separate conversation, because also that space is changing every week. If you want to regulate by harms, what do you do about copyright violation? What do you do about defamation? Someone's got to be held accountable for something that happens to someone, right? How do you deal with that? You can't just say, it's AI, so it's not going to, then no one's responsible for it. The prompt engineer can say, look, I just gave it a prompt. The output is not my creation. So again, I'm saying these are very long conversations. I want to go back to safe harbor because it's debatable whether safe harbor protections should apply to AI or not. Although to generative AI, although in the Supreme Court judgment in the US that came out yesterday or last night, India time, they said that AI is not in a position to determine terrorist content. And so therefore, safe harbor is retained over there.
Exactly.
But Rohit, you wanted to say something?
Very quick comment. I'm going to steer clear of the AI debate, I think. But very quickly to build on what Vasu was saying, and I think that's a very important distinction to have. I think what we've been trying to do in India is that you hang the sword of, I'm going to take away your safe harbor, you comply with everything else. Firstly, that is too strong a penalty, and it opens up the platform to all kinds of harm and all kinds of losses that it might incur, puts investment at risk, and can have a massive damage to the ecosystem. What we need to do is, as Vasu said, and I agree with it, and also building on what I was saying earlier, and Uttara also said, is that separate the safe harbor from the penalties you do for not trying to create safe systems. And you put certain obligations on platforms, and also to what Vivek said, don't fret over every outcome in every case. That is not the objective. Like, for instance, in the company's law, you would say that I am going to not hold the directors liable as long as they show they're able to demonstrate that they did the due diligence, right? So what I want to do is that I want to say that platforms need to set up certain systems. They need to have a grievance process. They need to have some independent oversight over how they are taking decisions. There is a certain timeline in which they have to revert. They have to revert to law enforcement requests. As long as the platform does that and applies those rules as per the law, I am not holding them to every individual outcome of a decision. So, for instance, should speech against minorities go and all of that, and then separate safe harbor. The safe harbor stays across the board, and you do it.
I want to look at three things actually. One, how do we change safe harbor? We've had some of that conversation. What is the process for regulation that will be in place? And then we want to look at sectoral regulation. Very quickly, just from every one of you, starting from Rohit here, perhaps, what should the objectives of the safe harbor regulation be?
I think I have kind of already sort of answered that question. I think the safe harbor should continue protecting from platforms for content that third parties generate. Having said that, we need these additional obligations to make sure that the ecosystem that we create is safe, because there are real risks to not having any obligations on platforms.
Correct.
Yeah.
Uttara?
Yeah, I don't have anything novel to add to that. I think in general, safe harbor should stay. There needs to be a focus on protection of users, and those can come in the form of responsibilities, and there can be more earnest enforcement as well.
Only if there's something different.
No, agreed. I think just one small point is, if we are going to amend 79, then we need to clarify that it in the statute itself protects both voluntary content moderation and recommender systems. That I think would be a good addition.
Okay. Vivek?
Just want to add a very small point, which is, safe harbor is meaningful only for large ecosystems. I mean, that's where you want to sort of regulate for impact. I think the one element that, in addition to what Uttara and Vasu and Rohit said, is to sort of incentivize good behavior. So sorry for diving back into the AI pool, but but when you saw that, when OpenAI saw that ChatGPT was giving anomalous results or undesirable results, they went back and they started mitigating those, right? You want to incentivize that good behavior. You want to start co-opting the trust and safety teams of these large organizations or large platforms as part of your process to regulate or protect the cyberspace. And that's what Safe Harbor should be about.
But Safe Harbor is also about the small guy coming in without perhaps even a trust and safety team, building something that scales and only, which is, so this can't just be about protecting the larger players, right? We've already seen centralization of power with large platforms, and now we're seeing regulation of markets and marketplaces and individuals through the centralized platforms. So all incumbent players welcome more regulation because it cements their status and it cements their position in the space. And let's face it, a large part of those who are actually hurt today are the larger players.
So I'm not saying
that more obligations don't really help, bring that diversity and innovation into the space.
No. What I'm saying is I'm not saying Safe Harbor should not apply or should not be available to smaller participants. I'm just saying that it's more meaningful in the case of large ecosystems, because that's where the large impacts happen. That's what you want to focus on, or what government has been focusing on. My only addition to what they said was you should start co-opting or start working with the trust and safety teams of these large impact organizations, because that's the only way you can effectively regulate on the fly. Otherwise, you're just becoming more and more prescriptive. You're going to see more and more band-aid treatments to the law. It's better that we work with the innovators to ensure that as soon as you notice a bad outcome, we relay it to the community and get it mitigated.
One other question that I have for you is about, and perhaps Vasudev, you might want to jump in as well. Should there be a separation of active from passive intermediaries? As in, there are intermediaries that exert a substantial amount of control. There was a judgment by Justice Pratibha Singh in the Delhi High Court, where in the Davies versus Louboutin case, where she identified 26 instances where Davies, claiming it was an intermediary, was actually exerting control over what was sourced, where it was sourced from, how the products were promoted, how they was packaged, they were delivered, everything. So you've had a situation where you move from just mere conduits, like an ISP or a telecom operator, to entities exerting a lot more control over the entire process, and that's led to great consumer experiences as well. But you have that control, but you don't necessarily have that accountability. So, for example, an e-commerce platform can change how it responds to a customer ad hoc today. There are no specific obligations to respond in a particular manner. So, is there a distinction that needs to be created between active and passive players? And can you say that if there is active content moderation that's taking place on a speech platform, as another example, then because there is a algorithmic layer, then there's a human layer, then they are actively involved in regulating that content. Should there be a requirement for proactive monitoring? And so is there a need to separate? One is regulation by size, the other is regulation by activity and what you actually do. How should this play out?
I think when you talk about regulation, one should assess how much control or knowledge they've had over the transaction. And I think it should not be a definition that forever blesses or damns an entity. And once an active intermediary should not be always an active intermediary in every transaction that happens on their platform, because in many cases they may not be aware of the transaction, they may not have control over the transaction. Likewise, a passive intermediary may have knowledge about certain transactions, they may be able to moderate certain content or transactions on their system, then if those are malified activities, then yes, they should be held liable for it. My point, your second question on how should they be regulated, I think, it has to be, everything has to be thrown into the mix. Who is actually liable, who is the one who is in control of the transaction, what is the impact that they've created, etc. I mean, I think it's not just an easy, rigid question of, okay, this is a big company and therefore any transaction that goes wrong should, be given the maximum penalty. It should take everything into the mix and understand, and that's why it's a more nuanced game now. It's no longer, and these one algorithm fits all sort of situations have long gone, and the law needs to recognize that.
So if one size fits all doesn't work,
Yeah.
and therefore intermediaries can't all be treated equally,
Yeah.
what unequal treatments? Rohit's already spoken about this, but does anyone have any differing opinions or any opinion on what that unequal treatment should look like?
I guess the one thing I'll say is that in general,
Social media intermediaries are already regulated differently.
I know, but I'm saying that even within social media intermediaries, like I think unlike telcos, look, the only level of innovation that happens in, say, different telecom companies is at the back end. I feel like Nikhil said this to me long back, and I'm saying it back in this panel discussion, but essentially, telcos are innovating at the level of price and perhaps like branding, right? But social media, right? Like Discord looks different from Snapchat, looks different from Meta, looks different from Reddit. So the functionalities aren't necessarily comparable. And to my mind, I think the regulation should absolutely internalize that there are significant variances in harms, right? Depending on the nature of the platform and the type of function. So that's the one addition I'll make.
Yeah, I would just add that, Vivek mentioned case-by-case basis, and Safe Harbor is uniquely suited to handle things on a case-by-case basis, right? Because it works vis-a-vis one piece of unlawful content, vis-a-vis the intermediary's actions vis-a-vis that content. So that way, Safe Harbor is the perfect thing to regulate on a case-by-case basis. But if you want, say, large e-commerce platforms to have a system where, for example, a user should always be able to contact the seller, or at least identify the seller to sue them for product deficiency, then that's the kind of thing that impose positively on, say, all e-commerce platforms above a certain size should allow the consumer to be able to identify the seller. That's something you don't need to regulate through Safe Harbor.
Beyond a particular size.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that seems to me.
Ones that are very small, you wouldn't want to place. I mean, obviously the thresholds can vary, but yeah, I mean, you wouldn't want new players to be encumbered with all that compliance that comes with any other, and which is exactly the kind of approach that even the DSA takes, right? In the EU, that's also the same kind of approach it takes.
So we've got about 45 minutes left. Rahul, you had a comment.
So I was trying to analyze the entire scenario. See, come from basic. The purpose of Safe Harbor is to give exemption from liability. Liability arises from harm. So if there is no harm and you're giving positive liabilities or obligations on platforms, so you're actually penalizing them for non-complying when there's no harm. There's only
You're penalizing for doing a type of business.
No. They said there should be positive obligations on platforms and they should be penalized for it, whether or not harm happens or not. See, in the current regime of intermediary liability, you are made a party to the harm and you are treated as common intent and prosecuted for the same punishment. You are saying, no, I had no intention. A, positive involvement or even knowledge. And then you follow through those guidelines, then you can claim exemption from liability. It's a question of fact, your role in the entire transaction. And hence you have to prove your role as an intermediary had no knowledge and you complied, and there you exempted from liability. When you bring in a set of positive obligations, whether or not there is harm, you are double penalized.
Yeah.
I'm trying to say you are trying to create risk itself is become harm now.
No, okay, so I would see that, and I would love that there's no obligation on my company, okay? so I don't know why I'm defending this, but look at it in this way, okay? I mean, a very, very crude example. If you've taken out an insurance policy for your house, but you regularly leave it unlocked, you put out your assets out there for everybody to see, and eventually it gets stolen, will the insurance policy pay out for you?
So it has terms and condition.
Exactly.
So investigation carries out and is negligence on our part proved, then they
Yes.
can invoke a clause
So
and
in the
refuse to pay me.
cyberspace, this constitutes, I think, negligence. By not imposing certain entry-level obligations on users or not creating some of those controls which can very easily spiral out of control, I feel it is negligence.
No, I'm on a different thing. You make, without me making a claim, an inspection and see, oh, I'm generally negligent, and then you revoke your insurance cover. I'm on that point.
So
I hope I've been able
Yeah.
to explain myself what I'm trying to, scenario.
I think it's important to distinguish between harm coming from content or information and harm coming from systems, right? So it's the liability route works well when the content is harmful or the information is harmful, and then you can sue them, right? But today we exist in a complex world where sometimes the systems that the platforms themselves employ, right, are causing harm, and those are not really regulatable through liability. Like take something like a recommendation system that privileges inflammatory content. Right now, you would have to conduct an empirical survey to determine, is this recommender system actually pushing inflammatory content or not? Right? That's a very, very hard thing to do, and you probably never be able to prove that because it's a system-based harm. Right? Whereas, if you have an individual piece of content, you can sue. So that's the first thing I would say, is that liability route and harm, it's not as simple anymore. We can't. So to solve the systemic problems, you need to impose obligations on designs, processes, and systems, and that's why I think the positive obligations works. Secondly, I would just also take a step back. I know that we are all strong proponents of free speech, right? And the primary product of platforms is often seen as speech, right? It is user speech. But you look at any other complex regulated environment, take a vehicle or a pharmaceutical company, right? You want pharmaceutical companies to conduct clinical trials to make sure the drug is safe, right? Would you leave the conducting or mandating of clinical trials only to when the drug is released, somebody is harmed, and then they can sue, right? Or would you ex ante impose that obligation to conduct regulatory trials? Right? So when you have these complex systems and you want to put in place you want to impose on the business certain designs and processes that you think would benefit users, right? Why wait until something happens and then they're sued for it, right? When you can incentivize them, and yes, we need to worry about free speech concerns when imposing those ex-ante regulations, those positive obligations. These are important, nobody is saying throw speech out the window, but the fact is that platforms are complex now, so it makes sense, I think, to regulate them in this way, rather than just waiting for liability.
Fair. I mean, for example, ONDC is launched without consumer protection sort of guidelines ready for them yet, right? So complex platforms behave in this manner.
So, I would
The mic coming to you.
Hi, thanks. This is Nakul from DSK Legal. So I would want to put it, slightly in a simpler way to say that, law just not penalizes the action. The attempt, action and omission is always, something which is noteworthy of some prosecution. But an attempt to do or not to do is also something which is important under law. So while there may not be any harm, but you have attempted to do something is also something which needs to be considered for accruing liability to it.
Sorry, you'll have to be more specific and give me an
Fine.
example because
I will.
yeah.
See, there are two concepts under law, which is actus rea and mens rea.
Again,
You act.
just an example, please.
Yeah, you act with an intent to harm. That is
Correct.
definitely, liable to prosecution. But if you act in a way which may intend harm, is a conspiracy. A step -1 to action.
I think the issue that we're talking about also is conscious omission.
Absolutely.
We're talking about more than intent to harm. It is an intent to not do anything about it because it is not.
Which is
So
an omission.
I'll give you two very quick examples, right? Aadhaar rollouts, about in an area, 8 to 9% people do not get their subsidies. That's the same, it's platform mentality. They're saying it's just 8 to 9%. And so therefore we won't act on it yet because it's a small number in our minds, even though that might be 1 million people, right? Airbnb, when it launched, opened up, allowed everyone to book everyone to give their spaces. There were bad actors. Until the problem became big enough, they did not act on it. So that iterative thinking is what we're talking about, where there's an intent to not act on, so there's an intentional omission, but you're not liable for it.
No, which is right, but what I'm trying to say is that action, omission, and attempt to not act is also something which is liable to prosecution in that sense.
Okay, and right now Safe Harbor protects that, right? So
yes.
there's a hand up behind you and then there's someone here.
Yeah, just want to chip in quickly with an analogy.
Louder, please.
Yeah, just want to chip in quickly with an analogy. Not wearing safety helmets or seat belts. You don't wait for the action to happen, for the disasters to happen. It's regulation that just cleans up the system, makes things safer.
Hello, my name is Pariru. I'm a PhD student at Harvard, and my dissertation work is on actually digitization of the informal economy in India. This was a really, really rich and interesting discussion.
To the point, please.
I want to basically ask the panelists to reflect on kind of what makes safe harbor regulations for the Indian context, one that has such a large amount of workforce that say is digitally illiterate, continues to consume content, but isn't necessarily in the debates on how to regulate all of these technology that really profoundly influences their lives and the kind of content that they consume now. So I completely agree with the discussion on the ex post, ex ante, that this regulation.
I didn't get the question.
Yes, I'm coming to the question very quickly. I agree with the discussion on ex post and ex ante and how the regulation needs to be thought about before, but in terms of who the stakeholders are, whose points of view need to be considered while making this regulation possible in the first place, with the Indian context being so heterogeneous and a large number of people not being included in this debate, if you have any reflections on how to make that possible.
If I may come in, one of course is the stakeholder consultation bit, but I think if I may take a slightly different take on the question, one of the reasons why we are wanting to put these positive obligations, or at least most of the panelists here want to put these positive obligations, is because you recognize that the safe harbor construct as it is currently, that puts the cost on the aggrieved party. If something goes wrong, to get the platform to be held accountable, you'll have to go to a court of law, etc., etc. And that cost is sometimes too high. By creating this environment where you are sort of taking actions that prevent that harm from happening, you're actually making it easier for people who may not have the resources or may not have the wherewithal to hold platforms accountable, to make this ecosystem more safer for them. I don't know if this answers the questions. Obviously, there needs to be more discussion with people who are not conventionally a part of some of these discussions, that that stays. But I'm basically saying from the solutions point of view, this is partly one of the thinking.
I just want to add to that. I think what you're tending towards is more regulation of content, so that there is not large. Is that what your question is? Yeah, it's a very hard question. I completely agree that it's very difficult to assess that what content is suitable and what content is not suitable. And you're completely right. Different people think differently. One opinion which is inflammatory to one may not be maybe mainstream dialogue for them. So we should get as many opinions in the mix as possible. But at the end of the day, there are real harms happening because of certain content, right? So it's not a solved problem. It's not a 100% perfect situation. But we are, by putting positive obligations, we are trying to control for some of the harms that have happened and hopefully may not happen in the future.
In a country of 1.4 billion people, anything you say will offend at least someone, which is why the right to offend is an integral part of free speech. Any other? Right there, and then here. Okay. And then there. Okay. Okay, someone's got a mic here. Start. I think we're just sorting that mic issue out.
All the panelists, this is Sunil from Meta. All the panelists have been using the word harm, and in my head at least, the question was liability for illegal content. So I think what you're implicitly gesturing it is there is a delta. There are harms that are not covered by illegal content. So it'll be good if you could clarify what those harms are and how you see the law should proceed by making those harms illegal, that type of content illegal.
Doesn't illegal content cause harm?
No, so are you saying that outside, are the panelists in consensus that outside the existing scope of, I mean, if we didn't have to deal with illegal content, everything else causes zero harm? Is that the consensus opinion of the panel?
We're not just looking at content, we're also looking at commerce and consumer protection issues and other harms. I mean, broadly, safe harbor regulation across not just speech. But Sunil, has your question been answered?
No, I actually, I didn't, I mean, I thought it was the same thing. Yeah.
Okay. Rahul.
See, when we're using harm here, we're looking at liability caused by injury, which is recognized as illegal. We're not discussing whatever potential harm which is currently not actionable. We're only talking about actionable harm, which is illegal. That's all.
Yeah, so then I didn't understand the system obligations that the panelists were discussing.
Yeah.
Because if the content specifically is legal, then what is the harm emerging from the system design?
So they are harms. So for example, if you go through the intermediary guidelines, there are several obligations. For example, the obligation under what rule, it used to be rule 4.8, I don't think it's really operative right now, of providing users a hearing before their content is removed. Right? Now that's not a content, that's not a, what you're trying to protect there is effectively a due process requirement, right? But that's not directly tied to unlawful content, right? What you want to protect is the user's right to get a hearing before their content is removed. Now, in that kind of a situation, safe harbor doesn't really solve your problem, right? So those are the kind of, something like self-preferencing, for example, that's the kind of thing that it's not tied to a specific piece of content, right? It's the way the platform is operating over a period of time. And that's what you want to try and tackle.
Sunil, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. I think nobody wants additional restrictions on speech.
In fact, I would say that some of the restrictions that are placed in Rule 3 are also wider. So if you say that whatever is placed in Rule 3 is qualified as illegal, so, misinformation, for instance. Now, putting out a piece of information that is wrong may not be illegal per se in the normal this thing, but do platforms have any obligation to see how they don't amplify misinformation? And, what kind of risk that poses?
Maybe proactive monitoring of content as well? No? Okay,
No.
just checking. Just checking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just 2 points. One, way back in 1996 when the Section 230 came in the US Communication Decency Act, what was the level of digital literacy in the US even at that time or even today for that matter? I mean, what is the level of digital literacy itself? There's no uniform standard on that. That's one point. Second thing is you mentioned, Vasu, about that on a large platform, the consumer should be able to identify the sellers. Okay, but why not even on a small platform? That's the only point. Thank you.
He's been waiting for a while. And
so, hi, I'm Aman Sinha. I'm an intellectual property lawyer. So, my problem with the safe harbor provision is simple. Even when the content is recognized that it is illegal content, then also the platforms, they put their best foot forward to ensure that the identity of the person is protected by taking all sort of grounds like our servers are based in Singapore, the Indian courts have no jurisdiction. I would like the view of the panel.
Next session on speech and content regulation. Sorry, we got to hold that for then. But keep this in mind, please ask this there.
I have one further question.
On broader safe harbor regulation?
Yeah, on safe harbor regulations. So let's look at it, we've been looking at it from a legal standpoint. Let's look at it from the moral standpoint. Do social media platforms believe that they are the last bastion of free speech and that is why the free social and the safe harbor provisions need to be looked at with the broadest possible amplitude?
I don't think anyone believes the social media platforms are the last bastion of free speech, by the way.
And I'll add to this, I do think that at the end of the day, right, like platforms are not, shouldn't be, in my opinion, arbiters of big questions around democracy, elections, that sort of thing. And really, which is why it goes back to what everybody in the panels was saying, which is that the design of the platform should be cognizant of the fact that you should ensure that whatever's on it does not receive the kind of amplification, and then post facto make this free speech argument. I completely concur with the sentiment.
And just to add very quickly, that's where the Shreya Singhal thing also came in, right? Like, you didn't want the platform to be the ultimate decider of what's happening, but therefore there is a need to say put up systems wherein the decisions of what to remove, there is some due process there as well, and there is some maybe an independent voice there as well. So one of the things that I've been recommending in another article is that, given the complications with how long our court system also takes, you need a grievance process at the platform level. There you need an appeals process, and you possibly also need independent representatives from outside that sort of make it a little bit more, ensures that there is less bias in, when some of these decisions get taken. I mean, we still don't know how Trump was removed, for instance, from Twitter, right? And that needs to be sort of stopped.
So I'm going to take three, four quick questions and then come. You've been waiting for a while, right here in front. Okay. Okay, I'm going to take 3-4 quick comments and then because we want to discuss process as well. Go ahead.
Hi. So there was a lot of talk about
mic up, please.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk about risk-based classification, and there was a suggestion that companies themselves do this assessment, put out a report, and comply with the obligations. My question is isn't that some kind of self-regulation, and are we just does that not defeat the purpose of even talking about having any regulation? And in that if that's the scenario, then what kind of enforcement do we envisage?
Okay, I'm just going to collect questions. This keeps in mind. Aman, you had something. In the meantime, Gangesh, since you have the mic, quick.
Hi, can you hear me? Right.
Yeah.
So this is Gangesh from Saraf & Partners. I actually want to segue from where Uttara was talking about in terms of the intermediary being an arbiter. See, if we have looked at the fundamental idea of intermediary was that I'm not involved at all, so don't hold me liable. But every iteration of the evolution of the law has, put certain responsibilities and obligations towards the intermediary to do things, and that sort of increases the involvement. Now, we have reached a stage where there is a continuous negotiation between the authority and the intermediary on what needs to be done to protect safe harbor. What I want, and this probably might be touching on your process bit, because I want to understand what are the mechanisms that help really operationalize this negotiation, and has it been useful to have greater transparency, or is it better to have an institutionalized or an ad hoc model? What might be working from a business perspective?
That's a big question. Aman?
Yeah. A few big questions. I'll try keeping it short. Okay.
I think more than the questions, I just have a few comments. I think when we are going to discuss risk-based classification and the processes, it might be worth looking at what's happening in the UK. For example, they've operationalized the design code when it relates to children. I know it relates to privacy, but it also had a similar sort of thought behind it, where they're looking at systemic risks on certain platforms and whether platforms have done enough to mitigate them. And they've already started kind of, there are cases in the court, and they've already started imposing liabilities. Yes, I think that's one. And I think the second thing is, I know that we are discussing safe harbor when it relates to illegal content, but there are other harms on platforms as well. And since, like, for example, mental health harms, addiction, those sort of things also. So when we do this risk-based classification, there's also, this is a way to nudge better design in some sense. And I think that it's not just safe harbor, but for illegal content, but other things also that can be probably addressed through this approach.
To the point that Uttara made earlier about design. Okay. Any responses?
Yeah, to the question on risk-based. So the goal is, it's not self-regulatory. What we are proposing is sort of a co-regulatory. The metrics on which you need to assess need to be decided and laid out very clearly under the law. The reason why we are saying that it isn't, say, the government taking that assessment and, say, allowing you to operate, is because that creates kind of a license run situation. There's going to be massive delay in how the system runs. Instead, what we are saying is that the criteria is laid out. Eventually, a third-party risk accreditation market may also emerge, where you hire people to do that risk assessment for you. But you do the risk assessment based on those criteria, and then you put out that report in the public to say that this is where I fall. But if the government disagrees with it, or the civil society disagrees with it, you can be asked to undertake it again, right? So the point is that it's not like, closed behind in a black box that you're doing this, but you're doing it in the open. But we are also trying to be cognizant of the fact that we don't want to hamstring the whole ecosystem and tie them up in this compliance requirement where they're not able to operate until they have approval.
So a certification racket opens up. Fair enough. Okay. Any responses to? Okay. Vakasha, you were waiting.
Thanks, guys. This is Vakasha from Logically. I have it kind of ties a little bit to what Sunil was asking, right? That what kind of approach are we looking at for content which is, which may not be illegal, but is this whole concept of legal but harmful as well?
Can we take content in the content session?
No, I think it was broad specifically on safe harbor. The reason why I wanted to bring that up is what should be the principle-based approach to essentially what has been previously termed legal but harmful content, and how that should affect because see, I think the question basically being, should safe harbor be covering legal but harmful content as well? The safe harbor loss of provisions or attempts to like kind of take that power away, should that also be there for legal but harmful content, or should that be absolutely not allowed? Is there an assessment needed of the kind of content being looked at there before you're doing what's the view being taken by the panel here?
I can respond to the first part. I don't think there's a world in which safe harbor should, to my mind, safe harbor is essentially granting protection for platforms against illegal content that is put on the platform by a third party, right? And illegal content. So that emphasis being illegal, third party, then the platform is good. I don't think I think that the debate on harms and applying this approach to harms that are, to content that is harmful but not illegal, I don't know that that's the correct way to look at that, right? Because that causes obviously...
You can't have liability for legal content. Yeah. Aman, your big questions.
I'll keep it limited to one actually. I mean, maybe a couple of things. One, in all of this, how do we bring users back into the center of it, right? Because
that's a political question. It's in my list. Like essentially, there's a balance of power shift that's taken place, where from users to platforms, and now you're regulating users through platforms. How do you bring users back into the game?
Users back in this context, and users I think one of the reasons why we are seeing
mic up, please.
One challenge I think is so many of these services are free, and you are therefore not consumers. So you can't hold platforms accountable as users in quite the same way for deficiency of service or any of that thing. That's why we see the GSE having to come up, or at least the logic behind it. Like, where do I have an avenue as a user? So does that notion need to change to maybe solve a lot of this? And really just a provocation for the group to think about.
I think it's not for the government to go into what monetization models do businesses use. Having said that, when you do the data privacy law, for instance, I think some of that may automatically also change eventually, that what data you can use, what can you use it for, how much can you monetize it. So it may lead to more, businesses sort of moving to models where they actually monetize the service and, ask the user to pay instead of monetizing the data. So that's one. I don't know if that helps answer the question, but I don't think it's for the government to sort of come in and sort of dictate or say how this should be done.
Process. So, do we get an internet regulator in India? The TRAI wants to be a converged regulator, or do we get a adjudicative regulatory structure? How should this proceed from here? So that's one. Second is that what we're seeing right now from just the way the law is, the data protection bill has worked is, there's a law which basically puts everything on delegate registration because the government wants flexibility in creating regulations. And we've seen that with the IT rules, for example, where, every 3 months or every 5 months there's a new set of IT rules that comes out and changes things. You have a gaming regulation, you bung in a misinformation the regulation in that. So rules are constantly changing. So challenge one, it creates regulatory uncertainty because you don't know what the rules are. At the same time, the government feels it needs flexibility because it's difficult to determine what the regulations should be in such a fast changing environment, and amending laws is complicated and takes a long time. What's the balance you think needs to be there? Vivek?
We discussed this a little while. The ideal obviously is this principles-based regulation where everybody knows and understands what the principles mean and understands what is trying to be achieved, but that rarely is the case. And especially in an Indian context, you tend to see that drafts start with principles and ends up with being prescriptions. And along the way, I think it tries to paper over a lot of the failures in the system that the government is trying to cover for. So therefore, a good mix should be someone, if we can get somebody in the system, maybe an adjudicator or for the lack of a better word, an interpreter who's independent from government, who can interpret the principles in a way that works, that has sort of that autonomy of thought that brings stability into the market. Prescriptions are essentially designed to bring some sort of certainty and stability in the market. That's why you've got that. But it doesn't work all the time because it's essentially one person setting the rules and the same person implementing it. And
MeitY creates the rules and MeitY enforces them.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
which from a company's perspective, it's not a very desirable situation. So have somebody else interpret the rules once you set them, so that when you implement them, you have an independent standard to live up to. Not, this is what I think and this is what you need to do.
No, it's like 69A where the government passes the orders and the government reviews the orders it has already passed. Or maybe there's no review committee also.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that stuff later. But structure, anybody else? What's a good regulatory structure? TRAI converged regulator? Ofcom for India?
I don't know that I have a comment on the regulatory structure. Actually, I feel like it's still so early days. And every indication we've got so far from MeitY is that this is this super omnibus law that's trying to do a lot of things. That's trying to do a lot of things. I'd say that broadly, and at the risk of being skewered outside, I'm going to say that the last iteration of the Digital Data Protection Bill, given that it was principles-based, given that it provided, for instance, case studies and sort of tried to clarify what the regulatory intent is, and was much simpler to read than the 100-page mess that JPC had given us in 2021. That gives me some hope. I think that the regulatory objective of this bill, hopefully, is to balance between ensuring safety of users while also having an environment and having space for innovation. And it sounds like the only way to do that is to have a pretty simple regulation, right? So I think it's really early days. I think in the absence of even just a white paper, it's so hard to decipher what this might look like, right? So yeah, I don't know that I have grand ideas about the design just yet. Yeah.
Okay. Samiran, since you're here, what would look, you're here. So what regulatory structure? What regulatory structure would you want to see?
What regulatory?
I'm not putting Twitter on the spot. You're on enough spots already.
No, I'm going to be so diplomatic and bland. You're not going to get anything out of it. So the regulatory structure you want to see is that something that doesn't keep changing. Just the way some panelists were saying, and also you've mentioned that every 6 to 9 months, in a sense, we are seeing regulations being grandfathered in to whatever is going to happen next. So we really need to get a sense of where all of this is going. And I think overall, the least intrusive the regulations are, the best it is. Having said that, as an industry group, we are probably not always all aligned. So it's a tough balance. So sorry, I mean, I don't.
No, really you've outlined principles, which is great.
So yeah, but that's where I would think. I think there's even more effort required from all the parties. I don't see enough, let's say, non-profits in these conversations. Many of these things impact a larger number of players rather than just the intermediaries.
Okay. Anyone else on what the regulatory structure should look like?
Just one point which I made earlier, but I'd just like to reiterate because this is a safe harbor panel. I think changing the obligations on platforms is at least one step better. Right? I agree, like we can have several conversations about how often they should change and who should change them, but
no, but
don't change the obligations for safe harbor at all. I'm saying put them in the statute, have one set of obligations, and then don't amend them, because court cases take multiple years, and safe harbor ultimately is the bedrock for the business model for several.
Are you okay with the way safe harbor is constructed in the last 4 iterations of the IT rules?
No, of course not. But my point is exactly that. Don't change. You can change. There are, like, if you move to a positive obligation structure, then
you won't need this.
You won't need to change this, and that probably will increase regulatory certainty by leaps and bounds, because platforms are no longer wondering what will safe harbor look like 6 months from now, right? They may think, okay, will we have to conduct a risk assessment 6 months from now? That's a better conversation to be having than will we have safe harbor in 6 months.
They'll only be thinking what additional obligations will I have 6 months down the line, rather than risk of liability.
Yeah, hi, this is Chandrasekhar from KNS Partners. So as far as safe harbor is concerned, you have 2 problems. One is that you are trying to control a moving target. So the target is moving because the technologies are changing so fast, so the platforms have to keep on being alert. So the kind of harms which can come, they keep changing. Law cannot change that fast. So you need some kind of an intermediary on an intermediary, some kind of a panel or something which looks at the safe harbor issues. As far as the structure is concerned, because the platforms are addressing a wide spectrum of the society, the structure of this committee should have a judge, a person, ex-government, people from the civil societies, NGOs, etc., so that all voices are heard before they can actually say what is a harm, what is not, and the safe harbor is maintained. Thank you.
I've been told we're out of time. I'm going to ask some very quick questions, and for quick answers, please, anyone. If you're going to see sectoral regulation, how do we ensure that there's no regulatory overlap, and if you have separate regulators for separate sectors, in the sense that we already do?
I think some amount of the base has to be set potentially in the DIA, but some amount of sectoral, regulations on top of the base is inevitable, and I wouldn't even. I don't think that's something that we necessarily need to avoid, but depending on the specific products that are being offered, there will be sector-specific regulations that would come in. For instance, RBI would come up with things to sort of take into account stuff that payment providers, for instance, have to sort of comply with.
Regulate by function or regulate by industry type?
So I think the sectoral regulate will end up doing it by function or industry type, right? But the base, there has to be something which covers.
IT rules define gaming intermediaries.
Right.
But if I, let's say, run a crossword puzzle on MediaNama, and I say, hey, pay $5 to participate, win $100, I'm effectively a gaming intermediary. Functions allowed me to be both publisher and an intermediary. New York Times, a lot of the money that their interactivity is based on the games that they've got.
Right.
They bought Wordle. How does this work?
So businesses may be better positioned to answer that, but you do have to look at all the laws that apply to you. Having said that, there was also this debate that the IT rules was not the right place to put in the gaming rules, and even the minister, I think, acknowledged that they will eventually come up with a separate gaming law. But the gaming company is definitely an intermediary in the sense of the IT rules, so there will be some base obligations that will stem from that law, but there may be a separate law that is looking at gaming and additional obligations that come from there, and a company will ideally be expected to comply with both. I mean, I don't know if the companies here disagree with that.
I generally think that regulating on the basis of function is a little bit more understandable to a company than regulating by the type of business, because there's a lot of variance there, but I don't know if
there are news aggregators and insurance aggregators. Vivek, how do safe harbor protections get impacted? Sorry, so this is on APIs, right? How does the removal of safe harbor impact APIs?
It will completely decimate the market, because if there's no safe harbor for APIs, I have no idea what my API is being used for, if it's being used to maneuver some machinery or some bomb or whatever it is. And if I don't have that visibility, how am I supposed to take liability for what the outcome is? So I might as well just have very regulated products saying that these are the 3 options that you can do. You either choose or you walk the highway. So I think it's going to have a very negative effect if there's no safe harbor for APIs or generative AI or anything that's essentially a tool where you can use it in a general way. The liability is very impossible to define in that context.
So the answer to Rajiv Chandrasekhar's question about do we need safe harbor is yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, everyone. We're bang out of time. We're going to move to the... thank you, Vivek, Vasu, Uttara, Rohit, for this. I like a good, energetic discussion, although you didn't disagree enough between the four of you, I must say. More disagreements are welcome. But we're going to move to the commerce section. I'm going to hand over to Sarvesh. One of the things that we're looking at is how do you regulate marketplaces for commerce in the future? Those marketplaces could be app stores, they could be they could be e-commerce marketplaces, payment gateways. What are the challenges that we're seeing, not just in terms of competition, but in terms of the solutions that are being proposed in order to regulate for competition? So, fallback liability, etc. Et so I'll hand over to Sarvesh, otherwise I'll keep talking. Sarvesh, over to you.
Hello, everyone. So, the broad theme is we're going to be looking at how our marketplace is going to be regulated in the future. On the panel, we have Abir Roy from Sarvada Legal, Gauri Gokhale from Nishit Desai, Rajneesh Wahi from Snapdeal, and Shruti Murli from Axiom 5. Yeah, you can come. Oh. Yeah, it's for me. Okay, I'm going to jump right into it. I'm going to piggyback on the safe harbor session. I'm going to keep that safe harbor discussion going. It's going to be a little different here, but if you actually go back a couple of years, almost a decade, we had a case in the Delhi High Court, Darvies versus Louboutin, where this whole active versus passive intermediaries distinction was pitched. And what the court said was e-commerce platforms that do certain functions, like do the logistics, if they handle the payment, if they do the warehousing, then they should be considered active intermediaries, and safe harbor protections should not apply to such active intermediaries. Ultimately, the judgment didn't hold. It was, in other cases, it was there was faults highlighted in that judgment. But the questions that were raised back then remain relevant even today. So my question is for Rajneesh. Should e-commerce or any marketplaces have safe harbor? And if yes, how should they be? How should they evolve?
Actually, I think we should stop calling it safe harbor, because it just gives the connotation that one is safe from any liability. The fact is to the contrary completely. Regulators or enforcement agencies love to go after platforms and marketplaces because it's easy to catch them, and often they are hauled in for sort of the misconduct of other market participants. And then they have to mostly go to a court of law and prove that they were actually intermediaries who didn't have knowledge, did the due diligence, etc. So the various sort of shades of this, if in a pure marketplace model, and there some still exist, we're just simply connecting all the network participants. I don't think it makes sense for you to be liable for anything more than what you are responsible for in terms of activities. But if a marketplace has gone beyond and sort of is doing warehousing or is getting into payments, in many cases they make some sort of assertions for product quality, etc., then of course they should be liable for the extra scope that they're covering for themselves. But by themselves, giving them, like if you look at the physical world, in product liability, there's a role for a seller, for a manufacturer, for a distributor. It should not be different for a marketplace or a platform. But do look at it also that moving towards an omni-channel world. It's not a jargon. Like in 5 years, it's going to be very, very profound. Why should we have 2 separate laws for the same consumer or the seller working across different mediums? So I think this safe harbor is a little bit of a misnomer. But to the extent that we call it safe harbor, marketplaces should not be held liable for what they don't do. A small example. We're building these great highways across India, right? NHA does a great job. They build it nicely, put up lights, put up speed breakers, put up road signs, speed limits. 99% of the traffic, adheres to it, but 1% does not. And there are accidents. Who's responsible? It's not NHA, right? They are like a infra provider like marketplaces are. So marketplaces have, we like to over-regulate them. That's my broad point of view, but we should have safe harbor.
So how much accountability should be there in terms of we have this fallback liability being proposed?
So for whatever marketplaces are doing, they should be held liable and to good standards, right? Because they are digital, so they can actually do it. You got something that you did not like, it's defective, did not come in time, you should get a time-bound, no fuss, no questions asked refund, right? Beyond that, if a seller is responsible, marketplaces should be liable to make sure that they're connected, right? Don't choke off saying, here is a little email or a number and get in touch. Stay engaged with that. But I think a more systemic solution is, can we make it as easy to get resolution, right? Can we move towards ODR, right? It should be as easy to get a resolution as it is to buy something. And I know ODR is in the works and we've done a bit about it, but it should be like a default, right? It's easy, like purchase button and resolve button. I'm oversimplifying it. But I think we need to move towards that. Fallback liability seems tempting because it's difficult to enforce it on against somebody else. So let's make that process easier rather than always catching the entity that is right in front of you.
Okay. Anyone else has any different thoughts on safe harbor? Gauri?
So I think, when I have been looking at these judgments, I always go back to the definition. And when you say safe harbor in the context of Information Technology Act, I think it's, as I completely agree, it's completely misnomer. Because if you see the definition of an intermediary and related safe harbor, if at all we are referring to that, and that is how the courts have looked at it, the intermediary is defined as in relation to a particular electronic record. It has absolutely nothing to do with what is happening in the physical world. Right? So to say that, okay, so suppose there is a, sort of a product listed, right? Whatever information or a content which is inserted by the seller vis-a-vis that, but whatever happening otherwise, it has absolutely no correlation to say. That's why I completely agree that safe harbor as a concept is a misnomer in the context of IT Act. Now coming to, I think all the points that have been made, the point that you make that on the consumer, sort of how do you redress the consumer grievance, right? I think, and I'm talking in not only the current marketplaces in the ecosystem, there are Indian marketplaces developing and, the startup marketplaces developing. I think what we really need, in my mind, is a centralized ODR ecosystem where the marketplaces themselves don't have to constantly build for resolving the disputes. Can there be like you have, public infrastructure that has been built in India? Can we think about something like that where multiple marketplaces are able to refer to that to say, okay, this is the seller information, why don't you help us, resolve this dispute? I'm just trying to simplify things, but that is where I think it's more, sort of solution-driven approach. And coming to the fallback liability, I mean, I don't understand, the concept in the first place. I mean, the way it was drafted was very weird. But I think so long as whoever represents whatever, they are liable for that. If marketplace represents that you will find only genuine products on my, on my platform, and then there are fakes found, then to that representation, of course, there is a liability, right? So you need to see who has made what representation, who has taken what function, and attach the liability to that representation and function.
Okay. Shruti, different question, moving from safe harbor for a while. How do we address the power imbalance? Because we have disproportionate powers, large aggregators have disproportionate powers, and there are concerns over how network effects allow them to enjoy these powers. There's concerns that data is not being shared with sellers, even if it's the data of the customers that these sellers are serving. What's the approach to address the power imbalance?
Thanks. No, so I think the answer globally seems to be congregating towards competition law. But, and that's a good starting point, I suppose. Competition law as a discipline regulates the abuse of market power, not necessarily just having market power, because sometimes market power is acquired by way of being more efficient or perhaps being more innovative or perhaps serving consumers, in those ways, right, more efficiently, just giving them what they want. So in terms of power imbalance, I think what would be required to really sort of sort through this maze of relationships that, a platform is, would require a detailed analysis of exactly what's happening. What are the relationships? How does one side of the platform interact with the other side of the platform? How do each of the sides interact with amongst themselves? So, obviously, there isn't going to be a single answer. I think the way we're going, we do have a competition law which recently got amended, giving the CCI a few more tools in its toolkit to address issues like this. We have in the works, obviously, a proposed Digital Competition Act, which is similar to what's happening around the globe. There's lots of proposals on the table. There isn't yet, I think it's safe to say there isn't yet consensus on exactly how perhaps an ex-ante rule might come in and resolve this problem. It might address power imbalances between certain stakeholders, but ultimately what does competition law do? Like, the purpose is not just, unlike consumer law, unlike the IT Act or the proposed Digital India Act, the stakeholders that are being protected under each of these laws are different. With competition law, the stakeholder, so to speak, is competition on the merits, right? So, if there are power imbalances between stakeholders, for instance, if you want to protect consumers, I personally believe that the way to do that is through the Consumer Protection Act. If you want cybersecurity, if you have security concerns, then perhaps the IT Act or the Digital India Act is the way to go, right? With marketplaces, it becomes a bit tricky because you're trying to balance all of these factors and you're trying to protect something that is quite nebulous, that is hotly debated around the world. What is competition on the merits, right? So I'm afraid I don't have a clear answer, but just wanted to point out, I suppose, that the problem is much more complicated than,
Yeah, but do you think something like EU's Digital Markets Act might work for India? I know Abir and Gauri might also have some points over here. If you may start, how do you think EU DMA might apply to India, if at all?
So the framework of the EU DMA, I think, is something we need to understand and where it came from, right? So the EU DMA has been in the works. There's been I think around 10 years of debate. There's a lot of political angles at play, geopolitical angles, in fact. The point of the DMA, and something that is very evident from the text of the provisions that are out there, is that it flows from cases that the European Commission has litigated, continues to litigate, investigations that they continue to do, market studies that they continue to do. So a lot of the obligations or the prohibitions, the strict ex-ante prohibitions that are under the DMA flow from that. It flows from a history of those questions being debated, those questions being answered in some ways, and judgments going one way or the other. For India, one major difference is the kind of market we are, the stage of development at which we are, right? India is very, very different, obviously, from the EU. Internet penetration levels are different, growing but different. Familiarity of Indian consumers with digital platforms is growing, but still different. And our preferences are different. So I'm not sure that the same ex-ante prohibitions might play out in the same way in India. If you introduce rule A and say, thou shalt not do X, it may work in the EU context or even the US context, simply because that has been perceived to be a problem in, say, 9 out of 10 cases. That's when you bring in an ex-ante regulation that says this is a rule, right? Similar to a traffic rule. We know that someone that speeds above a certain speed, I suppose, is likely to cause harm to others, which is why we have a speed limit. But in India, if we're not sure about the impact of said rule to our markets, to our consumers, to our other business users, then perhaps we should step back and see how we might be able to solve the problem. In our case, we might not even be solving a problem that exists. Perhaps we need to prevent the problem from occurring in the first place. So I think if an ex-ante legislation is proposed, perhaps that is the angle from which I would approach that problem.
Okay. Abir?
Hello. Audible? Yeah. Yes. First of all, thank you, Sarvesh. Thank you, MediaNama, for having us. I have a different take, obviously, on this ex-ante versus ex-post. Firstly, the question that you asked on power imbalance, there was a reference to Consumer Protection Act. That only protects B2C relationship, not B2B. So that is first thing that we need to keep in mind. Now, on the aspect of, I think there's no quarrel with the fact that every country is different. So everything has to be tested on the ground realities as exists in that country in the first place. So I think every law is different, every application of the law would be different. Even our constitution may be taken from a foreign constitution, but it has to be applied on the ground realities. So I don't think there's any quarrel with that. But coming to the fact of whether we need ex-ante regulations or not, what was the thought process? The thought process is that investigations take time, it's costly, and by the time the remedy comes in, if any, it's operation successful, patient dead kind of a situation. If that is the case, shouldn't some obligations be there to certain category of people, not all? So you need to bracket also whom should it apply to. Once we have done that bracketing of qualitative and quantitative factors, shouldn't some obligations be there which are termed as gatekeepers to do certain things which one part of the commentary says they should not have done in the first place? Like, for example, when we say that what are the obligations which are given under the, say, a DMA, which the Parliamentary Standing Committee has also alluded to. One is saying that you should not be tying, for example. Now let's test that. And I'll take life, and mind you, I am heavily biased because I'm representing one side. So as a lawyer, it's my duty to disclose this. So take my comments either on the face or with a pinch of salt, that I leave to the audience. But let's take for a fact of WhatsApp, for example. WhatsApp came with a new product, WhatsApp Pay. But it doesn't say that you have to use WhatsApp. Sorry, you have to, it was not a force upon the user that if you use WhatsApp, you cannot use WhatsApp unless you have WhatsApp Pay. So an option was given. So WhatsApp could innovate with a new payment product, but there's always an option. Similarly, for example, Google Meet, for example, an option is there. It's not that saying that I cannot use Gmail unless I avail of Google Meet, for example. At the end of the day, option. So when I talk about innovation, the thing is, what is innovation? It should be win-win for all stakeholders. And the idea of competition is you need to have choice, contestability all across the value chains. So when I say all across the value chains means, for example, if, for example, I take food, for example, for somebody, but I can go for transportation, logistics for somebody else. Yes, ONDC is a huge debate. That has its issues. But I'm saying conceptually, there's a choice which is being given. So the Parliamentary Standing Committee says you should not be mandating tying, for example. Leave the choice. Because what will happen if there's choice, then there will be competition, innovation across value chains. UPI, for example. Yes, there are certain issues on market capping that came much later. Conceptually, it was that everybody can have their own financial systems. There was no mandatory requirement. So the market opened up. But I'm completely, and then, for example, tying, maybe one example. Second is, the biggest thing which is there is, although it's as vague a concept can be, what do you mean when a particular enterprise has certain level, you need to be fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory. Now that is as broad as it can be. What is fair, what is reasonable, and what is non-discriminatory. But I think inherent in all of that is transparency. If I am transparent, or if any person is transparent, then I can judge whether that enterprise in question is fair, transparent, and non-discriminatory, fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory. So is it too much to ask that if, for example, because of the power imbalance, the users ask the platform, okay, fine, I'm willing to pay you the service. I'm willing to pay you X amount, but please tell me what are the constituents of that. Be transparent and all that. Not for once I'm saying the competition authority should be price regulated. No. That's an absolute no. There cannot be any price regulation. But open the market. There should be choices. And at the end of the enterprise, the business user should know what am I paying for. So these are my opening comments. So that's what the parliamentary report said. That was the discussion which is all about. Yes, you should not impose obligation which will harm innovation. There is no doubt about that. But first, I think there should be some understanding what is innovation also.
Okay. Three things you brought up that I want to touch upon. And so ONDC. ONDC is like, at least it's being viewed as something that can break the network effects without a regulatory approach. What are your thoughts on that? I'll start with Gauri. What are your thoughts on that? Because the reason I'm asking this is we have UPI, and in UPI, we have dominance by two platforms. We have PhonePe and Google Pay. What stops ONDC from evolving into another network where there are few dominant platforms?
So I've studied ONDC a bit and sort of looked at and their progress and all of that. I think the way they are structured, there is a scope for several buyer side app and seller side apps to come in, right? And the intention seems to be, and the team that is working on that, has worked on similar, public infrastructure. So they have that sort of ability to visualize the public infrastructure. But answering your specific questions, I think whatever I have seen in their terms and conditions and overall, there seems to be good tools available for that not to happen. Right now, how the data is going to be shared and all of that I have my own questions around that as to who in the entire, because now they are breaking the market into two separate parts. What is the data flow? Who is the data fiduciary in the scheme of things? Because a lot in the marketplaces also depends on the access to data and how you are able to use that data to your advantage, right? So in this ecosystem is the buyer side app, the controller of data is the seller side app, the controller of data, or so what I mean is in the context of India, fiduciary, both of them are joint fiduciaries, who will be able to capitalize. So these are the questions. I don't think they are yet answered. It's an evolving mechanism, and I feel that these conversations are the ones which should reach the ONDC team as well for them to evaluate for it to become a successful, event or rather a program. But I think whatever I have heard them even in public forums, I think the way they have projected themselves is an answer to the walled garden marketplaces, which is India's answer to that. They are saying that everybody else is doing through regulations. We are coming in as a different business model available for you, and we if that is how India is projecting it, and that is how India wishes to project it in G20 and all of that, then we should wait and watch and not do ex ante. Because you are giving a specific message that this is a good model for you to explore. You are exporting UPI and you want to export ONDC model. Then let's stay with that and see what happens. Is the way I'm looking at. I know I'm going slightly beyond your question, but that is the way I'm looking at this entire scheme of things. Along with the amendment to the Competition Act, which has come in on commitment and settlement, can we look at how these tools work together before we jump into ex ante? That is the way I'm looking at this entire scheme.
So like look at what's already there and see how that's playing out.
I mean, let's explore what happens with that.
Okay. Rajneesh, what are your thoughts on ONDC? Do you see them as a competitor?
No, of course not. We are actually on ONDC, and actually ONDC is not a network breaker. It's actually creating a super network that sits on top of the existing network. But I link it to the data point that you said, if you look at 10 years ago, what we today call the network wasn't there, right? There were no digital payments of the scale or logistics players. A lot of technology solutions were not there. So our regulation says that we would like a marketplace model to grow our e-commerce so that there is disruption but not destruction kind of stuff, right? So we first put in regulation. It's worked largely. There would have been gaps here and there, but now it's a very different form of ex ante where we're not doing regulation, but we are doing intervention, right? Which I think is very effective because instead of sort of whining from the side, you're actually jumping and saying we'll do something about it. Now, is ONDC perfect? No, I think it's got off to a good start, but their mandate is really large and amorphous. So they'll get there. But given the fact that it's inclusive, that's like a great step. And I think they got all the right building blocks. And for people who feel excluded, I think this is a great extra platform. And if they align behind it, then instead of sort of complaining, they would have an action point that they can build on. And to your point, I think for the longest time, the network effect seems to be like a big bogey. I see it quite differently. I think India is a very large network by itself. Like 1 billion people below sort of 35 years. 40% digital payments happen in India, third largest economy, third largest stock market, so on and so forth, right? And we built like this large body of digital public goods. I think India is going to export its networks, like UPI is there, or it's Aadhaar, or GEM, or ONDC. So I think we are a very large, vibrant, boisterous economy and culture. Nobody's going to come in and create large monopolies or duopolies, and everybody will just sit there wondering what to do. I don't think we're that kind of country. So I think ONDC is a great example of stepping in to walk the talk.
Okay. Another point that Abir had touched upon, transparency, and where I'm looking at is particularly from the issues around self-preferencing, search neutrality. So how do we ensure neutrality from platforms? One way is algorithmic accountability, but how far should algorithmic accountability go, and when does algorithmic accountability breach into intellectual property rights? Anyone, Vashruti, you want to start on that?
I mean, sure, I'm not the tech expert, so algorithms are not something I can comment on. But if technically feasible, then sure, right? Like I'm not the expert on how an algorithm works or how an algorithm could be built, but I think the question is worth asking. Is an algorithm fair? Is the way it ranks certain products or certain apps or certain restaurants? Is it focused on giving the consumer what they want? Because ultimately, why would anybody there are of course bad actors, but the success of a network depends on giving both sides of a platform what they want. That's why people are on the platform. That's exactly what we were talking about with respect to ONDC, right?
Yeah.
Giving or ONDC having the right tools to make it a viable platform is what contributes to its success, and which may then contribute to more contestability between private platforms and something that's a public infrastructure. So while I cannot say how an algorithm how the algorithms that we use every day work, I think the question should certainly be asked. That transparency is obviously an obligation that I think with the digital services that we use, I think it's obviously a good thing. But like you said, the not so bright line would lie somewhere between transparency with the people who are on your platform and the people who are using your platform versus what you have invested to create this algorithm, right?
So do you think we can achieve transparency without algorithmic accountability? Anyone, Abir, you want to expand on what you were talking about before on transparency?
No, I echo with Shruti at times. We as lawyers, we know the problems to every solution. The policy people know solution to every problem. So we know at the end of the day, when we talk about transparency, and I think we touched upon rankings, so I'm slightly evading the question intentionally. So for what is transparency? Let us understand that also. When we talk about rankings, I want to be number one, because organic or inorganic. Now, if I have to be number one, I need to do X things, like have more orders, better customer revenues. I'm not saying tutored customer revenues, but at least I have an understanding how to improve my rankings. So I think when you talk about power imbalance can be reduced by transparency. So both sides of the platform should know that, okay, fine, how do I improve my search rankings? Now, whether for that algorithm is the necessary thing, we are not tech experts. But if algorithm does bring in transparency, brings transparency, then why not? But again, we are not the people to answer this.
Let me
Rajneesh.
step in on that. Policy people have solutions, so I have one. I think search neutrality is a misnomer, right? No search is neutral. And then you can just go to the internet and just waffle around. It's meant to get you to a certain outcome, preferably faster and as efficient as it can be. Now, if there's a commercial motive attached to it, there's nothing wrong, right? But I do agree that it should be transparent, right? And a way to do that is to make search more useful, right? Put enough search criteria, which people can like. It's a drop down, right? You want to search by ranking, price, location, reviews, whatever it may be. So there are ways to make search more useful, but none of them make it neutral. They just make it more relevant to the user who's using the search function.
Okay.
So if I may just quickly come in here, two things. I completely agree on the filters, and even when you talk about self-preferencing, for example, right? If you give a user a choice that if I feel that a particular platform, because of self-referencing, I'm going to get a better search result, it is my choice. So if a choice is given to me that, do you want platform recommended, whatever, if the filters, as much transparency as you can build in. So transparency is a given. I think none of us are debating against transparency, given. But on the algorithmic transparency, just want to come in here. When I look at it, I don't think you asked an IP question. I don't think we are expecting the code to be disclosed, right? That is, of course, the IP of the platform. What is being disclosed are what are the principles or the, on the basis of which you are putting this. Are you putting self-referencing? Are you saying location-wise? So on what basis are your search results delivered? If at all they are, I'm not using any filters, those principles are required to be disclosed. I don't believe that you are expected to disclose the code.
Gauri, I have another question, another kind of competition issue in digital marketplaces. Duopolies. So we have two platforms dominant in a couple of marketplaces, in food delivery, cab aggregators, e-commerce, app stores. Is our competition regulation equipped to handle duopolies? Can we go after two platforms being dominant together? Abir?
So these are live cases which are going on, and like you talk about food delivery platforms, these are being investigated. So again, I think we circle back to the original question of ex post versus ex ante. It's not a question of whether they have the power. Yes, the CCI says two people cannot be dominant. That is, they have said it time and time again. But what they have said is, because it's a B2B, there is a relationship between a food delivery and a restaurant, basically a B2B model. I can look into the vertical restraints, and they are looking into that. I think we are all circling back. It's not a question of can the Competition Act look into it. They are looking into it. They are investigating. But I think circling back to and there's no hard answers to this. We have views. The lawmakers have to take a call that have they reached a certain position in the market where they need to be regulated on an ex-ante basis. So to your question, I'll put it twofold. The Competition Act is looking into it. The CCI is investigated. For the ride-hailing services, they said no issue. For food delivery, it's being investigated. But jurisdictional-wise, CCI has exercised jurisdiction. So, and then coming back to the ex-ante thing, so which is the question?
So I think, recently Competition Act has been amended, to look at sort of, if you see Section 3 also, there have been certain tweaks and all of that, right? So the intention is that Competition Act, the regulator will look into it. I don't think nobody is questioning that they should or should not look into it. They have the power and they will look into it, right? And ultimately the question is, the fact finding. Correct, and the effect, the appreciable adverse effect, etc. Now, that is where the challenge is that, by the question really is, and this has been asked, is to, by the time the investigations conclude, is the harm done, right? That is where the question keeps coming up again and again, and that is where I feel that commitment and settlement, so the investigations that are pending, can those, platforms actually use these tools available now to see, okay, what is really going, if at all, have a conversation, figure out that if we change these practices, is it going to sort of, satisfy the regulator or otherwise, right? So pending investigation, you have these tools. So I feel that one is the, activity from the CCI side, other one is the, the action from the platform side, we using these tools. I feel that needs to start very, very proactively, because that is where you will be able to stall ex-ante if at all the platforms don't want ex-ante. Yeah.
I'll just ask one more question. You want to add something to that? Yeah.
So just one comment on, what the Competition Act as amended proposes, right? The settlements and commitments mechanism, the reason why it's so useful is to address the problems that come with a bright line test that ex-ante would set out, right? If you're sitting across the table, just given this discussion, right, there's so much technology involved, there are market effects involved, which is also up for debate. There's so many angles that one can come at the same problem. That's exactly why settlements and commitments are such a good solution. You sit across the table, you figure out the tech, you figure out the market, you figure out the specific conduct, and you see what is the best outcome that can be achieved, rather than going into it from an adversarial angle and pointing fingers at whose evidence was good or not good or who did what, trying to sort of rake up the past, so to speak. You sit across the table, identify the problem, and try and come to a solution that is feasible, good for the market, good for India, and technically possible, right? Like, it needs to be within the realm of possibility. So
sorry, I keep adding, but I think, to add to what Shruti is saying, I think the reason, we are supporting this, another thing is, in ex-ante, we assume everybody is identical. Everybody's business model is identical, right? It is not, right? Because each one, if you see, all the cases that you have had, where there are certain business realities or business model or economics. For example, when you say tying, Abir mentioned tying, right? Somebody is tying in because they are giving something for free, right? And you need to sort of support that innovation, right? And you want to just capitalize from somewhere else, and as an ecosystem it works. So it is each platform, if you see, right? I don't want to unfortunately call out names here, otherwise I would have given examples, but I would resist doing that. But the point is that each ecosystem, if you see, there are certain business, realities, investments. There are reasons why they have done in a certain thing in a particular manner, and therefore when you say ex ante, you are stopping innovation, you are stopping new business models, you are stopping new ecosystems. The world is no longer linear, right? So that's the reason I feel that if you're, as Shruti mentioned, you're able to explain to the regulator that this is how the ecosystem is, this is where compensating, this is why, this is why I'm doing investment here, but that is why I need this time, and it is not having an appreciable adverse effect on, effect on the market, so let me continue. these conversations are important, which if they are missing, then you will have a very stifled ecosystem.
Got it. I'll just move to questions from the audience and come back if we still have time.
I had a provocation of sorts. So we're looking at a lot of these so-called digital public infrastructures as means of breaking the duopolies and oligopolies that exist in the market, right? But effectively, they are monopolies by themselves. Firstly, they're not public infrastructure, they're not publicly owned, they are private non-profit corporations that are not under the RTI. So to say that they are essentially a government infrastructure is firstly incorrect. The other, let's take UPI, right? Why was PhonePe the first app to launch on UPI? Why is Paytm the first service to launch on ONDC? Who takes these decisions? Just a week or so ago, T. Koshi from ONDC came out and said that they will select which platforms come on to ONDC. So it's not an open protocol. So what you're doing is you're taking an oligopolistic market and replacing it with a controlled monopoly. A government-backed monopoly, that too, because all the backing, at least from the rhetoric and public and even global rhetoric, seems to come from that. So I will not take this as a digital, like saying that we're exporting our infrastructure, whatever, because this is not our infrastructure. It's a private company owned by banks. So UPI is owned by banks, ONDC is also owned by banks. So we are actively trying to, we are actively destroying an oligopolistic market to create monopolies here with regulatory support. Anyone want to counter this, please?
So I think when we describe them as public or private, public means that it's not like a private for-profit sort of aim.
Private and for-profit are two separate things. It's a private company. It's not under RTI.
Yeah, no, I mean, I leave the RTI thing for a moment. These are
They literally went to the CIC and NPCI went to the Chief Information Commissioner and argued that they're a private entity, and so therefore they're not under RTI. So it is a relevant point.
I agree. I mean, Nikhil, so there are no perfect solutions, but the fact is that ONDC is born out of like a 5-year complaint from smaller sellers and others saying that they are being excluded, right? Now, is it addressing their needs? I think it goes in that direction. It's not a perfect start. I think ONDC is very inclusive. This rhetoric of choosing is, I suspect, a way of getting the fence sitters to come on board. We are on ONDC. I know many smaller companies, bigger ones are there. So I think ONDC intends to be inclusive, but what will happen is that beyond a point, when sort of the components are filled up, then others may find it harder to land a good perch. So I'm not saying that one should sort of break the fence and get in, but like ONDC or UPI, not getting into the debate of public versus whatever it may be, but these address a larger public need. Are they backed by a government monopoly? Yes. Is it necessarily bad? I think in the world that we live in right now, where there's enough competition, I don't think it's bad. I think it's, if government wants to go towards a certain intent of shaping the economy in a certain way, then such interventions, in my view, are appropriate.
We're also not seeing the monopoly of UPI being broken, right? NUE's, the plan was scrapped completely. Or rather, they're not even saying it's scrapped, they just never took off. There's no competition for that infrastructure today.
As of now, it doesn't mean that there won't be something like that in the future, right? I mean, when UPI came in, we were then complaining about,
regulations are not allowing that competition to come in, is what I'm trying to say.
I agree, but I'm saying that's a snapshot point of view. Okay. Once UPI has scaled up, UPI has today gone beyond India, whatever that means, that has no relevance to this discussion. But pre-UPI, we were then, sort of our grievance of sorts was that foreign companies own most of the payment systems that India will use. So we created one of our own. Is it perfect? I think it's a good one. Should we stop here? No. And building something good and then going on to build another one is not a bad approach.
Okay, I had a question for Abir. Abir, there is a significant amount of, and I'll just bell the cat here, of nationalistic sentiment around platform regulation, especially when it comes to monopolies, like for example the App Store issue, right? And there is talk about ex-ante regulation over the last few weeks. We've seen an entire political battle play out at IMAI also saying that these are the representation of Indian companies are not being looked at, and most of these submissions are supportive of ex-ante or rather prescriptive law-based regulations, whereas IMAI's initial position was that it wants to look at evidence-based decision-making, and we shouldn't rush into these decisions. I'm just curious about what the impact of whether this entire case that's happening around the App Store around competition regulation right now, is it myopic? And maybe I'm answering my own question when it's fixated only on the situation with Google and Indian founders. I mean, there are other monopolies in play. Like Naukri.com has an earned monopoly for the largest job aggregator in the country, right? Policy Bazaar again is the largest insurance aggregator in the country. The same ex-ante regulations are also going to apply to them as well. So I'm just curious about how you see this play out, if you have a response to some of this provocation.
Now, whether it will apply to, so that's what, so we have to identify the, like we said, there are qualitative and quantitative thresholds. When I say quantitative thresholds means monthly active users, revenues, etc., as the case may be. So there's a sort of a discussion around who should it apply to. It will not apply to all platform services. It will apply to platform services, or what the discussion is core platform services, plus number of transactions. Now, as far as, so that's, now whether that applies or not, that's, so we have to see the fine print if that comes in. Secondly, on this entire aspect of India versus East India Company and all that, I think it's all rhetoric, and this is all, it's not that anything. So like coming to your ONDC example, the competition law applies to even government monopolies also. By that logic, the competition law applies to wherever your funding comes from, whether you're MNC, you're pure Indian, doesn't matter. It so happens that if, for example, the threshold limit of DMA somehow gets applied here in some obviously Indian tarka and flavor, it may just apply to those foreign companies and not a Naukri. So we have to see the fine print of that. So it's, while the rhetoric and all this, when you talk about political circles, it's not that a government of the day is fighting with the other government of the day. There are politics being played by two associations. So when you say, when I want to use politics in that manner, it's between two trade associations.
Everything has politics in it.
Everything has politics in it, but the example that you gave, the government of the day or the opposition of the day is not involved. It's two trade associations, is what I wanted to clarify. But having said that, so the entire discussion is, it may so apply to certain companies, but then the question is, like you said, now stretching that question, the gatekeepers or whatever they call it, they should, the prescriptive idea of the foreign regulation, it should have an entrenched market power, plus qualitative or quantitative. Now, the Indian companies need to be careful that if they meet those thresholds, not here but 10 years down the line, or 15 years down the line, they should also adhere to all those ex-ante regulations. So that is optically, they have to be very, very clear. But the question of the day today is whether we need the ex-ante regulations in the first place.
And do we?
I think we do. But then I'm biased. I'm very clear on we need ex-ante.
Anyone wants to respond? Anyone wants to comment? Okay. Okay, Deepak's got the mic. I'll come to Saurabh. He has his hand up. Then Aprajita.
So just in terms of providing either additional services or watching for the quality of one product or the superiority of one seller versus another one. Most marketplaces in India have, started or intended to be pure sorts, but realized that many capabilities were not existing, and then they had to step in and sort of fill that gap, and hence they were doing a lot more. The other reason, of course, is that since India allowed only marketplace model, many retailers of sorts had to transform themselves into a marketplace, in at least in the letter of the law, but not in the spirit. So, in not sort of putting a pure impure connotation on that, but for reasons of business model preference or the status of Indian ecosystem readiness, many marketplaces have gone beyond just being a pure platform and done a lot more. And they seem to find commercial merit in that, and they persist, and that's how regulation is always chasing them to get them closer to the preferred balance, and they tend to stretch the spirit of the law to do a lot more.
So it's like what Sarvesh mentioned at the beginning about the Darvi's versus Louboutin case, 26 criteria that an e-commerce intermediary was perhaps doing. So it's doing all the functions of a retailer, but in law it's an intermediary. So if it walks like a duck, it talks like a duck, it quacks like, it's probably a duck, right? So that's the impure part that you're talking about, that they do everything that a retailer would do.
So I would like to add here about the Google case, and I'm representing ADIF. So basically, see, it depends on the situation. So if we cannot compare Naukri with the Google Play Store. So I am an entrepreneur. I want to publish an app. So I created an app. This is a real life example around Diwali. So I have my startup. I created an app which was a comic app. I published on Apple. Apple said you cannot publish a comic app. You have to only publish that on iBooks. Now, is it good? Nobody uses iBooks. I talked to 10 customers, nobody uses iBooks. My daughter was very happy reading those comics on my phone because she could read on my phone. Now the problem is that who takes this decision? I cannot do anything except for the fact comply with Apple. So this is the reason why we need ex ante regulation, because Apple and Google have become, like East India Company is a good example. So they have become even more powerful than Government of India as of now, because Government of India charges me less, 30% they charge, and till what time they will charge 30%. I am on their side. I still remember once Vijay asked me, 10 saal pehle ki baat hai, he asked me ki, how much does Reliance takes? So I was supplying games to Reliance. It used to charge 90% revenue share. So 90% se 30% was very good. But 90 se 30 ho gaya, but 30 se it will always remain 30. So my grandchildren will also be paying 30% when they will be creating apps. 30% of the revenue, not of the profit. So just see. So these app stores don't have any provision of reducing. Google doesn't say कि 10 साल बाद भी हम reduce करेंगे. So what I'm trying to say is, if you want a neutral app store, there has to be some regulation, because Google and Apple have failed. If you see South Korean example, if you see European example, they have failed to, like everybody knows they are charging 15% below $1 million. In fact, they should charge less than that above $1 million because of economies of scale. So instead of that, they add. So something requires government intervention. Of how it will come, I think that is for the panel to tell.
Like the comment was made, ex-ante regulation doesn't just apply to one entity, right? It applies to an entire ecosystem. Unless if you start catering a law to apply to just one entity, then that's just bad lawmaking. You can't target one entity.
See, you can't target one entity. So what I'm saying is that if it applies to tomorrow to PhonePe, Paytm, let it apply. See, we need regulations which should apply for the consumer. So Paytm pe apply kare, PhonePe pe apply kare, that is okay. But as of now, you have to focus on app stores, because app stores cannot be compared to Naukri.com. So Naukri.com has 10 different competitions. Google Play and Apple App Store don't have any competition.
Can they be compared to Zomato?
Zomato
today controls.
I can order directly on Bikaner wala. I can phone Bikaner wala.
You can download an APK from the web also.
Not for iOS. And even for Google Play, the problem is that the people are programmed to.
But then people are also programmed to order from Zomato now.
No. You can. I have few restaurants near my house. I can just physically go.
You can't base a law on an individual's behavior, right? You have the same rules will apply everywhere.
So same rule will apply to everyone. I'm not against that. I'm not saying apply the rules to foreign companies and not to Indian companies. What I'm trying to say is, if we don't do anything right now, same thing will happen जो East India Company के समय हुआ था. Because
I don't want to. Let's not get into the politics of it, and let's not go into colonial connotations here. Let's look at the regulation and the purpose of the regulation. It is to protect app developers.
Yes.
From a dominant player.
Yes.
I don't want to get into the colonizing, because when you're looking at the internet, it's a global marketplace.
It's a global marketplace, but I am saying it should have, so all the countries should come together and 30% should be made 3% or 4%, because at the end of the day, Google is open source, Android is open source. Why every programmer is working free of cost for them and they are charging 26% platform fee? Is it fair? People are working free of cost for Android.
And the regulators already decided in India about that. CCI has already come out with a decision. It's being challenged, and that's the way the law. Anyone wants to comment on this particular aspect? Shruti? And there's a hand up over there. I'll just take this there.
I think just a brief comment about like the function of law to address a business problem, right? Like whether it's ex ante, whether it's ex post, the law is the law that applies to everybody. What Abir pointed out was something we genuinely need to think about. You know, an ex ante rule would apply not just to app stores, but also to Naukri, also to Policy Bazaar, right? So is that something we're willing to live with? You know, if you're not willing to live with it because of the impact on your business, as opposed to, like, if my criteria is genuinely foreign company versus Indian company, then, like you said, Nikhil, that's bad law. And that's something that we've stood behind for, like, you know, as long as our republic has been in place, not to get too grandiose, but, you know, that's the point of the law.
I mean, I'm just saying you don't need China-style policy making, right? Because today, initially they supported Chinese companies, went after the global companies. Now they're going after their local companies also. So we don't want, okay, so Aprajita, you've been waiting for a while. There's a hand that's been up back there for a while. Then I'll come here and then here. Okay. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Aprajita from TQH. I just have 3 quick points. One is a question. I think the question is that when we are thinking about big tech in digital competition, are we clubbing too many different things together? For example, this session is about marketplace. And here, I think even the debate whether e-commerce is a substitute of physical commerce is not settled. And play stores are just sort of digital in nature. So those type of questions we've not been able to answer, and also it's complicated by the fact that, you know, in India e-commerce penetration is not that much, etc., etc. And Rinish also made the point about omni-channel. We are all omni-channel people. We see laptops online and then we go and buy them from the store, or vice versa. And therefore there is some nuance required, I feel, when we think about competition and how that needs to be regulated, depending on the type of digital market that we are trying to regulate. I think the second point is it's very hard to take away advantage of economies of scale in any business, whether online or offline. So for example, Paytm and GPay, even on an open protocol like UPI, they have you know, a lot of market share, very hard to take, because they have some kind of economies of scale. They had first mover advantage. They were able to fund discounts, refunds, etc., etc. I don't think even on ONDC that will be something that will be, we already saw that last week when, you know, ONDC said that the incentives would be capped to 2,25,000 per this thing, because they realize that, you know, everybody who has deeper pockets will be able to give better refunds. One of my friends runs a restaurant consulting company. Next day they found a way around it. They basically said that our chain will just depress the prices on ONDC to get people to do that. I mean, how will you make sure what's a this thing or not? So I am a bit, even though I think interoperability is worth trying to actually break these network effects, I don't think we can take economies of scale completely out of the equation from any market. It does have an impact. I think the third question really is, what are we optimizing for? And this specifically relates to e-commerce, right? We want consumers to have more choice. And I remember this Twitter debate recently that happened. There were a lot of people who were saying only order from local bookstores, don't order online, because e-commerce is kind of killing them. And then some people from small towns of India, they were like, what is this, you know, urban angst against online platforms? Because we, first of all, never had the books that you are asking us to buy from local play stores. So I think there's also, I think especially when it comes to marketplaces, I feel like in India we need a lot more nuanced debate, because they are leading to a bit more competition than what physical markets offered. and also more taking away information asymmetry, giving refunds, and like obviously market is, I would say, in any other industry, it rewards better customer experience, and some platforms therefore might be becoming bigger than the other ones. But I mean, that's a question that I've always had. What are we optimizing for?
Trying to, the natural tendency of internet markets is to be a winner takes all market. I remember Sanjeev Bikhchandani on Naukri once saying on a conference call post the 2008 crisis, when things were going bad, they said that number 1 and number 2 will survive, number 3 will go, and Times Job shut down at that point in time. It's the nature of the market to consolidate. So you have ONDC, you will have a PhonePe and Google Pay equivalent on ONDC, just like you have PhonePe and Google Pay dominating on UPI. You'll naturally going to happen. You'll also have controlling monopolies like ONDC and UPI in the place. So I'm not sure what, your great point about what are we optimizing for. At the end of the day, I think we need to optimize for consumer experience.
So I think, in the earlier panel, there was this concept, that when we were discussing harm, we are talking about perceived harms, right? So there are certain harms which are real harms, and then there are certain which are just apprehensions. And what we have also seen, whatever is happening in other jurisdictions, we are quick to import that into India without realizing that, Indian is a completely different, context. And even if we see, for example, in some of the cases, some consumer surveys done locally in other jurisdictions, we assume that the same consumer behavior is in India, right? So I think I completely agree to all the interventions that you made, that India definitely requires, because we are not one India, we are 4 in one country, right? So at each level there are different aspects. I mean, goods that are not reaching certain places. So for example, we are still probably just touching double digit insofar as e-commerce is concerned in India, right? And there are certain jurisdictions which are yet not serviced by e-commerce. So is ONDC trying to do that? Then, what happens, for the other, platform penetration by the other platforms? Are they not wanting to service that? So it's a very complex ecosystem to say that, some entity is, dominant across the board. In India, it's very difficult to say that. So I feel that I completely agree what you said, that we can't just assume things here. We need hard evidence to see what is the real thing happening, and then with that nuanced approach, take an overall approach on the regulation, if at all.
Just if I may, just a very brief comment. India needs more marketplaces and platforms because we are, we need to be very digital as a society overall, and we are very early in that journey, right? Can they cause harm? Yes. So can many more things. Regulators need to be watchful, not necessarily involved proactively. I'll give you a food aggregators. Many restaurants actually survive because they have a good food delivery business, and their location would not be viable if they didn't have that, right? Now, so that's what I said. Some people are getting disrupted, but nobody's getting destroyed. OTT, sort of gave a bad whack to cinemas, right? But the movie industry has understood a way to align with OTT. So technology will create disruption. It will create opportunity. I don't think that is necessarily a linear or a bad thing. So, with you on that.
I just want to say, having said that, I do think some parts of the digital markets do have a lot of concentration to kind of warrant more thinking about how do we at least democratize opportunity.
Which parts?
For example, App Store to an extent, because all the startups are dependent on them to be able to reach their audience.
Agreed.
So I think that is what I was trying to get to, that marketplaces and app stores, very different things in my mind.
So a regulator-driven approach is better than a law-driven approach there, because then it's a case-by-case basis rather than ex ante. But I know Abhi wants to respond. Abhi, I'll just come to you. There are a couple of people waiting. You had at the back, yeah. So I'll collect a few questions.
Okay, I'm Harshal, third year from NLU Lucknow. So my basic question is regard with the competition law and the nuances we deal with. So when we talk about platform neutrality, we spoke about the, I'll get to it.
Mic a little further from you.
Oh, sorry. So my major question is, the moment we talk about search rankings, we remove the big players and we get to the third parties. In a way, the moment we get to the third parties, our major difficulty is we lose the product quality and the security which we get. And herein, if the consumer is harmed, who do we go around complaining to the moment you do this?
Search engine, always the search engine is at fault. I'm just kidding. Sorry, you've been waiting, Apar. After that, sorry, go ahead.
Hi, I just have two brief questions, comments. The first is taking on Nikhil's analytics a little further. So if we do take on the framework of at least what we see in the present, that UPI and ONDC have become these monopolizing forces at the moment. Competition doesn't exist and regulation to some degree isn't allowing competition to exist. I mean, what are the potential risks that we see of that happening in terms of the, like what kind of governmental control over commerce, either through taxation or other things become possible? What kind of political industry kind of nexus becomes possible? It'll be really interesting to think about that. And second, I guess Shruti already started talking about the Indian context and, thinking about regulation of commerce in the Indian context. If there are kind of views on how to think about the unorganized sector actually becoming a part of these types of e-commerce networks, because despite all of the creation of DPIs and all these digital blocks, people are not registering for GST. They are not taking on GST registration, and that just completely blocks them from getting onto these networks in the first place. And so I guess we can keep building these blocks, but thinking about what's happening on the ground, if there are reflections on that.
Anyone?
So on this, the first comment that you made on UPI, ONDC and all that, so let me just play it out. Suppose tomorrow UPI today is, they are not charging anything, right? And there is certain talk about charge. Now, if they completely take the, every other player on the digital payments out, because now, they have become this dominant, and they start charging 50%. Right, that is where you intervene, right? Even if it's it's government-led or government-backed, CCI can still intervene, right? So ultimately, we have come a long way from MRTP, right? So ultimately, you need to see what is it that is happening once, even if you become that, dominant, what is it after that? Are you then sort of your behavior after that, right? So ultimately, that is where it will lead to. I think on your GST point, if I'm not wrong, they are, I think this October or something, they will ease it out. And I think they will make it at par. So even if below certain threshold, you don't need to have a GST registration to come online, is what I understand. There is some change in law.
Yeah, so I think it's below 40 and 20 lakhs. You don't need to have GST to come online.
Yeah.
Personally, I think that's a bad move, because more of the economy should be in the tax network. And is it very complex? Yes, it is. So I think they need to resolve the complexity, but not have these exemptions. But that's just reacting to what Gauri said.
So I just want to respond to your first point. Who selects who comes first on a platform? Who selects who comes second on a platform? Who comes third? Who, for example, in UPI decided that Google Pay should be the first one to roll out with two acquiring banks. When prior to that, everyone else had a single acquiring bank. Who decided that WhatsApp can launch with a differentiated interface as compared to everybody else, because the standards changed when they came on board. Those are decisions that a dominant marketplace is taking, and the kicker is who decides zero MDR. So I did we did a members call in Jan about themes that we're seeing in tech policy. Broad theme is the centralization of control for speech and commerce by either regulating dominant platforms or creating dominant platforms. So the entire economy of payments is being controlled through UPI to quite an extent, in digital payments at least. You might see a similar move happening around ONDC as well in the future, because that's what it points towards. The same way regulation of health in terms of, and the health ecosystem through the health stack. So technology is centralizing power with the central government. Another thing you might want to explore is the relationship between states and the center. What GST has also appended, in the same way in areas like health and education, etc. So centralization gives greater control, but greater control gives reduces freedom for market participants in states as well. Apar.
Thanks, Nikhil. Thank you, MediaNama, and especially for allowing people to make comments. The first comment is just born out of practical experience from one digital public infrastructure, which is called GEM, the Government e-Marketplace. Now, the government e-marketplace was made through an abolition of a pre-existing government department for central procurement. What that basically means is that the union government buys things from the market, and the thinking was, we'll make a government Amazon and things will be cheaper. Price discovery will be better, there'll be more sellers. There's a small problem with that. There's a part of the central procurement which is reserved for what are called now, earlier as SSIs, small sector enterprises, and now as MSMEs, medium, small, and medium enterprises, micro, yeah. So the reservation is still there, but micro enterprises cannot participate in that digital tendering process quite often due to the complexity of it. So there are risks of exclusion which happen. Second, if you look at the MSMED Act, the primary thrust of that act is delayed payments. Why? The government, when it buys things, does not give money on time. And every lawyer knows this. Every person who supplies to the government knows this, right? But what does the platform have? The platform by design has a blacklisting function without a hearing, in which when things are supplied to a government department, it can, without, if it delays payment, it'll pick up the phone and call up a contractor, and this has happened, and this happens. And if you go into Indian Qanun, you'll see cases like this, where there's a bargain. We'll blacklist you, which means you can't participate in future bids also from other government departments, right? Unless you waive off the demand for interest because of our delayed payments. This is happening. So when we talk about a digital public infrastructure, this is why, going back to Nikhil's point, we have to focus on governance. If you don't have governance, the digital system increases opacity and may also hurt MSMEDs, which are actually the backbone of the economy. They are also providing us what is called as national growth. They are what are called the unorganized sector. The second comment just goes to the nature of, I've been thinking about this for some time. So years ago, I had the misfortune of reading Thiel's 0 to 1. And that's supposed to be a Bible for a lot of people, right? But it's got me thinking, because he argues quite persuasively and provocatively that monopolies are good. And he's fairly influential, right? He says that it ensures better services even for the consumers, and he says that competition is for losers. That basically businesses which enter a crowded field are basically businesses with lose. You need to create a monopoly. And that pervades startup culture to a certain extent, where you notice certain phrases like moats. It's all over Twitter, right? So we need to think, why did the Europeans in their digital strategy say that we made a data protection law, we tested the competition law, and these don't work, and maybe gatekeepers are the nature of a digital market. And we need more transparency, disclosures also, and assessments, which are the primary, not the primary, but one of the significant functions of what are being proposed under the Digital Markets Act. So I don't know what will be the response to this, but I hope it gets all of us thinking a little.
So on the competition for losers bid, Apar, I think his intention was for people to choose markets where there is no competition, rather than...
No, he even said that if you are a monopoly, you should say you're not a monopoly.
Yeah,
all of that is there.
Yeah, he
it's
says
a great book because it's so transparent and honest.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else?
Nikhil, I just want to comment on the government e-marketplace, and I completely agree with Apar that governance is very, very important, and creating these digital public goods of sorts with no oversight or lax governance, like GEM is actually, without getting details, suffering from the fact that the government has swamped its inefficiencies over a digital network also. So governance and ongoing course correction is very sort of integral to creating such constructs.
So maybe a private non-profit body which is outside the impact of regulation might help.
Whatever it is, yeah.
Like the rest of digital public infrastructure. You have the mic.
Yeah.
And there's a hand that was raised over here as well. Yes.
Sure. So I just have two questions. The first is on the efficacy of ONDC as a panacea to perceived competition law issues.
I think there's a fundamental problem with the ONDC in that it relies on its purported competitors for its growth, right? Because right now we do not know how a Zomato will respond if a magic pen becomes a legitimate threat to its market share in the business. What if it is in a position to artificially restrict the growth of a magic pen and hence the purported benefits which arise out of ONDC? That's one. And on second one, this is not an original thought. It kind of drops out of Mr. Apar Gupta's thoughts which he had uploaded on LinkedIn when Economic Survey 2023 came out. He had questioned some aspects of a DPI and the need for definition of a DPI, if I'm correct. And I think maybe is it a good time to start imposing not just say competition or other regulatory burdens, but also constitutional obligations, especially those of 19, 14, and 21, on any service which purports to be a digital public infrastructure or a digital public good, to ensure that there is equality of chance and of opportunity for various players in the market on them. That's all. To the larger panel and Mr. Nikhil or anyone else.
Specific question to a specific person.
No, please. These are open questions.
I don't think anyone wants to answer it unless you put them on the spot.
Nikhil, could you answer them, please?
I don't know the answer to this.
No, I won't put anyone on the spot. It's fine if nobody wants
So
to.
I have one thought, and this is just way off because this is something that you came up with. I'm not saying that's the answer in the digital market. To say something is a state, I'm not going there. But I'll take an example. Obviously, it got necessitated with some other extraneous events. The cricket board in India touches everybody. The cricket board in India touches everybody. Sponsors are dependent. Advertisers are dependent. When Virat Kohli scores a century, we are all happy. What did the I'm not saying Supreme Court went overboard or should have stopped, etc. But what had happened was the Supreme Court, basis Justice Lodha's committee, said there has to be certain governance model in place. Obviously, it was again necessitated by certain facts which came in of allegations and all that. So BCCI is not state. I think that's what the Supreme Court said. But I get the drift. I'm not saying that's the solution. I'm saying the courts in India have identified certain activities, while not state, but dealing with something which is much more than what it is because of the impact. So what they said was no office bearer should have an IPL team, for example, because that creates conflict of interest. I'm just thinking out loud what Justice Lodha said. So again, regulation, I don't think when you become a state, there are a lot of, then safe harbor, that first panel goes. So I don't think they will say. So I don't think it should go to that extent.
Are you saying that
I'm not saying
a platform should not be a player in its own marketplace?
I'm not. It's a very hard question. But if a platform is a player in its own marketplace,
because
are there
Tata had a
issues?
problem with that idea, right? Because they have Tata New and they have Tata products.
No, that's what I'm saying. There's no just boring. I think somebody said in the first panel, I said I will use it. These are hard questions. So again, not everything has an answer. Platforms having their own players in the market is slightly a complicated issue. Why are we having these questions? Because there have been issues. Otherwise, it's not an issue. It was not an issue 5 years down.
Self-preferencing is an issue.
Now, why does it happen? Because you take data from A, B, C, D, E, give it to somebody else. And that creates, we had this Reuters report by, I think in the case of Amazon or something. So I'm saying these are the issues which come in. I do not know does it require some kind of, I would say, a response from somebody? Answer may be yes, but to what extent? Does it go to that extent, like a SEBI says, that no broker should have any interest in an exchange? So you're talking about BCCI, SEBI on one part, where you have I'm not saying, again, it's not a straight jacket copy paste that you need to do, but this needs to be checked.
Then you need to look at market harms in that sense, right?
Yeah.
Shruti.
To add to the complication of the problem, Abir, I think self-preferencing.
Closer to the mic, please.
Sorry, am I audible?
A bit louder.
Yeah. So self-preferencing is pretty rampant, I would say, in physical commerce, right? You go to any supermarket, you'll find private label products. How is that any different from e-commerce? Is another difficult angle to approach this problem from? Is that not a platform? Is platform neutrality not required there? Are there other factors that come in to perhaps limit the amount of market power that a physical supermarket has?
I think it goes back to size and hence
Mike.
Yeah, it's a fact. So even supermarkets have preferential listing and all that. The question, I think, one of the gentlemen asked last time also, the response was size. When you talk about harm necessity means the person who is doing an activity can cause that distortion in the market. So to that extent, so these are, say, like we said, is self-referencing ipso facto per se bad? No. Is self-referencing done by certain players who have attained certain amount of entrenched market power? Questionable. If the answer is questionable, does it need a BCCI or a SEBI kind of a response? Again, questionable. So these are the things like she was mentioning, nuanced debate. So I think what also happens is we take some concepts in a vacuum and say, is self-preferencing bad? Or do you need a fairness? Again, fairness for what? So these are the questions which needs to be answered.
I think even in a
so
physical...
we're running out of time, so very quick, sharp answers.
Yeah.
We've got to close this lunch. Please. No, but
so quickly on the physical thing, I mean, have we, I think what has happened over a period of time when it happens on digital, suddenly everything is bad, right? So in a physical marketplace or a physical store, have you ever asked a shopkeeper, now you put a transparency, how much you are getting, for this shelf space, why are you keeping this here, in front of me? Give me how much your margin you're getting here and there. Have you ever asked that question? The answer is no, right? So that is point number one. Point number two, on the 1921, I think there have been certain Supreme Court rulings, even the recent one, in fact, I was just last night again reading that Kaushal Kishore, right? They are trying to say horizontal application. Even in the intermediary regulation, suddenly you saw that, the platforms have to, sort of. So I think it's more of principles and governance. That's the way I look at it, rather than simply saying whether it's a state or not. It is more of, are we, adhering to some basic, inherent principles of governance. That is the way to look at it.
For bang out of time, there's lunch. Thank you all for a great discussion. I think we could have... The last one wasn't hotly contested. We have another hotly contesting we have a great session coming up after lunch, which is on speech regulation on platforms. We kept it for post-lunch because it'll wake everyone up. So please do. And just one important thing, lunch is downstairs. We're not doing outside because it's too hot. So downstairs, someone will be there to guide. It's in Silver Oak, which is just below this one across.
If I could have everyone's attention at the back and also invite the panelists to the stage as well. Radhika Jalani from SFLC, Tanmay Singh from the Internet Freedom Foundation, and we'll also have Nikhil joining us from MediaNama, as well as Sachin Dhawan from the Center for Communication Governance. We will be discussing free speech and content moderation online. And we have a great panel of people to do that with us here today. We have Radhika Jalani from SFLC, Tanmay Singh from the Internet Freedom Foundation, and our editor, Nikhil Pava. We're also waiting for Sachin Dhawan from the Center for Communication Governance, and he'll be joining us shortly. Nikhil had mentioned in his opening remarks that, different kinds of platforms are taking ownership of controlling the supply and demand of different type of goods. And I think in the internet age, platforms have particularly controlled the supply and demand and just nature of free speech online or any kind of speech online. But what we find to be particularly different about this age is perhaps that speech is moving a lot faster than regulation ever can. So how do you actually control the effects of speech? How do you minimize the damage of speech while still allowing people to say what they want and without really curbing on their everyday freedoms? So that's essentially what we're looking at in today's panel. We're trying to understand where we are in terms of... Sachin Dhawan from the Center for Communication Governance, everyone. So we're basically trying to understand where we are in terms of free speech regulation and in terms of just content moderation online, and also where we're going. So are we headed towards, a world without safe harbor, as the IT minister recently said? Are we heading towards a world where, a fact-check unit can decide what's true or false online? What are the implications of all these things? So that's what we'll be discussing today. And before we can actually understand where we're going, we have to understand where we are currently. So I'd like to open with Radhika from SFLC, who's done a bunch of litigation and sort of work in the courts on freedom of speech and content blocking online, to essentially understand how content is being blocked in India. I think the famous and the sort of favorite section that we all like to talk about is Section 69A, which was famously upheld in 2015 as well. So how has Section 69A been used over the last few years? And are we seeing content being blocked in the spirit of the Shreya Singhal judgment, or are we heading in another direction? So over to you, Radhika.
Great. You guys can hear me, right? Yeah, great. Thanks, Aarti. Thanks, Nikhil, for having me on the panel in MediaNama team. The straight answer to your question about are we going in the direction of Shreya Singhal is no, right? So when Shreya Singhal came into picture, when the judgment was about to be delivered, there were three things that, sort of the court could have done, out of which one thing it did, which was the notice and takedown mechanism that they put in place. The second thing they could have done was they could have harmed free speech by ruling that intermediaries risk losing safe harbor, when they take down content on their own. The third thing that they could have done is allowed intermediaries to, sort of deal with content as they deemed fit. Both of them made intermediaries as the arbitrators of content, right? So I think notice and takedown regime in 2015 was a great, Shreya Singhal is hailed as a great judgment, right? It stuck down the unconstitutionality, it stuck down 66A, it sort of put provisions for 69A, the website blocking provision that we all use. Unfortunately, the way that 69A is happening is not how Shreya Singhal imagined it to be. One of the biggest problems with Section 69A, and Tanmay can, of course, tell us a little bit more about the litigation, the litigating angle around it, is that 69A has a confidentiality clause, which is Rule 16. So basically, think of it this way. I have a website today. The website has been taken down. I have no way of knowing that my website has been taken down. The only people who may or may not know is actually the intermediary. The very recent case of the 14 applications that were blocked, I think this happened in the first week of May. So the wound is still fresh. And out of those, there were 3 free software applications: Braille, Element, and Threema, right? So we got in touch with them. We were trying to figure out what happened. Braille and Element said that they received no notification whatsoever, right? There's also this thing that Element works as a decentralized federated platform. So banning an app like Element, which just basically hosts a service called Matrix, is it's like banning, Gmail as an email client, right? So that that ability of not being able to understand tech, is very clear in the way that blockings have been working. Just to make the last point, that Shreya Singhal happened in 2015, right? Web 2.0, I would say that the way that we look at internet today, Web 2.0, with social media platforms, online marketplaces, is maybe 17, 18 years old, right? And out of which, Shreya Singhal is 8 years old. So the way that platforms have changed, they've changed completely. There's a lot of the way that intermediaries work has changed. There's some algorithmic moderation that happens at their end, which makes sure that they might not be they might not be publishers of content, right? I'm not going to get into the procedural aspects of how 69A works, but happy to talk about it in the later section.
So basically, confidentiality is becoming an issue, and transparency as well. And Tanmay, I know you've also led a lot of the challenges and worked with the IFF team on a lot of these issues as well. So outside of, like I said, everyone likes to talk about Section 69A. So the first question is, outside of that, are there other sort of trends that we're seeing that are leading to a constriction of free speech online, A? And B, are we seeing any kind of reasonable challenges against this trend, whether in court or otherwise, whether from platforms or citizens? So, is anyone really challenging the decision at the end?
Okay.
You need to move a little closer to the mic, yeah.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. Fantastic question. Do you mind if I speak a little bit more about Shreya Singhal just for a little bit before coming to this? Because I think Shreya Singhal is an absolutely fantastic judgment. I've read it a couple of times. I think it's a very important judgment which came at a very good time, March of 2015. But what I find really disappointing is that, and if I was Shreya Singhal, the judgment was a person, not Shreya Singhal herself. If I was Shreya Singhal, the judgment, I would be so sad and disappointed to see that some of the incredible precedents that have been set by Shreya Singhal have not been followed at all. The most important point of Shreya Singhal being that it struck down, as Radhika pointed out, struck down 66A in its entirety. And 66A, for people who may want to jog their memories, it said, the import of it was, it said that anybody who says anything offensive on the internet could go to jail for 3 years. And causes annoyance and things like that. Oh, what is offensive? I mean, I promise you, in the last 3 sentences, I've said something that would have offended somebody. And should I go to jail for 3 years? I would personally say no. And what we realized, and there was a study conducted by Abhinav Sekri, who is an off-counsel at IFF, and Apar, who is the founder-director of IFF, empirically counting the number of 66A cases that have been instituted after the Shreya Singhal judgment. And the interesting thing that they found was 66A was inserted into the IT Act in 2009. It was struck down in 2015. That's 6 years. In the period of 6 years after 2015, more cases under 66A were instituted than in the 6 years when the section was a thing. That's insane. That's incredible. So we had to go back to the Supreme Court and tell them, listen, there are 1,500 outstanding cases of 66A that have been filed after 2015. Could you please provide relief and close these cases, which the Supreme Court did in October of last year. The second incredible thing that Shreya Singhal says, which I believe is in paragraph 110 or something like that of the judgment, is that it looks at the 2009 blocking rules in some detail. It goes through all of them. And the judgment records that procedural safeguards exist. And on the basis of these procedural safeguards, we will conclude that these provisions are constitutionally valid and can be upheld. Now, the procedural safeguards, that one of them that they specifically refer to, is under Rule 8 of the 2009 blocking rules, which say that if the intermediary or originator content is to be blocked, you have to give notice to the intermediary or originator. So that's the language of the rule. Shreya Singhal said that means if you can identify the originator, you have to hear the originator. You have to give a copy of the blocking order to the originator. You have to give them an opportunity of being heard by a committee before you block their content. This also is not in practice followed. The ministry that is in charge of enforcing these rules continues to ignore this paragraph of Shreya Singhal, continues to rely on the wording of Rule 8, which says intermediary or originator, and continues to rely on a particularly convenient provision of the 2009 blocking rules, which is Rule 16. Which basically says strict confidentiality shall be maintained of all matters relating to this, which I find slightly convenient because it is framed by the ministry itself. It's delegated legislation. The phrasing in Rule 8 is also framed by the ministry itself. It's delegated legislation. So that's just wanted to say a couple of things on Shreya Singhal, on how it is absolutely a landmark judgment in free speech in our times. And it is rather disappointing to see that some of the gains that we made in Shreya Singhal after what was a long battle in the courts have not actually resulted in a lot of practical progress. Now, with your permission, I'll come back to what you specifically asked me, which is outside of 69A. And this, again, is absolutely fascinating to me. And I hope that, like, if you guys are here on a weekday, it'll be fascinating to you also, which is that the IT rules of 2021, of which lots has been said, and lots has also been done in courts, etc. And their ambit has been constantly enlarged, and the scope has been enlarged, and I'm sure that we'll come to it, we'll talk about the fact check amendments, etc. The IT rules 2021, if you've not seen them closely, they are in two parts. Well, three parts, but the first part is definitions, so we'll leave that aside. It's in two parts. Part 2 relates to intermediaries, which is social media intermediaries, etc., to be administered by the IT ministry, which is under the IT Act, that's the concerned ministry. Part 3 relates to OTT platforms, such as Netflix and Amazon Prime and Hotstar and what have you. And it relates to digital news media platforms, such as MediaNama. And there it gives the power to MIB to regulate online content of this nature, which was interestingly used to block the BBC documentary, for example, very recently, under a Rule 16. Coincidentally, this is also Rule 16 of the IT Rules 2021, so don't get confused. That is currently constitutionally suspect, and I'm sure we're going to come back to this point, but I'll pause here.
All right, thank you for that. So the bottom line seems to be that there's some sort of constriction happening pre-2015, post-2015, and then post-2021 as well. My question is, I understand that it's in a government's interest to restrict and control the flow of speech. But is there something unique about this point in history as to why this is happening? And I want to come to Sachin here to answer that. Is there something unique about the rise of the internet, the way that speech flows across the world, the way that millions of more people are talking now outside of the government's control, that can perhaps explain or maybe contextualize why these laws are heading in the direction that they are?
Yeah, thank you. Can I be heard? Okay. Yeah, I think definitely the internet has been a boon to free speech. I think in terms of access to communication channels, compared to before, it was more restricted. You had newspapers, etc., but not everyone could speak through them. They were restricted to the privileged, and what the internet did is it essentially made speech free, and even in terms of cost, right? So just a couple of quick examples. There's a famous landmark US Supreme Court judgment, New York Times v. Sullivan, which celebrates the fact that the Supreme Court held that a civil rights ad, which the New York Times hosted, that the New York Times was not liable for errors made in the ad, not strictly liable. But what people forget is that speech cost thousands of dollars, even in the 1960s, and that's exponentially more now. Most people then, and most people now, can't afford to engage in such speech. They have the right to speak, but they don't have the means. To your question, that's what the internet changed. It democratized speech. It allowed people from diverse backgrounds, marginalized backgrounds, the unwashed masses, so to speak, to enter the public fray, to enter public discourse. And very quickly, that's well also connected to what the preceding speaker said about 66A. Ultimately, what the Shreya Singhal said in overruling 66A is that we have to have a rich and robust marketplace of ideas where people from all sorts of backgrounds can come in and contribute. So yeah, I think what you had is internet bringing about free speech, not just in terms of as Anupam Chandra likes to say, free as in speech, but free as in beer, right? So cost free. So that's point number one. I think point number two is, unfortunately, in more recent times, what we've seen is that the promise of cyberspace, which is this kind of flat, horizontal, equalizing promise, that has been checked or compromised by the monopolization of cyberspace. anticipation and expectation, even if you look at the debates, legislative debates around Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, or you look at 90s US Supreme Court judgments like Reno v. ACLU, the expectation was that intermediaries would be there, but they take a backseat. Users would be in charge. But through merger and consolidation, today we find ourselves in a position where intermediaries are in charge, which is against the expectation and promise. John Perry Barlow's promise of Declaration of Independence in cyberspace. We're different from the physical world. We're free. This is completely revolutionary. That has been kind of cut down because of this monopolization of cyberspace. The third point is, the problem is in governments here, elsewhere, they recognize there's a problem, but the solution they offer makes the problem even worse. Because the solution they offer is, platforms have become too powerful, let's do away with safe harbor. And that will make them more responsive to harmful content online. But that's actually not addressing the fact that, again, as Mike Masnick says, what we need to do is re-decentralize the internet. If we take away safe harbor from platforms, it'll only further entrench the existing powerful mainstream platforms even more. If you take away safe harbor, they'll be totally fine with it. Right? They have the automated tools, the investments in proactive monitoring to deal with the increased liability. It's the startups, it's the smaller platforms that are trying to bring competition to the marketplace. They will suffer. They don't have the financial means to invest in heavy-duty filtering tools, etc. And so they'll probably go out of business, and what is a space that is lacking in competition will become even more concentrated. So I think, in terms of where we're coming from, the past, there was a lot of promise. Internet has democratized speech, but in terms of the problems that we're facing now, I think we have to think of, instead of the convenient solution, which is do away with safe harbor, do away with Section 230 immunity, we have to think more deeply about how we can realize the vision of the internet that was actually alive and well in the 90s by going back to decentralization.
Right, and I think before we make the case for safe harbor, though, I also want to give the government the benefit of the doubt in this case. Not because that's not a loaded question, that's because I report on these cases. So there are a couple of instances where you see, especially in the Delhi High Court, and I believe someone in the corner also spoke about it, for example, copyright infringement will happen on a platform, and a platform will say, I'm an intermediary, I didn't know about that. Aradhya Bachchan will have misinformation circulating on her on YouTube, and YouTube will say, I'm an intermediary, I can't do anything about that. You have the recent non-consensual intimate images judgment, which comes, and someone's been horrifically abused, and that porn is circulating online, and someone's saying, I'm an intermediary, I can't, or not, I'm a search engine, I can't do anything about that. Yeah. So, I understand the need for safe harbor, but I'm also wondering, is there something to what the government is saying? Is the internet creating a sort of problematic speech problem that was never seen before, A? And B, have the IT rules and other sort of intermediary guidelines sufficiently been able to counter that? And so basically the question for Radhika, Sachin and Tanmay in this case is essentially, how has India's regulatory framework been able to address the misinformation problem? And is that problem even that big to begin with? Misinformation is post-language here, but just the hate speech problem, yeah. Tanmay, you can go first if you'd like.
Me?
Yes.
Okay. I feel like, when people raise these concerns, it's like, you raise me one, I'll raise you one in return. So, in terms of misinformation, in terms of these problems regarding speech, my contention is that it's not so different even in the offline world, right? Look at what's happening with mainstream media. Look at what's happening with Fox News and election disinformation. The fact of the matter is that even after this court case, that content is still available. It has been about 2020 election and claims of election fraud, false claims. But they've been beamed to millions of homes, right? So there's no safe harbor crisis there. There's no surveillance capitalism crisis there, right? So why are they engaging in disinformation and misinformation on such a mass scale? Look at what happened recently with CNN, right? when the Ukraine war first broke out, you had this journalist saying on air, again beaming into millions of homes, that Ukrainians are blonde and blue-eyed just like us, right? Is that, I mean, what kind of speech is that? So why do we have this kind of what Cory Doctorow calls tech exceptionalism towards online platforms? I mean, let's look at it from the other side. Say, I'll raise you one. Let's look at it from the other way around. Donald Trump was essentially vaporized from online platforms. A few days ago, he was in a town hall at CNN, again beamed into millions of homes. The Hunter Biden laptop story, which was allegedly disinformation, again vaporized virtually from online platforms. Free reign on Fox News. Alex Jones vaporized from online platforms. So who's doing the due diligence actually, and who's, where does the problem lie? I don't say that online platforms are blame-free. I'm just saying it's not black and white, it's gray, right? And the problem is not safe harbor. The problem is not immunity. The problem is monopoly, right? Even in terms of Fox and Murdoch and all these networks, the problem is concentration of media power, which restricts, again, what the internet initially brought about a change to, access to communication channels, right? That's the real problem. So in terms of now coming to what, copyright and misinformation, disinformation online, what is the way forward? I think the way forward, again, is not to target safe harbor, but to make false steps or wrong steps or errors by platforms less consequential, right? And you do that by having a diversity and multiplicity of platforms.
So what are the problems with the consequences that they're facing right now? Maybe under the IT rules or any other intermediary guidelines?
The problems that?
Yeah, you said to make it less consequential.
Yeah.
What are the consequences that are, so dire right now?
Well, I mean, for example, if, we say that, take the copyright example. If you're saying that there's mass copyright infringement taking place on mainstream platforms and nothing is being done about it, just as an example, just as an illustration, if you have all of our communication centered around just a couple of platforms, that infringement, that wrong will be seen by that many more people, right? The amplification will be that much more. Now, I happen to think that, again, in terms of copyright, that platforms are doing a much better job than they're given credit for. I think whether you look at the DMCA or whether you look at, the Indian copyright regime after the MySpace judgment, the Delhi High Court, it's notice and take down, which goes beyond what Shreya Singhal Safe Harbor said, right? Individual copyright owners can send notices. There's a process in place. In fact, I think, again, the problem is from the other side, in terms of the users. Fair use, fair dealing is given short shrift, right? Platforms are under too much pressure to remove content in order to, not lose safe harbor. Again, problem is conversation is too centered around upholding safe harbor, fighting for safe harbor, trying to comply with safe harbor. And I'm suggesting that for the DIA, we need to move away from that paradigm. So I'll stop there.
Right, thank you for that. And Radhika, if I could bring you in here. Again, we're seeing this continuously where people are saying that India's current regulatory approach, whether it's under the IT rules or otherwise, is really restricting intermediaries again when it comes to free speech. Right. And I think that's something that Sachin was alluding to as well. The consequences are dire. So I would just be interested to know, can you point out the specific ways in which that happens? And how that affects the way platforms operate and moderate content in India?
So you're asking me how content is blocked?
No, I'm saying under the IT rules, what are the kinds of ways in which that impacts the flow of speech online because of the obligations we're placing?
I think it leads to stifling of free speech in terms of the fact that if you're constantly putting platforms under so much pressure, they will end up over-regulating. Not to say that platforms are not to blame, but if you look at it sort of in a way which is how platforms can push back, it's not always regulation that's there. There are so many other ways. For example, licensing, right? So telecom service providers, internet service providers, they work under a license. You will see that they might be suffering huge losses because of internet shutdowns, which India is the capital of. But they will never be there. There are no petitions per se, in which they're asking for losses. Where they want compensation, or the users want compensation. That's because there's also a licensing regime, especially when it comes to telecom service providers, which are also a part of intermediaries. When it comes to social media platforms, this happens by stifling speech, by if there is no safe harbor, what they're going to do is they're going to end up taking down completely lawful content also, right? What we see, also like thinking about it this way, that Section 79 says that if if there's no due diligence and if you don't comply with the provisions of the Act, your safe harbor will be taken away. Right? What does that mean? Right? Does that mean that intermediaries, people who are running the intermediaries will be jailed? No. It just means that they'll be liable for unlawful content, which means they will end up going to court for it. So if there is some violations of some IPC sections or other or other section, they will have to bear litigation costs. And not all intermediaries are big tech platforms, right? There are small platforms. Interestingly, when the 2021 guidelines came in, there were a number of free software developers which were running non-federated platforms that could be classified as social media intermediaries. Matrix, people running Signal, etc. They said that there is no way that they can comply with it because the compliance burden is so huge on them. They can't have a grievance officer. They can't have a person in India complying under the Indian company law. And so they'll pull out of the market. And that again leads to concentration of power in hands of a select few. Right. I'll end at that.
And Tanmay, do you want to add on to that?
No.
Okay, so I actually wanted to talk a little bit more about what Radhika had mentioned as well, which is essentially pushback. And we've seen this in the Twitter case as well, which was this sort of very lone instance of Twitter pushing back against Section 69A orders that were issued over the last few years. And I just wanted to understand from your, and especially in the context of what Sachin said about this changing relationship, why aren't we seeing more platforms doing that? Especially given that, and is this sort of, the first question is, why aren't we seeing more platforms doing that? And the second is, are we also heading into a situation where earlier maybe they wouldn't have had a formal obligation to do anything, they don't need to do anything, but when you have these sort of constitutional obligations under the IT rules, does that change things where you have to protect their fundamental rights?
Okay, so you've put me in an awkward position of beginning a sentence with "to be fair to WhatsApp," but to be fair to WhatsApp, they too have challenged a provision of the IT rules, which is the traceability provision, which I believe is 4 sub-rule 2. In the Delhi High Court. That's not progressed a lot. It is the subject of transfer proceedings in the Supreme Court, and there is no fixed next date of hearing. The Supreme Court has not passed a decision on whether or not it wants to club all the matters and transfer them to the Supreme Court, but it has stayed the proceedings that are going on in the High Courts, and there are about 17 or so different petitions in 6 or so different High Courts challenging various provisions of the IT rules, and also some that challenge the IT rules as a whole. WhatsApp's petition in the Delhi High Court has been filed just on the traceability part, not on the others. Twitter's petition in Bangalore, in the Bangalore High Court, is an interesting one. It makes 2 broad arguments. It hinges on 2 broad grounds. One is non-compliance with the notice and takedown provision of Shreya Singhal and Rule 8, where the originator of the tweets must be heard, and that's not being followed. I think I've spoken lots about that, so I'll come to the next one, which is that Section 69A does not actually grant the government the power to block an account on Twitter. It can take down tweets which are linked to URLs, or it could take down websites, but it can't take down somebody's social media account, because under the language of Section 69A, you can block for access information, and somebody's account is not information. In terms of the platform's responsibility to push back on laws and to challenge some of them, I think that they absolutely have the responsibility to do that for Spider-Man related reasons, but whether or not they actually want to exercise that responsibility is entirely up to them. I'm not going to speculate on why they take the decisions they do and what is the business basis for taking those decisions.
I think we can move to Q&A in about 5 minutes. So
Yes.
last question. Yes.
Sure. And so we've sort of seen you've sort of raised various issues with the IT rules, Section 69A across the discussion. And a lot of questions that people asked us to perhaps pose to you guys was essentially, how do you resolve those issues in the Digital India Act? I know it's a speculative question, and we don't know what this act is or what it will look like. But what are the basic principles or values that we can keep in mind to ensure that these sort of free speech infringements and also platform issues don't rise as much as they do? So Sachin, if you'd like to go first.
Sure. If I could just quickly respond to your question about
Yes.
platforms pushing back as well. I think platforms, I don't know if I disagree maybe a little bit with them here. Sure, it'd be great if they push back. I don't know in terms of the legal obligation, in terms of the incorporation as corporations and duty to shareholders to earn profit, etc., whether that can coexist with a duty placed on them to fight back against the government. Because if those duties conflict, I don't know how much we can expect legally from platforms to push back. I think also in terms of just how speech infrastructure works, I think it's a bit hard to expect platforms to push back because, unlike, say, speech infrastructure offline, like if you look at publishers, distributors, etc., in the offline context, when speech is restricted, say a journalist speech, the publisher has a self-interest in that. The publisher has a relationship with the journalist. The publisher has employed the journalist. So if the journalist's speech is cut down, publisher is also going to be hurt. So there's a pre-existing relationship. Then the publisher there can be expected to fight back, right? In the case of online platforms, like if you look at UGC, there's no pre-existing relationship between the user and the platform. Platform has not contributed in any way, no sweat, blood, and tears in terms of creation of the content. That's all on the user. Plus volume of content that's there online, much greater than offline. So if the government asks the platform to restrict a small subset of speakers, it's no skin on the platform's back. So I think it would be great, of course, if platforms push back. And you mentioned two examples, Twitter and WhatsApp. But legally, and I think in this other way as well, is in terms of speech infrastructure, I think it's unrealistic to expect them to push back. In terms of your question, what was the other question?
On the Digital India Act and making it principle-based as opposed to what we have currently.
I don't really know what that principle-based means in the context of the Digital India Act. But are you saying in terms of what would it look like?
So basically, right now we've discussed a whole range of issues that you spoke about as well, with Section 69A, with the IT rules, where they're creating increasing constrictions on how people speak and how platforms moderate that speech. So how do we create a legislation that has certain values embedded, for example, that reduces those sort of conflicts in the long run? Is it possible to do that? Are there certain basic principles or ground rules that we should keep in mind?
I think very quickly, one is, of course, safe harbor should be retained. I think if you remove safe harbor, you only hurt users, especially the most marginalized and most vulnerable. I think that's number one. Safe harbor can be expanded upon. I think you can bring users into the process, whether it's 69A or 79, that can be expanded, and you can have a notification and hearing for users even there. To include more due process into the system. I think the other thing that has to be done is, we have to, like I was saying earlier, decouple safe harbor from, which is a platform's liability or lack of liability for third-party illegal content, from what are the other basic responsibilities and due process obligations that a platform should have. Those should be there, but those should not be linked to safe harbor and liability for third-party content. So DSA is a good example of that, right? I think lots can be done in terms of transparency, in terms of algorithmic accountability, in terms of basically having a human rights compliant regime for platforms that gets them to, say, when they remove content or when they take any other action, follow the basic norms, safeguards, notify users, keep the complainant in the loop, etc., so on and so forth. But I think ultimately, what has to be done is we have to move away from a system whereby we just have 2 or 3 platforms dominating the marketplace. I think no matter what reforms you introduce, right, you are not going to have systemic change unless you go beyond, the current situation we have of say, oligopoly of a few platforms. So whether that's through interoperability, whether that's through data portability, whether that's through what Francis Fukuyama calls middleware, Daphne Keller calls magic APIs, Eric Goldman has talked about, empowering users in terms of getting them to choose different, filtering techniques. So your feed is not based on what the platform wants you to see, but based on what your choice is. That all is the range of options out there.
So free speech as a competition issue, ultimately, in a way.
Yeah, absolutely. And just very quickly, and end by saying is, just to give an example of what I mean, I don't know if there are any folks from Google in the house, but just a last point.
We need to speed up.
Okay, just a last point. Google wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the browser was Microsoft Netscape litigation, right? We'd all be forced to use Bing, okay? So the point being that fundamental change, and by the way, Microsoft wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the IBM antitrust litigation. I don't know Microsoft folks in the house. So point being that you can have changes at the edges, which is great, but fundamentally, I think you need to change the structure, bring about systemic change so that, and this is what I was trying to say earlier as well, you don't have the too big to fail problem. You shouldn't have a situation whereby one platform, one entity can, by messing up, cause so much systemic damage.
Right, thank you for that. I think Radhika wanted to quickly add, and then we'll move to audience questions.
Right, sorry. I'll just take a very quick minute. I keep thinking about what should be the principles of DIA. My fundamental is that internet is going to change, and law is never going to be able to catch up with it, at least in the Indian scenario that we're seeing. So I feel that there have to be some unimpeachable values that delegated legislations should follow. Again, they can be upon the Putteswamy principles of proportionality, due process, nexus with law. Think of it this way: if we had all of these principles in place, there would have not been a confidentiality clause in Section 69A, because there are certain principles of natural justice, of natural law, such as hearing the other party before you pass a judgment. So I really believe that these are certain basic principles that have to be followed. There cannot be a delegated legislation or any substantive legislation on internet which does not have certain basic principles in place.
So I had a question first for Tanmay, because you mentioned 69A and strict confidentiality, and Radhika, you can jump in on this as well. What does strict confidentiality mean in terms of what 69A says? And therefore, when the Chinese apps were banned, there was a press release that these apps are banned. Isn't that violating strict confidentiality? Every few months, you have the MIB issuing that X YouTube videos have been banned. Isn't that violative of strict confidentiality? So do the rules apply differently to the government and differently to platforms? Who's supposed to have strict confidentiality here?
Okay, great question. I think that the reason why Rule 16 was put into the 2009 rules was that there is a provision within the 2009 rules for people to make complaints to the ministry on which the ministry could act. It is a reasonable thing for the ministry to want to protect the identity of the complainants. I don't think that's particularly unreasonable. But it's worth thinking about why there would be a confidentiality clause on an issue such as censorship. So let's compare Section 69 and 69A. They're adjacent provisions. Section 69 deals with e-surveillance, and 69A deals with censorship. Both of them are operationalized through rules that were framed in 2009. Now in surveillance, if someone were to make the argument that a lack of transparency and some degree of secrecy and confidentiality is absolutely necessary, I would understand that argument. I may argue further, but I would understand where they're coming from at the very least, because if you tell the person that is being surveilled that, bhaiya, we are surveilling you, you've lost the point of surveilling this person. Censorship doesn't work that way. There is no reason to take down my tweet and then not tell me that you've taken it down. Not even, don't tell me why. Currently, under the application of Rule 16 as it is being applied right now, if my tweet gets taken down, I may not even find out that it is through a government order that my tweet has been taken down. It could very well be.
I used to make a point before Shreya Singhal that even the Kuwait government regulator's website, like if you go to a page blocked by the Kuwait government, they have a screen that says this has been blocked, so and so, this is the regulator, you need to contact them.
Yeah. And we don't, on some ISPs, for some websites, you may see like a short message that says this has been blocked on
they
orders
copy paste the same message everywhere.
Yeah,
they don't
DOD,
modify
but not all
it.
ISPs do it. It's not this thing. What is interesting about the YouTube bans that you were talking about and these app bans is that a lot of these press statements come from MIB, which is under a different regime. They don't really have.
MeitY did for app bans.
I mean, I'm not saying that MeitY doesn't do it, but a lot of them are MIB, which doesn't have this.
So they're violative of 16B?
Not the MIB ones, because that's not under the 2009 rules. So they follow a separate procedure. They follow Rule 16 of the 2021 IT rules, which is, again, very constitutionally suspect, because there is a 14th August 2021 order from the Bombay High Court that stays several provisions of Part 3 of the 2021 IT rules, which include the 3-tier mechanism for regulation. And the authorized officer who is supposed to issue the orders under Rule 16 for banning in emergency circumstances through the MIB is the chairperson of the 3rd tier. Now the 3-tier mechanism has been stayed, which means that the 3rd tier is not to be constituted, which means that the authorized officer is not to be authorized, which means that the authorized officer is unlikely to be able to exercise Rule 16. To turn around and say that Rules 9.1 and 9.3 are only stayed and Rule 16 has not been stayed so we can use it, I think that's a question that's worth looking at in a court of law.
Confidentiality applies in case of MeitY, so have they violated 16B?
Again, it's I mean, if you read Shreya Singhal says that, the reason why they're not declaring the website blocking rules as unconstitutional in 1690 as not unconstitutional is because people can go to court and challenge it, right?
But if
which
they don't
means
know,
that there's going to be an order in place.
But if you don't know,
if
then
you
you
don't
can't
know,
go to court.
You can't do anything, right?
Right. So
but
then Justice Nariman's judgment specifically states that if the affected party is available, they will be given if they're identifiable and available, they'll be given a hearing, which never happens.
That never happens.
My other question was on emergency orders, right?
Right.
Almost every single order under 69A seems to be an emergency order. What changes would you like to see in the DIA that would ring fence the definition of what an emergency is, so that every order doesn't become an emergency order and there is actually due process that's followed? Either of you, both of you, all three of you.
Can I first explain how emergency provision actually works? Right. So there's a nodal officer. A nodal officer is not, anyone from the public. It's a person who belongs to some ministry. So in general process, which is not emergency blocking, they send that. They say that, this website we don't like, we think it's violative of free speech and all of that, 19.2 basically. So what they will do, they will send this to the designated officer in either MIB or MeitY, right? The designated officer has a committee which comprises of nobody below the level of joint secretary. It's a couple of representatives of Law of Ministry of Justice, MeitY.
However the process works, as emergency orders.
Right. So this examination, I will just wrap, but I think it's important to understand that in order to understand how emergency blocks work. So this committee is the one that decides if something has to be blocked or not, right? The sample contents, the information. Here, there is an opportunity of hearing given to the intermediary or the originator of the content, right? Which should ideally be both. And they're supposed to, reply within somewhere around 48 hours, which is completely unreasonable. But they respond to it, and then based on whatever the committee thinks, the website is blocked or not blocked, and this is communicated to the nodal officer. Then after that, there is a review committee that has to sit once in not less than 2 months to review those orders. We file an RTI, SFLC filed an RTI. We figured out that the review committee has at total sat for 39 times, and they have not overturned a single order at all, right? Now in emergency blocks, there is no committee before the blocking. There is blocking, and then the committee sits to review if the blocking was fair or not.
So when the Chinese apps were banned, which was the intermediary that was notified? Because if TikTok is an intermediary, it's banned, who's notified?
We don't know.
The app stores were
the
notified.
app stores were asked to delist, but
so then you can pick your intermediary, right, based on convenience. You can go to an ISP level straight instead. Why do you even need to go to an app store?
For example, Briar and Element, which got blocked 2 weeks back, right? There's still a lot of Play Store and App Store still has it, right? So Element, we had a conversation with them. They said that the Indian government does reach out to them for takedown requests, for interception, all of that, but they did not reach out to them before blocking them. So it's not like those intermediaries can't be identified, right? They can very well be identified. It's just there is reluctance on the part of government to reach out to them.
Why isn't, okay, so I won't go into why isn't anyone going to quote on this portion, but
just very quickly, Nikhil, firstly on your question about government press releases and confidentiality, my sense is, I would refer to Tanmay Narka, is that that press release is not the blocking order, so it doesn't violate technically Rule 16. What the confidentiality extends to the order itself. Again, that may be a distinction or a difference, but that's one possible answer to your question. I think, again, like I was saying, is that technically, as per Shreya Singhal, confidentiality is supposed to be limited or restricted, at least in terms of the user or originator. Because you're supposed to have, as per Shreya Singhal, as you're also pointing out, notice to the user and hearing to the user. And then the user should be able to then challenge blocking order in High Court through a 226 writ petition. So to that extent, at least as far as Shreya Singhal is concerned, confidentiality is not total and complete, but there's this caveat or exception for the user or the originator. In terms of your question about what can be there in the DIA going forward, what's a better approach? I think I've heard Apar talk about this. I think hey, how are you? I hope I'm getting this right. I didn't realize he was here. Basically, in terms of Section 95 and 96 of the CRPC, process for book bans, right? And the idea there is that the government basically publicly kind of announces a post or has this place. So therefore, it's not just the user or originator whose speech has been affected, but you or me, general members of the public who can challenge.
Correct. So there needs to be a list of books published.
Yeah. So that would be something that could be in the DIA, because I think Shreya Singhal's pointed this out, but I'm sure the other judgments that have, right to free speech doesn't include just right to speak, but also includes right to receive speech.
Correct.
So that now in terms of emergency blocking, just want to point out one other thing. In terms of the hearing process, even non-emergency, actually the way it works, this is my sense, I don't know if folks here disagree, the hearing itself, even if you give the user or originator hearing, it doesn't really matter. Because the way the law is written, when the designated officer goes to the secretary, secretary can overrule the committee. Now, specifically in terms of how do you make the emergency process itself better, I can't think of a better answer than to have some kind of court oversight. These challenges should ultimately go to the court, and courts should lay down standards for, when an emergency power has been used and how to cabin that emergency power.
Something you said just reminded me of an app store, in Indian app stores. So Shadi.com guys, they bought an Indian app store called Mobango. And that had some app that I think the government deemed anti-national, and they banned the app store. For almost 6 months, those guys couldn't figure out why the users in India aren't able to access it. This was before Shreya Singhal, by the way. It's been a while. I'm just going to finish one question, Gauri, and then I'll come back to you. Yeah.
There are basically two approaches on the code thing. There are basically two approaches when they look at copyright infringement codes. There are two. One is a broad approach, which is a complete block, right? So what they do is they think that the entire website is infringing upon material, so they'll completely block the website. The other is a partial block, in which they identify that there are only certain things which are sort of infringing upon copyright, right? Which is ideally an approach to be taken, because again, if you use a broader approach and just end up banning everything, then that leads to over-censorship. But a narrower approach should be the way forward.
So can we look at a harms-based approach, as in what is the quantum of harm that is contemplated? And so therefore, when should a particular item of speech be banned? When should an account be banned? When should a platform be banned? Like there seems to be no structure to, it's almost like what Gulshan Rai did in 2006, that there were 36 blogs which had to be banned. So they banned TypePad, they banned Blogspot. This is way before your time, guys. So they banned everything at that point in time because they didn't know how else to do it. I think we're still living in that era where there is no this thing.
Okay.
He's going to go even further back in history.
No, I don't want to go there, but just to clarify on this particular point that Nikhil you just mentioned right now. So on 13th of July 2006, 17 URLs had been asked to be
17,
blocked.
not 30.
Okay, but very specifically, it was not the whole blogspot.com etc. had been blocked.
Correct.
The government had actually given directions for blocking of a specific subdomains or extensions. I mean, such and such dot, such and such dot, or slash such and such. What actually happened was that many of the ISPs, unfortunately, blocked the whole blogspot.com as well as typepad.com, including some of the largest ones. And that's when, within a week later, on 19th or 20th July, by the way, that press release is still available.
2 weeks.
That's when the government said that that the ISPs are hereby directed to block only the specific URL or the web page rather than the whole domain, unless they have been specifically asked to do that. Okay, so that was on 19th or 20th July at that point of time. So just want to clarify on that.
So I had another question about blocking. Gauri, I'll come to you immediately after that, and come to you also, Sachin. Sachin, what about global applicability of bans, right? There are conflicts, and if anyone else wants to also jump in on this, there are, let's take the Ramdev case, and there are other cases also, I think more recently, I don't remember, but where a ban has been ordered in India but is supposed to be applicable globally. So there are clearly conflicts between how speech is regulated in India versus the rest of the world. And one easy way was to do geo-blocking and geo-banning in that sense, right? But what is this thing about global blocking? Is it enforceable? Is it being enforced? Is it legal? How does this work? Because effectively a platform is in a soup here, no?
So I'll answer in whatever way I can. If you're talking about content moderation decisions, Nikhil, that is globally applicable. I think in terms of global law, it would depend from government.
Is there a way of thinking about when a global ban should be allowed and when it shouldn't be allowed? Because fundamental rights, I mean, it's like rights of interpretations or applicability of free speech is different in different countries.
Yeah.
So then effectively this country is imposing on other countries.
Yeah.
How do we resolve that complex, that complicated sort of situation?
So on that, I'll just say, I think it depends obviously from country to country, which countries impose, because some countries don't have that system at all. The US doesn't have that. So it depends then on the comity laws in terms of how much do other countries want to respect the ban.
No, but let's say I'm in the US, this speech that was legal in my country is, or even let's say, for example, if let's say there's a hashtag called XYZ wants farmer genocide or something, gets banned globally, right?
But it wasn't.
It's not illegal in the US, but maybe it's not even illegal here. But the government has issued an order for the ban. So how does that work? I mean, effectively, so two parts. Sorry, I'm rambling a bit. But what do you do when there's an illegal order from the government to ban? Like in this case.
And you as a platform?
What do you do as a platform, or what do you do as a citizenry? What are the checks and balances that need to be in place? Because you're talking about trust and accountability from platforms, right? Rajiv Shekhar has been talking about that. where's the trust and accountability from government? If they've issued an order, and I know Twitter's gone to court in challenging some of those orders, initially the leaked memo seemed to say that those are violative of fundamental rights to free speech in India. Section 69A actually enables a secretive violation of our fundamental rights, right? So, sorry, I'm going all over the place with this, but I'm trying to figure out how do you build in accountability and how do you address a conflict of rights across jurisdictions?
So
and anyone here want to address this?
Yeah, I'll take a quick stab at it. So in terms of, let's say, government issues a global blocking order, right? Does it work? Is it going to work? How is it going to work? My limited answer, I don't know much about this, is it depends on the principle of comity. It depends It depends on other governments whether they want to respect that or not. That's point number one.
No, but they don't maybe care, right? If I'm a citizen in the US and something that is not illegal in my country is banned in my country by another government, by ordering a platform, what do I do?
Okay,
this is like a geopolitical question.
Yeah,
on speech,
I'll quote Abir from the previous panel and say it's a difficult question. And it really is. There are many moving parts here. So for example, and it's not just the government, by the way, there have been court orders where judges have ordered global takedown of tweets and Facebook posts, etc.
In the US, they could order a takedown of a tweet in India, which will be applicable to India, but it's according to Indian law. And so therefore, one of the things is that platforms must respect the fundamental rights to free speech in India. Then that platform is in a bit of a soup, right? A US court has ordered a block, speech is legal in India. They have to abide by, as a part of their fundamental duties, abide by the fundamental rights in India. They're stuck as well.
See, okay, now I feel like I'm back in law school because we used to sit and analyze like this and come up with all manner of possibilities, and there are all manner of possibilities.
Like I tell my team, sometimes the questions are more important than the answers.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So consider this, which is that an Indian court which has Facebook Inc. as a party before it does not actually need to coordinate in any way with the American government if it passes the order to Facebook Inc. and Facebook Inc. actually goes and follows the order. Right? At that point, there are a lot of speculation. There's a lot of hypotheticals about how would comity work, which is a big question. How it would work in a jurisdiction which has a different free speech regulation or a different free speech atmosphere than India, or two countries, none of which may be India. But ultimately, what will most likely practically happen is that one of these platforms will be a party in a case before a judge. The judge may pass an order, and that company will just go and follow it. And at that point, a lot of these questions just kind of get steamrolled. But it's worth asking them. Okay. That's the best I can do.
I know, but so the other part of the question was about what happens when the state violates the fundamental rights to free speech of citizens secretly using 69A.
I think Apar wants to respond to
Apar.
that.
Yeah, so an interesting development which happened and I think was covered was Twitter stopped reporting the URLs, not the orders, the URLs to the Lumen database. And this is subsequent to the judgment being reserved in the Karnataka High Court, where it has indeed challenged not only the secrecy but the proportionality of the blocking directions which have been issued. Why this is important, what this illustrates is that Rule 16 does not prevent disclosure of URLs, firstly. Okay? It has been done for a long time by Twitter and has not been disputed. Second, Twitter was alone in doing it. If you look at the transparency reports by Meta, by Google, they did not do it. But so did not our ISPs, right? Even ISPs which have operations in Africa and maybe have more revenue drawing from there than India. So the point is, So the point is that disclosure of URLs by itself which are blocked can be done today to the Lumen database. However, I do not think so it will be done, because that form of transparency, and let us be candid, leads to controversy and demands for accountability and justice. Thereby, transparency will not be followed. That's the first thing, and that should be the takeaway from that. There is no prevention in Rule 16. So this is a joint failure not only of the government in imposing secrecy, not obeying Sharia single, but also by the private sector in agreeing to the rules of business and operations in a jurisdiction it is in. The second thing I'd like to point out is that when you look at blocking by itself and the absence of service to the ultimately impacted party, which is the user, which may be a website operator, this has been a long-standing practice even when the website user has the complete details in the WHOIS records. And a documented instance of an action in the court, because Nikhil, you asked, has it been contested? Was contested, hearing was given, is in Tanul Thakur's case, which is also cited before the Karnataka High Court by Twitter in its list of dates for support, that not only are such hearings not given, such hearings are directed by courts, and that was the first instance. And now, third, let me tell you why it was so important and why this does not happen often. It's because people move past it. The person whose website is blocked, either on claims of content offenses or for infringement-based claims, makes another. It's easier for them to do it than to contest it. Secondly, the order and the hearing, the prevention of that and the absence of a process by itself basically promotes them from moving past it as a legal issue. There's not enough investment. So I don't think so enough litigation, even in future, may be done around it. Okay, so it has been litigated. The second stage of the litigation now is there in the Delhi High Court on Tanul Thakur. The court directed a hearing, an order was given to Tanul, but that order again by the ministry was termed to be a secret order in sealed cover. So now we are challenging the order in the High Court in a second writ on which notice has been issued. This is the legal process.
But what would you have in terms of trust and accountability from the government in the DIA?
It's also open and accountable for digital Nagriks. So that's the entire statement. Okay, so open is still there and I'm really happy about it. Okay, so in terms of what we can contemplate in terms of a Digital India Act, I've been saying it for some time, we have to go back and look at how the IT Act was made. The IT Act was a derivation of a unicitral process which was towards recognition which could be given to electronic transactions. Commerce was at its core, and you built things around it to harmonize and give legal sanctity to click-through contracts, electronic governance, digital signatures, things like that. You need to have a coherent basis of thinking. Secondly, the process which was followed under it was a ministerial committee. And all of that is lacking right now. You have presentations which are being done without a sense of coherence. You don't have a white paper, you don't have a green paper. The last session of Parliament is in August, and I don't know what's the process, why it's being done. And also a call out to our great reporters, why aren't these questions being put? Is it because you need a seat on the table with Mighty?
Nobody needs a seat on the table with Mighty.
No, I think people do. And these questions need to be put. Is this a law-making process or is a personality projection process?
Fair enough. Gauri.
So 2 quick points on the piracy that you all mentioned, where the URLs are getting blocked. And so I think because I work with the media industry a lot, I understand that there have been some conversations where, there can there be a 66% of the content, if it is infringing, then, that is sort of identified as a website which is into piracy. Because from a Shreya Singhal perspective, I know where you're coming from, but there has been a counter argument to say that their major sort of intent is piracy, but just to demonstrate that they are, they are also having valid content, they will just push some content which is valid or rather licensed content and thereby try avoid blocking. So there have been these conversations of a 66% or whatever, because Nikhil you also asked that question, right? What is that gradation that has been discussed? I'll come back to the confidentiality context and in a slightly different context, because if you see now under the new amended rules, there is a grievance redressal mechanism, for the content that has been taken down. And when I was sort of studying this entire process, how it will work, now if a user's content has been taken down under 69A, the user doesn't know. and they complain to the platform to say that my content has been taken down to the grievance officer, what is the grievance officer supposed to say? Because if that person has to appeal now to the next level, that person has no visibility that whether it is the platform who has taken down or is it the 69A takedown, right? So I think that there itself, there is an additional conundrum that gets established for the platforms now, because their grievance officer has to respond, and if they are not satisfied, then there is an appeal to the grievance appellate committee, right? So there also I feel because of that reason also this entire confidentiality thing has to be done away, because this entire system will fail otherwise. The entire process will fail of that grievance redressal.
What do you... I do think that we need to get rid of the Rule 16 confidentiality clause, not for the reason to preserve the sanctity of the GSE's process, but just because confidentiality in itself is kind of a senseless thing.
What I'm trying to say, the platform now is confused as to what do they say to the...
No, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
So you've been waiting for a while. Go ahead.
Just wanted to shift the discussion to something that the gentleman from IFF had touched upon just a little bit, which is Rule 4.2 and the implications.
Tanmay,
I'm sorry?
I'm Tanmay.
Oh, hi Tanmay. I'm Ramesh. So, which is Rule 4.2 of the IT rules and the implications it may have for end-to-end encrypted platforms. So, while on one hand, obviously the relative inability of end-to-end encrypted platforms to perform...
Is this a speech question?
Yes.
Okay.
To perform any meaningful content moderation allows for the dissemination of all kinds of problematic content. On the other hand, I think effectively forcing these platforms to remove this encryption creates just, I think we can all agree, creates its own additional set of risks. So just wanted the panel's views on that.
I think you've answered your question. So anyone else? Sorry, Aditi, I'll come back to you.
Okay, just answering Apar for a second, we won't see a white paper in this case, we'll probably see an orange paper in the case of Digital India Act.
What does that even mean?
I wanted to say but...
Okay.
No. But Nikhil, I also have a couple of things to say. One is a comment and the other is a question. What I think, Radhika, you had said about emergency orders, it's interesting how MIB and METI have executed it. MIB, if I'm not wrong, has...
Aditi, Mike.
Sorry, has issued 8 or 9 orders. All of them have been under the emergency.
So let's not get into the numbers, but the question.
At least
let's get
9
to the
orders.
question.
Yeah, at least 9 orders. And all of them were issued under Rule 16 of the IT Rules 2021, all emergency. Whereas with METI, it works slightly differently. So this is data that I got from a parliamentary question, which said that the Section 69A blocking committee of the IT ministry met 220 times between 2018 and 2022. Most orders issued by the IT ministry are not actually emergency blocking orders. They are issued as a normal course of action. So first question is to both Radhika and Tanmay, since you deal with litigation related to blocking rules. Rule 16 of the IT Rules 2021, which governs blocking by the MIB, is not bound by confidentiality. That's part of the reason why they have been issuing these press releases, unlike the IT ministry, which has done, I believe, it only under 2 circumstances. One was the Chinese app ban and the iterations of it. And second, I think, was the lending apps. I vaguely remember seeing a press release related to it. The MIB... My speech got amplified. There is an intermediary at play here. But anyway, in case of MIB, the press releases are there. So is there a way to push MIB for orders, whether it be through RTI or through litigation? And my second question is there any case anywhere in the world where safe harbor has actually been abrogated for speech-related purposes? I'm not talking about copyright or trademark or intellectual property rights, but for speech-related purposes, when an intermediary has been held liable for the content it has hosted or taken down. So where safe harbor has actually, where a court has said, okay, you lose your safe harbor because in this cause of action, you did not do enough due diligence, or you should not be protected, and therefore you either need to be penalized or jailed depending on which territory you're in.
I don't think I can answer the second question.
That's
I'm
fine.
not aware. The first question is that we've recently moved to Kerala High Court, where we are challenged by an element, and we have said this, that you have to produce the order for us, which we hope will set a precedent. And MIB has, I will get back to you with the exact numbers, but there are definitely more than 2 orders. But press...
I said 9.
Sorry, there are definitely more than 9 orders. But I do believe that a press release does not count as an order. It's just information, right? So you're just putting out information that this has been blocked. I'll give you a very interesting this thing also. What we did was in one of the RTIs when we were writing our website blocking report, we sort of figured that these applications are blocked using different different apps, and we asked METI and MIB both in separate RTI applications that can you just tell us if these are blocked or not. We're not asking you for an order, just tell us if they're blocked. They, of course, they love denying us information. So I'm sure that they see our names and they're like, oh, we will not give you information. There's a copy-paste thing that we'll do. I'm sure that's true for IFF also. I'm sure we're blacklisted there.
Also,
but,
just
sorry, coming to it.
We're all blacklisted there.
Yeah.
Just a quick question. In Kerala High Court, you have gone to MIB for the element case.
Okay,
No,
that conversation can take place offline.
Yeah.
Do you have the mic? Quick, short question, then there, then here.
Okay.
Sorry, just very quickly, Aditi, just want to respond to your question about Section 230. There's a case in the US. This is regarding Section 230. It's colloquially known as the roommates case. Roommates, and the full name is Fair Housing Council of San Fernando Valley versus Roommates. So their roommates claimed 230 immunity, and they didn't get it. And the court said that you have actually contributed too much to the creation of the content. So you're like a co-creator, so it's not third-party user-generated content. So that's just one.
That's an interesting one. Then just as a follow-up question, what happens with generative AI?
My answer is ask Tanmay.
Go on, Tanmay. Yes.
First of all, thanks
ask your
for that
answers, ask
compliment.
Sadhika.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, but I don't know what happens with generative AI.
I was really hoping generative AI would just not come up today at all. But well, I was wrong.
But it's also not like ChatGPT. It's not an intermediary. Or is
it's
it?
not an intermediary, but let's say ChatGPT is still a platform that is generating some of this content. So let's say it could be copyright violation, it could be defamation. Who's accountable? Is the prompt creator accountable?
It's very interesting. Would ChatGPT be liable for defamation? I don't know if it would meet the standards for defamation. Copyright, perhaps.
My humble submission is ChatGPT is just fancy autocomplete. So whatever regulation applies to autocomplete should apply to ChatGPT.
That is a great analogy, Sunil. Thank you for that. You just made their lives easier. Question.
Okay, I have a fairly general question about speech and kind of our political population. My general opinion is that the sort of hyper elite civil society will not be able to kind of shake the government in order to really act upon internet and free speech. Now, anytime I speak with people working or thinking about this space, they say, oh, well, the poor don't really care about privacy in this country. And we've also seen like there have obviously been revolts even by the working classes to do with digital technologies, the Manrega protests, the 100-day protests that have been happening. This is very much a speech question. Okay. So we've seen kind of protests happening from the working class when there is a violation of like the economic social contract between citizens and the state where their money isn't coming to them, but not so much kind of on the question of speech and thought, which otherwise in sort of offline domains, they're very much involved in. So are there any reflections on why that is so? Is it true that they don't care about privacy, and what can be done to build up sort of collective consciousness with the working classes also?
So just for fun, I remember, Apar, I don't know if you were there, there was in pre-Shreya Singhal again, there was a protest at Jantar Mantar by Anonymous India where people were wearing those masks.
There's a great report by CSDS who actually crunched the numbers really well, and Common Cause. It's on policing in India. It does deal with surveillance, specifically in the context of privacy, but also has answers on socioeconomic breakups. The privileged, unsurprisingly, support more surveillance. The people who are economically weaker have greater distrust of surveillance by police. It also states people who support surveillance the most across states. So that kind of data is there. And the state which supports the most surveillance, I'll leave it to everyone's guess, is also the state. It has only one speech question, where more people are scared about posting their social and religious opinions online for the fear of legal prosecution. That's the survey question, and the response is that state fears it the most. And in India, 2/3 of the people who were surveyed for that question actually fear legal prosecution. So there's a huge amount of self-censorship happening, and it actually does show that the poor sometimes care more in terms of articulations of power, deprivation of rights, than about labelings of free speech, privacy, and surveillance. They think that it's an invasion. That's the articulation they go with.
I mean, I understand that on the policing front, but I guess the question is on thinking through online forums and online articulations, how that collective consciousness can be mobilized.
You got to run a campaign for that and give people the tools to be able to campaign better. Sorry, here, then there, then there. Go ahead.
Hi. So you mentioned at the beginning Web 2.0 and the re-decentralization of the internet is something that needs to happen, which means we need to have a conversation about Web 3.0, which we're not really having, because the current conversation is sort of making an implicit assumption. The implicit assumption is that there are intermediaries that you can catch. There is something that you can actually do, right? When you talk about what approach should we take to safe harbor, or who should we block, how should we block them, what should we block, right? That assumes that you can actually block it. There is an intermediary. Now, Web 3.0, which is what the future is going to be peer-to-peer. There are already websites. A classic example is Wikipedia, which was blocked in Turkey, right? They launched it on Web 3.0, and there is no server where you can go. There is no intermediary where you can go and say, take this down, stop it, we don't like this. Then what do you do?
Can I address that?
Yes.
It's okay. So actually I asked Coinbase at a discussion the same question, because they're pushing for decentralization, and Web3 is all about federated sort of transactions. And even if you look at federated speech, right? How would you convince a government, and every government in the world, that is focusing on centralization of speech as a means of exercising control over the internet with regulated incumbent platforms, to actually decentralize? So you're actually going to, so the technology is fighting. It's a political battle between the technology and the government. The government wants centralization.
No,
because
I understand the government
platforms.
wants it. I'm saying that regardless of what the government wants, the technology will move forward, right? People will use what is most convenient to them, and
it's a never-ending battle.
Like, so like the government, it's like, can the government ban the internet as an example? Can it?
There are internet blocks.
They kind of did that.
Over 100 blocks in this country.
No, so so that's what I'm saying. That presupposes
on the federated speech question, since this was also one of my questions, two of you had spoken about it, right? So
no, I just quickly wanted to respond to your point. Totally take where you're coming from on 3.0. We'll have to see how things play out. But just from a history perspective, this is exactly what was said about the internet, right? I mean, that it's borderless, you can't control it, governments can't regulate, and see where we are today. I mean, I mentioned John Perry Barlow. That was the whole thesis of his Declaration of Independence from cyberspace, that the rules of the physical world of flesh and blood don't apply. And we see now where things were when he said it, in terms of regulations of the internet, and where things are now. So all I'm saying is just defer to you on the future, but in terms of the past and leading up to the present, the story is otherwise. And I think one kind of theme that does emerge, and I don't know this will apply in the 3.0 context, which people have seen, is that what happens is that whatever space you talk about, right, that's coming up, the next big thing, what unfortunately ends up happening is governments and corporations both end up capturing it. And users or those at the end, kind of downstream, are the ones who suffer. That's been the pattern so far. Of course, it can change.
We're running out of time.
No,
so
that's it.
So, okay, I'm just going to take 3 quick questions and 3 quick answers. Here, these folks have been here, and there.
Okay.
Quick.
Very
Very quick,
panels on
please.
free speech. Just want to know your views on the government deciding in election year that it's going to be the fact checker for information on itself.
Okay, there.
Hi, so in the first session, I remember a lot of people brought in this argument about harmful and legal content. So content that is harmful but legal. So I remember...
Drip feeding of hate is an example that no platform knows how
Yeah,
to deal
exactly.
with, right?
So there was a general perception around here that platforms cannot be held liable for content that is legal to post. However, what is the problem with this content? Like, take disinformation, for example. Take content that promotes suicide. Now, should we not regulate it at all? Since, again, for the principle,
Got it.
is it legal to post?
Okay, there. You guys are getting the questions down, right?
Hi, sorry, 2 quick comments. First, on the cross-border takedown of content. Again, I'm not giving ideas, but I would think that something like the intellectual property treaties that we have, which work globally, where if you have your property protected in one way, you cannot reproduce it in other countries. Perhaps that is one way in which cross-border takedown can happen, where there's mutual agreement between the countries. Don't want it to happen for sure. And secondly, on the question of MIB and confidentiality, which I think came from Aditi, what I would say is that we actually did file an RTI. I'm from SFLC, I'm Radhika's colleague. We did file an RTI regarding the takedown of a certain documentary about a certain person, and which was done under the 2021 rules, which do not have a confidentiality clause, and the government ran to Rule 8 of the RTI Act, under which they say that since this threatens, any one of these clauses, sovereignty, integrity, public order, etc., we're not going to show you the order or tell you how the interdepartmental committee, which has been set up by the 21 rules, came to that.
So there's
order.
lack of transparency.
Absolutely, they'll run under RTI 8.1, yeah.
So answers 2 questions, right? Or 1 question.
Okay, so because Nikhil's going to ask me to keep it very, very short. On the fact check unit, I think it's a great idea. I am very optimistic that it will be very responsibly used and there will be no misuse of it at all. We will stick only to the facts and we will check only misinformation and disinformation and about the government. But luckily, not luckily, it's before the Bombay High Court. There is effectively a stay on it where the central government has given an undertaking to the Bombay High Court, which has been recorded in its order, that such a unit will not be appointed until July 5. And how the notification is worded is that by a subsequent notification. So the amendment to the IT rules has been notified, it's law, it's on the books right now. By a subsequent notification, they have to appoint this fact check unit. That notification would have operationalized by the constitution of the fact check unit, this amendment. That is not going to happen for maybe 6 more weeks. So right now there's a stay, and that will give the Bombay High Court some time to consider the matter, take it to final hearings. On lawful but awful, I think this is actually a very long answer, and I may get cut off in the
Go
bit,
for it.
and I may get taken out of context, but I'm going to say it anyway. I think a lot of things have changed with the coming of the internet, which is that, for example, on Twitter, the same thing can be said millions and millions and millions more times, and there is an emerging property of how much more damaging that gets as opposed to in the offline world. So I think that a lot of the free speech principles that we've grown up in law school reading and understanding, which is that you absolutely have a free speech right to tell a lie, that may change. Just given how the impact of one person telling a lie offline versus millions of people getting together and telling that same lie online. Just the difference in the impact may actually change our understanding of free speech principles.
Okay, I just have one small response to this. So the principal who's posting the content that it's
maybe lawful but harmful, they cannot be held liable. But the problem is that platforms are incentivized to amplify this controversial content because of the engagement and the profit it creates. So can platforms be held liable for this amplification especially?
I'll just go ahead. Yeah. No, please. Okay. I'll just quickly respond to a couple of...
This is the research proposition I'm working on.
I'll just quickly respond to... one is about the fact check, Benjamin. I think fundamentally, principally, the problem is the same, right? Which is that the control rests with the executive. Principle of separation of powers or checks and balances is not there. And that's the same problem you see with 69A. Even though there is a committee here and the committee is composed of the executive, the complaint that the committee receives is from a nodal officer who belongs to the executive, and the decision of the committee is either given a thumbs up or thumbs down by the secretary of the ministry, again who belongs to the executive. So it's basically the same problem we're seeing here. Misuse chances are high because of principle which is as old as the hills in terms of Indian constitutional jurisprudence, is that if you don't have checks and balances and oversight, you will have higher likelihood of chances of abuse, etc. I think in terms of also just kind of quick follow-up point on the fact-checking amendment is platforms are not required to abide by it, right? They only lose their safe harbor protection. And this kind of goes back to the earlier question we were discussing about, should platforms strike back or push back against the government. That doesn't have to happen only when there's something potentially unconstitutional that a platform that has to go to court to challenge. Even when it comes to safe harbor, it's up to a platform to decide, I in the interest of my user's speech, I'm not going to take it down and let's go to court over it. But that doesn't happen obviously because,
But certain platforms also take decisions around what is politically easier for them to handle at times, right? It's not necessary. They're not bound by, because they have safe harbor protection and then they can, their community guidelines are malleable and not binding. Platforms can also choose to allow certain hateful content to remain up because it might benefit a politician of the ruling party in some country, maybe not India.
No, sure. But my limited point was that just on the point of what should the expectations of platforms be in terms of fighting back is that even on say the fact checking, it's not like there's going to be a penalty at the moment they don't comply with it. They have a choice, but they tend not to push back.
Correct. Like for example, WhatsApp straight went to court end-to-end encryption challenge. Twitter chose not to challenge the rules. They chose not to challenge the 69A rules either. They just challenged those specific orders.
Yeah.
They chose not to challenge the originating rules. They just challenged the orders.
Yeah. I also feel that we constantly forget that these platforms are businesses at the end of the day, right? They have to operate in a country.
Therefore, my ending question is, what should be the obligations of the state when it comes to speech? So therefore, if we need trust and accountability, I think our first demand for trust and accountability should be from the state. So what would you want in terms of trust and accountability from the state?
Luckily, I have a very short answer to this question, so you'll be happy. The state's obligation...
Closer to the mic, I'll be happier.
Is this okay?
Yeah.
The state should follow the constitution. Seriously, if it just does that, we're all golden.
I think we still have vertical, application of fundamental rights, which means that it is. The things might change after we actually understand how Kaushal Kishore works, but we still have vertical application of fundamental rights, which means that the government is the one that is responsible for violating our fundamental rights, not the platforms, right?
Nothing further to add, thanks.
Yes, okay. Thank you all for a great session. We're just going to close with the last session, guys. A round of applause. I didn't have to ask for it. This is all you guys. Thank you. We're going to close with the trickiest of the sessions for us and for the panelists, which is on the law enforcement side of things. The interface of police, of ministries with platforms and marketplaces, and what are the challenges that we see there? What are the kind of orders that come in? What are the we're going half an hour over time, guys. We lost a little bit of time at lunch, but this is where the rubber hits the road, right? So I'm going to hand over to Saraswati and Valerie to take this forward.
Hello. Hello. Hello everyone. Settle down please. Hello. Hello everyone. I'm Saraswati and I have Valerie with me. Thank you for joining us for the last session today. This session is mainly about the discussions and the interactions between law enforcement agencies and companies and service providers with respect to cybercrime and cybersecurity. We have on the panel Sukanya from CCG, Atul Kumar from DSCI, and Venkatesh Krishnamurthy from BSA. So without much of ado, I'll just start with 1 minute, just a minute. Sukanya, I'd like to start with you. Could you begin by talking something about the challenges that emerge with respect to cybercrime investigations when it comes to interactions between law enforcement agencies and companies or service providers, and how does that process sort of hinder the process? I mean, the law enforcement requirements sort of hinder the process.
Because all of the crimes that we are facing today do generally have a digital aspect associated to it, and in addition we have cybercrime. Okay, am I audible? Okay. So as most of the crimes that we are facing today have a technological aspect associated to them, and also do have there are cybercrime issues also, which cannot really be resolved by state alone. They mostly have limited capacity. States often demand, and data, for example, has a lot of insight. So it has become extremely central core concern between these entities, between the state and the service provider and other entities, to make sure that this data flows from private agencies to the state agencies and can help them with the investigation of cybercrime. So most of the time, the demands that accrues from the government agencies is around the expedited preservation of stored computer data, or access to metadata, traffic data. Even it can go as high as access to content data as well. So that remains a bit of contention between these entities, and there are some associated aspects also wherein the state agencies often might require technical resources, even sharing of know-how, and these sort of aspects.
Venkatesh, would you like to add about what sort of data requirements does the government really need from the companies or service providers, and how does it really, what is the scope of the access of this data? I mean, demands.
So maybe I'll take a step back before jumping into your question. So
at least we're looking at 5 areas where there are challenges, right? I mean, the specific question that you asked pertain to one under content, right? So the 5 areas are first around fundamental rights. Without a strong privacy protection, there are challenges, and there are a lot of challenges that companies face, right, to give access to some kinds of data. And it's only increasing. Everything is online. Companies get called out quite easily. So that's one. Secondly, tailoring requests narrowly. Most requests are not narrowly tailored, right? So they are, I'll get to that process again later, but they are quite broad. That's number 2. Number 3, if you look at it, the law enforcement agencies are trying to access data mostly from across borders. 85% of, I mean, this is the data that gets thrown around, like 85% of all digital forensics data is, crime and forensics data is digital, and most of it, according to the Indian government, lies elsewhere. That is the challenge. So they are trying to address that through legislation. And so that's sort of collaboration is required across borders. So that's one part. Finally, government trying to understand better what are the subcategories within the intermediaries. They know that intermediary is a monolith, so like a request just goes en masse to the cloud service provider, to the hosting service, and to the platform. I mean, it's not is the data request tailored. At times, it also goes out en masse, right? So, or it is challenging for the government to identify how do I get access to this data, what kind of data can I get access to from this particular entity. And the last but not the least, the 5th point is around transparency. Trust is the single operating currency for technology service providers with their consumers. The more we lose trust in sort of this dialogue with the government or law enforcement agencies, the more they're going to distrust the digital platform. So I think that's the most important part. I'm happy to build on all of these as I go along. So the question that you tried to ask me was specifically around what kind of data, right? Challenges, both content and non-content data is being asked in the same sort of weight. I mean, it's tough to give access to both. There are various challenges, but content data, of course, is going to be much more challenging. Governments often says metadata is what they're looking for, but informally other things are also sought. I mean, I don't know how accurate I can give you evidence to demonstrate that, but that's the challenge we have, right? So the demarcation is not very clear, and secondly, informally access to certain things are required because for, I mean, legitimate reasons, because the government understands that, hey, you know, we are not sure whom to ask the data from. Like, should we be asking from entity A, entity B, is the messages encrypted or not? So they are trying to understand all of this. So that's the kind of request that we get.
So could you give some practical examples about, like, you know, what they can seek and what they're really seeking for? Like, what are the gaps between what's actually in the law and how is it being followed?
So, I mean, I'll also let Atul handle that tough question. So there are, but I mean, given that we are looking at an upgrade to the IT Act, right? So through the Digital India Act, and there's a consultation next week as well. This is a good question to ask, purely because law enforcement agencies are not only short-staffed, but they also find it extremely challenging to write some of these requests, whether it's through MLATs or otherwise, right? So there is a difference in practice and theory. I mean, that gap is quite wide. The kind of content that they have, non-content or content data that they want access for, they sometimes make the request informally and then sort of proceed with it formally, right? For various reasons. So one right reason is to understand how quick can the entity act. The government is not aware, whereas there is a hanging thread timeline. For example, in the certain guidelines, it's 6 hours. So the companies also find it really challenging to respond to some requests. So there is a constant dialogue on all of this. The government is also trying to understand what can be done within 6 hours. So that's what I want.
Sorry, just clarifying, when you say they send informally, they don't send the order?
No, I didn't say send informally. There's an informal conversation that happens.
Atul, would you like to add to it?
Sure, definitely. So what I'll do, I'll pick up what Venkatesh just said. And see, major thing, if you look at it's the technological advancement that has happened in recent past, right? And or if I say like in last 10 or 20 years, I would say, the kind of technological evolution happening, that is true for industry and true for law enforcement agencies also to look at it. If you see any kind of investigation which is happening, not necessarily that person who is IO, investigating officer, will know each and every aspect of that particular, the technology which has changed, right? That is again going to add up to the complexity. So here what I want to say is we need to have a balance. What is the problems at law enforcement's end and what is the problem at industry end? We, as Data Security Council of India, we work with both the sides, right? We have center training law enforcement agencies, and one hand being industry body, we are working with the industry as well. So in various cases, which is not a typical IT Act thing, and the IO will be not above and equal to spectre level person, may not be having a complete insights about that particular technology or that particular aspect of that investigation, would come for investigation and leveraging CRPCs like 91 or 100, they will ask certain evidences, right? So such things will create challenge. Here we need to understand what kind of challenge they are facing. And it's a need, probably it's beyond the law, it is a need to create that awareness. So far, for example, we have trained almost 1 lakh plus law enforcement officers across the band. That has definitely added a lot of capability there. But again, it has to go beyond that. Probably that is something that is going to solve that. This is understanding the challenge, the kind of modus operandi which are changing. This the Jamtara case, we have commonly heard about it, right? Which is a prominent example of cybercrime. The kind of modus operandi, they are changing regularly. Every couple of weeks of time it will change. Now, the law enforcement agency have to understand that. Same time, if we see from the industry side, we need to understand the language of law enforcement agency and accordingly answer that side. So there is a fine balance required from both the perspective actually.
So could you actually point out some of the challenges that both of these entities face?
See, as, okay, so...
In terms of examples.
Okay, so sure. Say, for example, if, again, we were talking about some hypothetical example, some data center is there and some incident happened leveraging that data center, right? Now, that investigating officer, if it is not typically coming from IT Act perspective, investigating officer...
Can I actually illustrate an example because I know what that happened?
Sure.
So let's say there's a data center. It has a cloud service provider. Cloud service provider, someone buys a service, uses it to, let's say, launch along with the VPN, create a WhatsApp account, use a WhatsApp account to sort of commit some fraud. Now what happens is the police just lands up at the data center and says, shut the cloud service provider down, or I want the CEO here. CEO comes running there, and then there's file a FIR and name the CEO of the cloud service provider in that FIR.
Correct.
So what enables this to happen? What can be done to prevent this from happening? Because they're an intermediary. They're not liable for that crime.
Correct.
But that harassment that happens, landing up, etc. I mean, we saw the public showcase of Delhi police landing at Twitter's closed offices for the media, but for the data center level, this happens on a regular basis, right?
That's true. And so to answer that, definitely, again, here my assumption is that person, and may not be even spectre level or plus, because this IO can be anyone. And there's a high possibility, if that person is not coming with that background, what's happening here, they may not be aware of the safe harbor and all those rules, right? In that case, the biggest challenge what I feel is the awareness about that. Same what we're talking about, say 66A for that matter, right? Why we are quoting it? A police officer would be answerable to their bosses, right? If they have quoted a wrong section. The challenge is they are not aware about it, so they are quoting it.
An adage often used for citizens is that the ignorance of law is not an excuse. Why shouldn't this apply to law enforcement?
But yeah, in IT Act, if we say that side is not covered, right? So here the thing is, this IT Act perspective we see, or if we see from the DIA perspective, that rules are given like what kind of safeguard will be there for these kind of entities, what kind of things law enforcement has to do. But on top of it, there's a lot of need for that making them aware what they need to do, what they don't need to do, right? This problem, personally, I feel it is more of the awareness problem. They don't know, so they are just acting. But I can totally agree with that piece that that harassment happened, right? CRPC. Even if you see the latest presentation by the MOS talking about the overall picture of the DIA framework, it's talking about CRPC as well. It's as one block, or IPC as one block, right? So there's a need of harmony. Here, the procedural part will come from CRPC, but the specific around the IT segment, the digital segment will come from the IT Act. So it has to go hand in hand, actually.
Okay. Also about the challenges that the law enforcement agencies and the platforms, the companies that they face. So what do you think they would expect from the Digital India Act? What should be the ideal situation that they would, actually expect, so that the situation is kind of balanced for both the parties? Actually, even Sukanya can answer that. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
One by one.
So I'll try to give a slightly a larger perspective to that, right? Anything around, say, cybercrime or such kind of investigation and all those perspective is directly linked with overall the digital paradigm that India is going through, right? Now, we are becoming a digital hub. We have almost $245 billion IT industry focusing on outsourcing. I think $194 billion is actually outsourcing business in tech, right? On top of it, now we are emerging as a hub for DPI kind of platform, and it's not limited to just India, it's going outside as well. For that, the thing that is required is to have that transparency, the trust, and the confidence on Indian ecosystem. That includes that part also. In what kind of mechanism we have to safeguard if things are being delivered from India, right? So, considering that, we need to have a very, I would say, I will call it like a foolproof mechanism to define these kind of rules and the procedures and the regulations, how law enforcement can intervene and investigate, because that will give a confidence to, or even from the interception perspective and all those things, that has to be clearly defined. And there should be a very clear-cut reasonability in place. What kind of things they can call out, what kind of things they can ask, right? If we have these kind of things in place, only then we can elevate that confidentiality, the confidence level of the ecosystem across the globe, and only then we can evolve. So, first thing is that those kind of the privacy perspective, what kind of data they are asking, so privacy perspective should be involved in that. In terms of reasonability of asking, what Venkatesh was saying, right? What a company can provide, it has to be reasonable, right? Everything they can't provide probably. Or, for example, they can retain a data for a certain time frame. I'm just taking a small example. They can retain a data for a certain time frame. If we go back and ask for, say, 10 years old data, probably if it is not bound by certain law in specific verticals or sector, they may not have that data, right? They cannot share. So such kind of reasonability should be there, and then definitely the safeguards. Whatever they are collecting, it should be safeguarded under a proper mechanism. Then, say for example, again, a quick one here, if we say, if they are collecting something having sensitive information, right? Misuse, if something is happening out of that data, then probably that intermediary will face the burnt of that, right? In that case, there should be a very clear-cut procedures defined to safeguard that part, whatever they are collecting as well. So that it is there up to a certain extent, but we have to make it more foolproof and comprehensive.
I have a question just to add on to this. I'm here. Hi. So this is an example, and I think we discussed some examples in the calls that we've done. Right. Let's say something that I've heard of, where you have a request that comes in from law enforcement for data, right? And what they do is that they ask for access to a company's entire database in one go. Then they find the specific point of information that they want, and then they send a lawful order for that, right? So this is what I understand from conversations that happens in practice. Is there any way of addressing this problem?
Sorry?
Is there any way of addressing this problem of requests for data from law enforcement agencies, where they'll ask for everything first, find what they need exactly, then send a lawful order? Because the timelines for giving information under the IT rules also get affected by this, right? So how do you solve this problem?
So, sure.
So one part is
Make it closer to the mic, please.
So so that's what I was referring to it as specificity, right? So under specificity, I mean, you could import some of the principles of privacy. So government
Platforms don't push back saying that you can't, because if they we can't give you access to the entire database.
So I mean, that's what I was getting to. So like right now the IT Act covers, right, under all the sections that you mentioned. If you're looking at a new Digital India Act, this particular aspect of what kind of data that you can ask and how can you ask for it, the law enforcement is also not aware, right? So for example, if they have to have access to a particular data set, the easier way to go about it would be account, this time frame, etc., etc. So there's like 4 things that they need to ask and get that data out. So now inverse is happening, saying, can you give me everything for this time frame, right? So so you can build some models around specificity, maybe importing some of the things around privacy. So you could include data minimization, right? So which is to say, if you collect all this data, you need to safeguard it. There needs to be particular ways to access it or check
But
it.
it
So
works
that
the other way around also, Venki. If you don't have the data, then you're also in trouble, no? As a platform. If you don't have the data, then you're also in trouble. Why don't you have this data about your user?
Yeah, that I mean, yeah. So in a sense that the government now is able to understand that I'm able to understand that you don't have this data, but can you give me some other data? Like, can you give me some proxy instead? So I think those are the ways to work around some of this, and also whom to ask that data for. So for example, there are enterprise companies, there are social media companies, there are cloud service providers. One question is also, is this data providable by, say, a cloud service provider? So one is data access. The other one that the first example that you took is service shutdowns, right? So basically, in some cases where the government says, this service should be stopped, because then we can sort of prevent this happening. Like, this is happening real time, something is being live streamed, etc. So we want this service to be shut down. So in this particular case, the government's, like, we could build provisions to say, these are 2 different requests. How you go about each has to be different. This might require a judicial overview pre-authorization. This might have only post facto review, or like, you could hand it over for a review body. So these are mechanisms that you could build into the Digital India Act. Okay. I mean,
so I'll just add one thing here actually. So let me take what Apar was saying prior to this session actually, right? In case of procurement, let me connect with the practice part, right? Say we have a lot of provisions to promote Indian companies, startups, MSMEs and all, right? Even particularly for cybersecurity, there is an order from Ministry of Electronics and IT. It is public procurement order for cybersecurity procurement, product procurement. Are we actually procuring from all the Indian companies? That's a practice, right? Order is in place.
I don't know how that's relevant to this discussion.
I'm just giving a practice and the thing, I'm just giving a similar example of the practice that we were talking. The order is there. It is quite a stringent one, I will say. But we are not following. The practice, we have to change, right? Probably through law, changing that practice will keep evolving, right? We may not change that practice through law, even if it is a stringent one. For that, we need to change that overall, I would say, cultural aspect or all so on so forth things, right?
Oh, it has to be someone bold enough to go to court.
That's also one thing, yeah.
Okay.
Another thing in terms of what companies can provide and all. Like, if you see the current shift in the technologies, for example, this event-driven or microservices kind of platforms, right? Many times it will become very difficult for that intermediary or that organization to keep track of that data, because those kind of things are evolving. Event-driven is where you are sort of having multiple blocks of the single instance and sort of which are loosely coupled, right? Now, in that case, you may not have complete insights on that. So those kind of things will keep evolving with time. And for such things, probably law can't do that. It has to be beyond that which we need to do to address those kind of requirements.
I feel that there are two ways. There are two ways to handle this. I think one is the analytical framework that has been provided by the Puttaswamy judgment that laid down several requirements of necessity and proportionality, and government can probably infuse these standards into some of these provisions that we have under IT Act, and can provide some sort of guideline to the legal enforcement agencies who want the access of data to first justify some of these aspects. And within these, we can also think of infusing provisions, including concepts like data minimization, purpose limitation, or access control. In addition to that, I think there's some work that is undergoing under the Cybercrime Convention also, where in chapter of mutual legal assistance, there's specific provision that really provide a very good guidance on what a requirement list for data should look like. So that generally mentions what are the reasons for how long it is required, and I think that can probably used as a framework, or possibly that is something that we can import into the Digital India Act and make things easier for the legal enforcement agencies, and at the same time bring more clarity to the service provider when these agencies are approaching for data.
So Sukanya, in terms of international cooperation for accessing data, what are the legal challenges that Indian law enforcement agencies face?
In terms of legal, so international cooperation basically is very central to why we are tied up in a lot of international negotiations, especially the one that we are undergoing currently. And sorry.
Sure, yeah, no problem. I was saying, in terms of international cooperation for accessing data, what are the challenges that Indian law enforcement agencies are facing?
So, so international cooperation remains a very central issue for the Indian authorities, and this is probably why they are part of this conversation. What Indian authorities are looking for in this negotiation is widest possible international cooperation on a wide-ranging cybercrimes. And the problems that Indian enforcement agencies face are, some of them have already been highlighted by my co-panelists, where they they need access to some sort of data which is located elsewhere. And at times, because the parent organization or the data centers are located outside, it becomes extremely difficult for these enforcement agencies to get hold of that data. That the issue also lies with the lack of capacity building and technical assistance. Most of the times, our legal enforcement agencies, the one who work at the very grassroots level, they don't really have very clear idea of how to transmit these requests and what all should form part of this. So I think these are some of the core issues for India, and I see India raising these concerns in numerous sessions that we have had so far on Cybercrime Convention.
So what is the government actually looking for, at the UN Cybercrime Convention Treaty that the current frameworks like MLATs do not provide?
So, mostly India is looking for the widest range of international cooperation on wide range of cybercrimes that is not existent at the moment. It also wants to probably expand its authority over areas that include cyber-dependent and cyber-enabled crimes. So in the crimes that also include hate speech or misinformation, disinformation, there also I think India is looking for more active international cooperation. Other reasons for us to be part of this conversation are around capacity building, that we often lack the essential, the basic needs that a country might have because of lack of technology and other aspects. So these, I think all of these issues are at the forefront when we are negotiating.
Could you please explain what's cyber-enabled and cyber-dependent crimes?
Sorry, so this is a broad categorization that we do on cybercrime. Cyber-dependent crimes are those crimes which cannot be conducted without the use of computers. So, for example, malwares, injecting wrongful data into the databases. These are some of the crimes which do not exist in real life. So these are cyber-dependent crimes. The other one is cyber-enabled crime. These are already existing crimes, and but they get amplified because of the use of computers. So, for example, the child sexual abuse material could form part of cyber-enabled crime. Hate speech that also exists in normal life get amplified because of the use of computers. So, cyber-enabled crime is that categorization. And but there seems to be some sort of disagreement between the countries. So, for example, a lot of countries, including a lot of developing countries and developing countries including India, China, Russia, they want a very broad set of cybercrimes to be included in this convention. And they want both cyber-dependent and cyber-enabled crimes to be included. And at the other end, we have a lot of multi-stakeholder groups and developed countries which just want this convention to have a very limited scope. So most of their submissions are around that.
Go on. Continue. Yeah, so if you're talking about definitions, then another aspect is that the definition of harm is still unclear, I think, in most provisions. So, like what is user harm and what is cybercrime, these kind of definitions are still unclear. So Atul or Sukanya, if you want to talk about this.
Sure. Yeah. So in terms of harms, like we have seen in this digital personal data protection bill, they have qualified, they have defined the harms at a broader level, right? So in case of IT Act, if we see, even cybercrime is not defined, right? And the reason why it is not defined probably because it was not meant to be a cyber law precisely, right? And whatever they have defined, if you go back, say 23 years now, the technology was computer and internet, right? Beyond that, nothing much was there. Now we have significant change. So how I see it, there is a harm or a damage that we treat, not just limited to users. It could be entity, it could be a community, it could be your enterprise, it could be anything, right? There could be different buckets of the users, individual including, where harm can be performed in different ways. But this harm can be performed through different ways of and means, which could be categorized as crime, right? If it is cyber, then definitely cyber crime. And just a step, if we take ahead, then this crime has to be defined very clearly based on the harm created by these crimes, keeping that in mind, whether it's going to be a civil or criminal, right? If we see from that perspective, definitely we can probably define. But at the same time, one thing that I'll qualify here is the way technology is changing. For example, generative AI, there was a day that nobody was accessing generative AI and ChatGPT came in and now everybody is using ChatGPT, right? So the kind of shift which is happening in a blink, the kind of adoption seeing, that is definitely going to change even the kind of harm it can create, right? So defining the harm is definitely going to be a tricky element here. It's not that simple to define that harm, but yeah, we need to somewhat qualify, which can be an evolving thing in future as well.
Venkatesh, would you like to add to the emerging technology point and the sophistication of crimes and the data that can be accessed?
Yeah, I mean, so basically one aspect of emerging tech is like, I was wondering how long I'll go in the session without hearing ChatGPT. Not too long, so that's happening.
Well, not too long now, so we got to move to audience interaction shortly.
Yeah, sure.
So not too long on this.
So got it. And so when it comes to new technology, government's concern is that they're using this new technology to create harm. But at the same time, for example, if you look at any protections like privacy or some security protections, it's not being extended to these new technologies as well. So the challenges, like for example, if you take something like face recognition software that government could use or somebody else could use, now all of that is already happening, and evidence is being collected. Question is also like, how can privacy and security measures be applied to that evidence collected as well? So that is not being addressed yet.
So I had a slightly off-track question on this, but it's an important one. One of the things that we're seeing in regulation increasingly is that there's a personal criminal liability aspect that seems to come in repeatedly for enterprises and companies, right? It's happened in social media and the IT rules as well. Why do you have a situation of personal criminal liability in law? And is this something that needs to be addressed in the Digital India Act? Because, you also find, I'm on a founders group, and founders are complaining about the fact that, and most of these are unicorn founders. So they're like, this state, this place, this case has been filed, a criminal case has been filed, and my name is there, right? So at some level at police stations, FIRs are just naming, like you've got criminal case, FIRs sort of being filed against founders one level. But even in law itself, you're seeing this change where there's personal criminal liability for employees of the company. Is this something that needs to be addressed, and what is the approach that they should take, and why is this even happening is my question. Any one of you, if you want to address it. Venki, if you want to go first on this, or Atul?
Please. No, bang on, you have to address it. There have been too many cases of this happening, and criminal liability specifically without categorizing what harm has been caused, like because that definition itself does not exist, seems somewhat...
in the IT rules, the chief compliance officer for significant social media intermediary has personal criminal liability if they don't address a complaint raised by a user or something as broad as that, right?
One step back is to say the government wants someone to catch, and they feel that often they are not able to catch somebody. But the other side is like criminal liability seems too draconian.
I remember Shekhar used a phrase almost 4 years ago at an SFLC roundtable, and he said the government needs a throat to choke. I've never forgotten that phrase. But Shekhar's been dealing with law enforcement for over 10 years. Shekhar, you want to jump in on any of this? First up, what is like the most egregious case that you've heard? And please name all the companies and all the parties, and what's the worst case scenario that you've seen?
Yeah, I can tell you, but I'll have to shoot you after that. So quickly, I've handled this issue from the government side for 10 years as Microsoft, and currently as an independent practitioner, I'm supporting companies in this law enforcement request, etc. So first thing is that things are not as bad as they seem. It is not that the cop will come with a lathi and say ki server load karo and all that.
It's happened.
No, this happens.
Years ago.
No, it happens, but things are getting very sophisticated. Most of the districts have their own cyber cell. If there is a crime which has got a cyber element and a civil element, the cop upfront at the station says, I won't register your case, aap Delhi ke cyber cell mein jaiye. So that is the first layer. Second thing is that most companies have got very savvy. They have developed their own platforms where all the complaints can be made. The ground level cops, thanks to DSCI and others, the level of awareness among them and the level of technical savvy has increased. Now that said, there is a element of the problem lies where content is required, and that is where this MLAT and all those problems come. That problem is also being ironed out. Having seen this space for such a long time, what I have observed is that initially, just like the Gartner hype curve, initially there is a major problem and things get ironed out. So email was a problem, things got ironed out. Social media was a problem, it got ironed out. Currently, there is a huge problem with all these scams, banking scams and all. The law enforcement agencies don't know what to do, the companies don't know what to do, so that's a major problem. But I see this also getting slowly ironed out. There have been a series of meetings with Ministry of Home Affairs between all the companies, etc., on streamlining the processes. So over a period of time, I have definitely seen things improving.
So I have a tricky question for you, and if you want to jump in as well. What do you mean by ironed out? Like, is it that, for example, if you're not able to access messaging
the messages in a messaging platform, you can get a live stream on metadata for that user. Is that ironing out?
Ironing out, yeah.
Is an example of ironing out saying, if you want to locate a suspect, then you can actually get real-time data on the location of that suspect. Is that ironing out? What is it that the companies are giving up to law enforcement agencies that without the knowledge of individual users that violate fundamental rights of users essentially, because the platforms have no obligation here to protect fundamental rights and the law enforcement agencies don't care. So what is ironing out?
Yeah, so I will tell you ironing out from there were...
Because, I'm just saying, because we've also heard of hotlines being developed by platforms so that the law enforcement can reach them more favorably. What is the extent of that hotline? What is the extent of information? What is the extent of access that platforms are now giving?
So the problem was having multiple facets. The first side of the problem was there was not enough awareness among the law enforcement agencies. They did not understand the problem. They did not understand the platform. They did not know how to make a request. On the other side, the companies did not know how to respond. They did not have a person. They would stonewall. They would say, keep sending an email. So there were cases where...
So they have their own MLATs process.
Not only, not MLAT. So...
I know. I mean internal. You ask for data, we give you data. You ask for
takedown, after some time, there was this handshake which happened where companies and the law enforcement agencies sat together. What is it that you want? We want A, B, C, D. We don't want every Tom, Dick and Harry to make a request. Request should come in this format. It should have a stamp. It should come from official thing. It should have what is the section, etc., etc.
So is this codified in law?
It's codified in procedure, completely codified.
In procedure?
Yes.
Is that procedure accessible or is that a secret procedure? What are the rights of users in this case?
Yeah. So it is a codified procedure, and there are some 10 steps. These are essential for making any request, and those requests are made. So this is one category of request. The second category of request is basically things like this terrorism, imminent threat, imminent bomb blast, etc., etc. That is where companies now go beyond, because they understand that it is a live problem. And then usually they have formal law enforcement type of people working who understand the gravity of the situation, and selectively they help. They go outside the process to help whenever there is a grave and imminent danger. But otherwise, the things have drastically improved. And as I told you, whenever there is a new technology or a new type of crime, then the problem comes before it takes time to settle down.
Do we need to codify this in law? And let it be transparent and open in terms of what is happening here. Because effectively, if my data is being shared, and let's say if, just like in speech in the last panel we were discussing illegal requests, like requests that actually violate the fundamental rights to free speech of individuals, do we need to ring fence these agreements also between companies? I mean, anyone has a take on this? As a user, my rights are being violated, right? If I don't know.
You mean codify? I mean,
codified.
Yeah.
Is there a procedure that needs? If there is a private procedure that has been come into being between a law enforcement agency and a company, that's not public.
I don't know what Shekhar is referring to exactly, but so like the IT Act is currently where you go to for everything. CRPC, IT Act, now if there is a digital data protection TBTB bill, you would go to that. Now, if you say there needs to be more detail in these laws and acts before each requesting body interpolates those rules into their own sort of whims and fancies, yeah, for sure, right? Because if you don't fix those guardrails, there are going to be many such smaller like arrangements. That is going to be very tough.
Like I said, what prevents a company today from sharing live location data of an individual upon a law enforcement request, and what is the procedure for sort of figuring whether that request is kosher or not kosher at that point in time? Because no company will want to take on a law enforcement agency that can have potential criminal liability charges against an employee, right?
One aspect is also, most companies are now actively putting out transparency reports. government can also be encouraged.
We
to
don't know
put
the
transparency.
extent of the data that they're looking for. We're just getting a data they've asked for. They have sent a data
Correct.
request.
I mean, I agree with that. I'm
Nobody
saying one
discloses whether
mechanism.
there's a live feed.
I think what we are talking is practice, right? Again, practice and procedure. What we are talking is practice.
No, I'm talking procedure because there seems to be a procedure established which nobody knows about.
But
I
is it a formal procedure? That's my question. That's not formal procedure,
But
right?
if it's an informal procedure that's running.
So again, that's a practice that people are following.
No, but how can a government have an informal procedure?
Not government. Actually, this is something.
Law
that
enforcement
is-
agency.
So let me just clarify. So under section 91, the law enforcement agency is seeking some data. So law enforcement agency is seeking some data. So law enforcement agency knows that it is my right to seek a data. So hence, so far what they were doing is might is right. They used to just show up in the offices and then ask. But now they have been told that whenever you make a request like this, you have to quote what is the FIR number, what is the section under which you are doing. It has to come in an official letterhead. There has to be a clear signature and clear stamp. The offense should be very clear. It should be communicated through office email, etc., etc. So these are just sanitary checks to ensure that there are no frivolous requests or there are no fake requests. I can't take 100 rupees from you and
It's
make.
their MLAT's agreement in a sense.
Correct. But so these things are now being followed very properly, and there is a streamlined system.
No, but Shekhar, my provocation is only this, and I'm asking the entire room this. Why is there no transparency and accountability around what is being sought, what is being given, what is the process? Is there a live feed running somewhere with some companies? How do we know? And I'm not saying maybe the company you used to work for, but there could be an Indian fintech company that's giving a live feed today, right? For certain people, you never know. What's the process? Where's the accountability?
So that is
in
a
law.
good idea.
So again, from that perspective, what he's talking about, say, I think you are mentioning about 91 CRPC, right? So
I'm saying the scientific check is separate. There could be a different agreement with someone else.
No, so that's not in the law. According to that legal process, whether it's 100 CRPC or whether it's 91 CRPC, there is a trigger required. The trigger incident happened, there is FIR, that's a trigger. And according to that trigger, you can take it ahead, right? There's a process that is given in law. According to my knowledge, I don't see any informal channel being established. If it is happening, again, it's a sort of practice people are following.
Like this happens only in telecom.
So
right, Vikram?
Yeah. In fact, in telecom,
live tracking happens only in telecom. It happens only in telecom, but I'm saying it could happen on online platforms as well.
He is smiling when he told you
No,
said about live feed.
CMS does live tracking and of both in location, calls, messages, everything. So that's in the public domain.
Your
so it's
details
not. I'm not needling him like I normally do, but I'm just saying that in general that is a known practice. What if a CMS like mechanism has been expanded to an online intermediary here? How do we know? Should there be some ring fencing of what the government can do and ask for?
See, wouldn't that be covered? Just assume that the data protection bill is up. Just assume that, right? Now
exempted. Data protection bill exempts government.
Government is exempted.
No, but if it is legal route only then. If it is a legal route only then, right? If it is informal, then individual to a company is happening, right?
Okay, there are a couple of people there.
I have a small intervention. So ultimately, we are living in this utopian idea that we actually have any privacy. As has been pointed out, under the CMS, so in any case, the telecom service providers, their agreement with the government says that they need to provide dark optical fiber capability in the channel lines. So whenever they want, they can intercept it, and there is a list of 10 agencies.
I'm living under the impression we're living in a surveillance state. Next month it's 10 years of Snowden revelations. Okay, a surveillance world. So that's besides the point.
The only checks and balances would be ultimately when that person is prosecuted, and then they'll see whether the legal process is followed. For example, in case of online intermediaries, you have to follow Section 69 process if you want a surveillance, a live location. If that's been followed, well and good. If it's not been followed, that evidence will not be admissible, and I'm sure court will often pulls up police at that event.
Might not be evidence as admissible, right? It might be just to catch a person. One sec.
I apologize for that. We don't have doctrine of poisonous tree in India, so
I
I
agree,
think
I agree.
once you get hold of the evidence, regardless of how you get it.
But I still feel courts will ultimately look into it, that, you know, if it's been misused, they will take action.
That
That's
depends on the
my-
judge.
I still believe in Indian judicial system, whatever is left of it.
Let's not comment on the judiciary. There's not much freedom of speech there. Sorry, any other comments, questions, points? Anyone? Okay, there.
So my question is with regard to the privacy aspect. So as we observe that there are a lot of cases where like websites which are either hosting or disseminating illegal or illegally obtained content, they are having privacy features for those who are registering websites. So can privacy be justified to people disseminating illegal or illegally obtained content?
Does anyone want to answer that?
Yeah.
Or is that a rhetorical question?
No, I'm just wondering the relevance to the law enforcement access part, but I'm not getting it.
So let's, fair enough. You have a question here.
Yeah, so I have a question. Now, what happens if law enforcement uses some illegal means to basically get some information? Like, for example, just like what happened in European countries, where they got access to the messaging app, which was basically encrypted, and that was being used in the law. So how does that help?
That evidence will not be admissible in court of law. It is illegal. So it's just like getting things through third degree.
Fruit of the poison tree doesn't exist in India, which has already been said.
Are you talking about EncroChat by any chance? So in EncroChat, that's a different case. This wasn't the law enforcement agencies cracking a third-party app or hacking into it. They created it. And then using human intelligence, they planted it in those circles. And then, because criminals are silly and stupid, they basically all started using it. And then they cracked it open.
Suppose what happens is that I'm having a conversation with some other people, and now the law enforcement agency, like just a kind of surveillance, they hack into our encryption.
I'll say it for you, Pegasus.
Yeah, like kind of Pegasus.
I said
Like
it.
this just happened in European countries recently only. So how is that like, what remedy do we have? We also saw that in Andhra Pradesh, people were basically the police were checking their phones and seeing what are your conversations with WhatsApp. So what's the remedy then?
The lawyers in the room can.
Like basically, so evidence collection goes through a particular process. Yes, it is not followed in a lot of cases, but if you are collecting evidence through illegal means or using evidence that you have not got the approval for, you've taken data en masse and you are using, I mean, the approval that you've got or what is reasonable, what they would call in the Puttaswamy judgment is X, and you are collecting X plus Y plus Z plus D, and you're taking it to court, Y, Z, D are all inadmissible. Like, I mean, I'm just focusing on the law and saying that whatever you collect by force or by illegal means, etc., is not admissible in court, and that's the practice followed in not just digital evidence, even otherwise, right? So.
And even in legal context, they can collect your mobile and investigate that if there is a suspicion and if you're suspected and if they have the process in
But they
place,
can't
right?
force you to give your password.
Yeah. They can't.
Which is why, I mean, we did a story, I think, maybe a year and a half ago, IAC had done it. Like, Chandigarh police gave a list of 23 tools that they're using to crack phones.
Right.
So,
yeah. So, Venkatesh, can you tell me what can be the best practices for surveillance oversight using the IT Act? What changes can be made to the Digital India Act?
Yeah, so I mean, maybe to go back to some of the things I said. So, like maybe top priority would be to make sure that the Digital India Act focuses on narrowly tailoring the request. Like currently under the IT Act, you have many sections which allows for, and there are rules. Basically, the provision is said that safeguards will be subsequently discussed, kind of a language. We would need to get into some specifics on what does narrowly tailored mean, right? Should it be an individual? Should it be a particular kind of data? Or what reasonable justification should be provided, either in the main act itself or definitely through a consultative process in the subsequent legislation. And there are some specifics, maybe, for example, specifics around real-time access, so that is interception, etc. So how would that differ from just monitoring or getting access to data? So these specifics have to be ironed out for sure, because that's where a lot of the give and take happens.
I mean, just to add to that, Venki, like if you look at NatGrid, right, plan was initially 16, 20 or 20 odd databases. Second level was some 900 odd databases. Public and private databases giving a live feed to that NatGrid dashboard. Still not been operationalized, started by the Congress in 2010. We did a full review of Parliament questions about what the plans are. Why I'm asking constantly about real-time data access is because that's an end goal, right? So effectively, intermediaries across the board will be asked to provide a live feed of data to a dashboard and have no control over what data is being accessed and what is the process of accessing that data.
Yeah, real time would require higher procedural threshold, safeguards, etc. Right? I mean, that's definitely different, and it has a very different implication. So real time traffic monitoring, real time anything that requires a different safeguard, maybe even judicial oversight before you place a request, etc. So that's one.
There's a fun technical safeguard. They're struggling because all databases are structured differently. That's an inbuilt technical safeguard.
And so maybe to the point that we made earlier on some of the Puttaswamy judgment principles and also privacy principles, OECD has come out with something around the G7 DFFT, the recently convened summit, where they have given like 7 tests to go through any judicial process. So these are, and I wouldn't go into the details of that, but these are things that you could bake in into the DIA as you make how can these requests be made. One important aspect, I mean, there are many, but I'll stop with the last one and let others speak, is the need for international cooperation agreements, specifically with respect to law enforcement under the Digital India Act itself, and not necessarily separately through other areas. So right now, the government of India is continuing to look at like Cloud Act and these other agreements and how they can participate. If there is any leeway for committee analysis or things that could compare different legislations, provisions for government to embark in those exercises, it need not come through an act, it won't, but there could be provisions to do things around that.
I had a question around timelines, Venki. I know you mentioned that briefly, but the requests for data, how should timelines for that be? Like, should it, and there's also a disconnect between some of the rules and laws, right? I think the cybersecurity rules from certain give a longer timeline, or the IT rules give a different timeline, the RBI outsourcing guidelines give a different timeline, or there's something like, maybe Atul could address this, but is there a gradation again of timelines or the rules required for establishing under what circumstances entities can be asked for data in what time frame? Because half the time you don't even know whether that you have that data within that 6-hour period, maybe.
Right. Maybe first thing is the timeline is a big challenge, Nikhil, across legislations. I mean, certain takedown, handover of information. So it's a challenge to triangulate across all of this. The government is trying to standardize some. So for example, in the RBI outsourcing guidelines, they sort of mimic the certain 6-hour guidelines. I mean, this is slightly different issue, but I feel that the government is trying its best to standardize, but it's still a huge challenge. Definitely there needs to be some difference around what kind of information you're seeking, and the timeline needs to be tied to that. 1, 2, risk, what is the risk and harm, and timeline needs to be tied to some of that, because not all incidents need to be reported within 6 hours. There needs to be some more risky, I'm sure, then, and these also need to be baked into the definition of harm and risk, need to be baked, or at least guidelines should be given. that should be put in the Digital India Act. So these are few guidelines for making sure that, I mean, companies can also be effective when they respond, right? Otherwise, it's going to be really challenging to respond to every request in a similar time frame. But one credit I should underline is government is trying to standardize across, because the recently released RBI outsourcing guidelines mentioned 6 hours as well.
So just to add to this, if you see RBI,
closer to the mic, please.
Yeah, sorry. If you see RBI, right, now in RBI they call out unusual incidents, right? So there's qualified for banking what is unusual and how they define unusual. Unusual is covered under their cybersecurity or IT policy, right? They have defined, it is being audited by RBI. They have a clear-cut definition. They can report. Now, what happened in case of certain initially this directions which came, it's like holistic. The list of incidents, everything you have to report within 6 hours. Even we went back to CERT, discussed, and then they came up with a four broader categories: data breach, data leak, malware, and all critical incidents. If we build a parallel for such kind of data as well, right, there should be clear-cut categories which you can provide within that given time frame, because we have to see, if we lose time, then probably it will hamper the overall investigation itself. So we can't lose time, but at the same time, everything can't be provided immediately. Another aspect is the reasonability from the company side. Given the nature of that company, for example, certain direction is horizontal, applicable on a company of having 2 people, non-critical company, and it is applicable on a company having lakhs of people and I would say 10 lakhs of machines, right? It's horizontal, applicable on everyone. Everybody has to respond to that. But somewhere that reasonability or kind of reasonable security practices and procedures parallel should be built here, so that the company, based on the nature and the domain, can be ready with that kind of information, the data and the things, and they will not stand at default. That is something that we need to, I may not say codify in the law itself, but in one way or other it should be there in the procedure.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello. My question is like not related to the discussion.
Mic
right
closer,
now.
please.
Yeah, my question is different from what the discussion has been going on. But I really want to understand more about cybersecurity in the health. Amongst health service providers and in the health sector, as we have recently seen, there have been multiple cases, and almost every day there are, stories of cybersecurity threats happening. And so specifically, I have a couple of questions. Number one is, about health. What is stopping the government from notifying health as critical information infrastructure at this point? And apart from the law, I also want to understand, how are we working towards building capacity? So one big concern amongst health service providers is that how are they going to spend the kind of money, and also how are they going to dedicate the kind of human resource?
I don't think that's really related to this discussion.
Okay.
Because we're looking at the interface of law enforcement agencies with platforms, specifically for this discussion. I'm sorry.
Maybe the first aspect of it.
The first aspect?
See, from cybersecurity, why government is not notifying, I can't comment on that actually. It's the government's call. Now, in terms of security, just to quickly answer that, say initiatives like this health stack, which what NHA came up with, right? Those kind of things are definitely helping them to strengthen the cybersecurity posture, because the security and privacy, even privacy, is part of that health stack itself. So those things are there. Why government is not doing, I think that government can take a call on that.
So Kanya, is all of this a consequence of India not having a national cybersecurity policy?
I think so. We can say some of it is related to that, but we do have a cyber security policy of 2013, and a lot of it has not been implemented as well. So I think what India has very technocratic approach in some ways, and it is lacking an overall understanding of how it wants to approach safeguarding cyberspace. So I think that is something that is inhibiting us from making a clear headway how we want to approach this sector.
So we'll take one last question, then I want a wish list from each of you. So, last question.
Hello, my name is Maknoon Wani. I'm from Council for Strategic and Defense Research. I have a question which is probably based on a conjecture. So we know in the Indian Telecommunications Bill, we have provisions that might break encryption, end-to-end encryption. Service providers might be regulated like telecom operators are being regulated right now. So a few months ago, there were a couple of reports, one in the Financial Times, the other in the Hindu. The Financial Times report said that India is looking for a Pegasus-like technology. It is starting bidding process for similar technology because Pegasus created a PR problem for the Indian government. A few days later, the Hindu reported that Indian government was actually already acquiring technology. It was already acquiring equipment from Cognite, which is an Israeli spyware company. So is it that the Indian government is trying to circumvent, like they might be expecting pushback from WhatsApp, Signal and other encrypted platforms because these companies have already pushed back against similar...
Can I just rephrase that into a question?
Yeah.
Is there anything in law which allows the government to bypass...
So no, actually, if they're using this technology, to like surveil on encrypted messages, then they won't be needing to they won't need to
So your question
use
answers itself, no?
No, but that's the thing. Is it will it be admissible in court? So if Indian Telecommunications Bill, if they use that act to acquire certain messages, that might be as admissible in court. But if you're using a technology such as Pegasus or Cognite, whatever that software is.
Either if you want to respond to, because I could see Pavit shaking his head, so.
I mean, basically no. That's a simple answer. We'll stop there.
It won't be admissible in court.
Yeah, you can't use a software to break encryption and.
Even though government is still there, but there are a couple of cases, the Bombay High Court and a Supreme High Court case, wherein they have kind of deviated from the traditional doctrine of the poisonous tree. But most probably this will never go before the court. So the whole point is the government, if they are using these technologies, is to obviously not go through a legal route. So they want to obviously, this will never come, we'll never get to know.
By the way, I
Aditi has to say something.
I virtually transcribed the Pegasus proceedings on MediaNama, and in that Justice Ramana kept repeating that we don't want to question the any matters of national security. So that was the sort of...
I think the case that Pavit is referring to is the Vineet Kumar CBI case, which is where the fruit of poisonous, well, whatever, lawyers know it.
Doctrine of the fruit of the poisonous
that
tree.
one,
Yes.
what Nikhil just said. But there has been an instance of hacked materials or planted digital evidence being used against people in Indian courts. The Bhima Koregaon cases.
Right.
And there is
Netwire.
ample evidence that not just Pegasus but also Netwire, which is this $8 to $11 malware that you can basically buy off even the light web, was used to plant evidence. So there's ample reporting around it. Amnesty
His question was different.
It is kind of similar. One is
Can
what? But was the provenance of that evidence ever contested?
Yes. Not the provenance, but the fact that it was planted, that has been contested already in the courts.
But the courts allowed it to be admitted. So
No, because the fact that it was planted was learnt later.
But the Arsenal consulting reports were again introduced in court, or were they not?
Later. Those came later. Sorry.
Does it then set a precedence to admit planted evidence? Or not planted, sorry, but hacked evidence?
We should have a separate discussion on this part. Final wish list, guys? Wish list from the Digital India Act? Or we're done?
Same thing. I'll just repeat, the wish list is an inverse of that. So increased transparency, more engagement with technology service providers, international agreements, more focus on fundamental rights, and finally narrowly target your requests. So I think these are 5 things.
Shekhar, do you have an additional wish list?
No, I think Venki has covered it very well, and law needs to be a little broad because technology keeps changing.
Vivek has a wish list.
So yeah, so I think my wish list is essentially, okay. Let me put a bit of preface to explain what I'm trying to say. Is that today in the certain framework that we are operating in, there is something that's written on paper. There is FAQs. There's a lot of discussions and meetings from which we've got inferences and we've got comfort on how we can operate. And we are operating at the inference and the confirmations and everything at that level. But a lot of people, including our customers, other sectoral regulators, are going by what is there in the initial directions. I would love it if the government can put all the understandings and meetings and inferences put together in the official document, so that it's much easier for us to operate according to what is realistic.
So what you're saying is what is in the certain guidelines as FAQs and not a legally binding document
Yes.
should
And
become
more than
a part
that.
of the
And
legally
more than
binding
that.
document.
Yeah, and more than that actually. There are many meetings, there are many discussions, there are informal briefings, and a lot of it went beyond what is there in the FAQs and the directions as well.
So you're saying that regulation by FAQs should stop.
Absolutely.
Whatever are assurances that are given in meetings are only verbal assurances and they need to be put into practice. Are there examples that you can give us of verbal assurances that have been given to you privately and confidentially?
No, it's nothing confidential in the sense in some of these consultation meetings, statements like "do you not trust us" were made. So
that's like passive aggressive behavior.
Yeah, it's very difficult to answer a question like that in public. So I mean,
they should ask me. I'll say no.
That's why you're not invited, right?
I know.
But my point is, look, I think we are at a place where everybody understands there's a lot of wink wink nudge nudge going on. We understand that the directions are basically unimplementable, but it's okay as long as we are able to show good intent and we are working hard to meet the standard. People are okay with it.
As long as they have a throat to choke.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Great. Thank you all.
Yeah, that's my wish list.
Any other wish list? Sukanya?
I think for the Digital India Act, I believe that government should should not really criminalize speech-based offences. These are also cyber-enabled crimes. Rather, we should probably look for milder ways to tackle these crimes, because often what happens that with cyber-enabled crime, there's more harm that comes in from criminalizing such things. It's very difficult to define what is disinformation, misinformation. So government should probably steer clear from that area. Another thing is that there is a lot of work happening on the crimes that are targeting women, children, LGBTQ groups, and other minorities, where India already has some understanding, because we have those provision. We have provision where we have covered crime against women and children. Perhaps we can go deeper there, and we can elaborate those things. So we can think about criminalizing even a non-monetarily motivated crimes against women, or in terms of how children are interacting with technology and what kind of harms are emanating from them. So I think there's a lot of positive things that government can do, and probably should focus there as well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you all for a great session, and thank you for that wish list. Thank you all for being here today. This has been a great discussion. I'd like to thank Salesforce, Vivek, Manvi, Google, Mozilla, for the support to the Internet Freedom Foundation, the Center for Internet and Society, and ADIF for the support as well. Thank you all for joining us, and hope to see you. We're thinking of doing something on AI soon. We're also, if the telecom bill comes up, finally we'll probably be looking at doing something around that. There's MediaNama in October, but we also want to do MarketsNama next year to figure out how things have changed, especially when a new government gets sworn in, whichever way that goes. It's still a new government, it's a new Lok Sabha. So hope to see you guys soon. Thank you for joining us today.